prone bodies to examine the wide, orange-colored corn harvesting device mounted on the front of the giant green bug. Wide enough to cut 20 or 30 rows of corn simultaneously, it looked to have been born from torture and crafted for violence. Just above ground level, dozens of long, metal, arrow-shaped pieces served as guides to route everything back to the mechanical nightmare of big-toothed saw wheels, thrashing strips of metal, gears and conveyors. Still across those wheels were stuck stalks of dry corn plants that had been too jammed in the machinery to blow away in the hurricane wind.
All that sharp spinning steel guided the corn toward the mechanical bug's throat, a pipe that sucked all the mangled corn from the shredders into the beast's belly. Whatever lay in there was designed to separate chaff from cob and cob from kernel. What it would do to flesh and bone sent a shudder down my spine. I involuntarily stepped back. My weathered green bug was violence on an industrial scale. Lovely and wicked, it embodied my every sadistic dream. Dim-witted, murderous whites were going to spill torrents of red blood before my savage metal pet. And I was going to see Mark's screaming fear as the spinning steel blades dismembered his body and juggled the warm, drippy pieces through the machinery. No matter what ambivalence I felt over the gaunt white I'd just killed, I'd feel only satisfaction when Mark's life leaked out of his veins. Careful to step over the sleeping whites, I made my way back to the side of the combine and climbed up the steps to the cab's door.
It wasn't locked. With a care to be quiet that had become a natural way of interacting with the world, I ever so gently handled the door mechanism and let myself into the large, roomy cab. I pulled the door shut behind me and latched it closed. The whites sleeping nearby paid me no mind. They might as well have been disinterested nudists on a camping trip. The cab was clean, but smelled of old rot. The seat had no blood on it. I saw no signs of struggle. Even the keys remained. I spotted a personal-sized cooler on the floor in the corner of the cab, with the lid ajar. I guessed that was a lunch, abandoned months ago when the operator of the combine had hurried off to... well, he probably hurried off home. That was my guess. I was full of guesses. It was the Sherlock Holmes game I played in my mind when I wasn't busy killing or running. In a world full of clues and murders, guessing the details of what had happened was becoming a morbid fascination. Looking at the combine and its accompanying truck, I guessed the operators hadn't been attacked. Their equipment had been left in too orderly a state for that. It was as if they'd been harvesting and offloading grain when they were suddenly called away, likely picked up by another vehicle. The combine and truck had been sitting here since, waiting for me to show up with my murderous imagination. With the toe of my boot, I flipped the lid of the lunch cooler up and leaned over to look inside. Something wrapped in a sandwich bag had turned into a blob of mold and goo, long since dried out. I guessed that sandwich had been loaded with meat, cheese, mayo, probably some lettuce, and big, wet tomatoes. Moldy goo needs moisture to grow. Thankfully, a big bag of chips in its silvery, straight-from-the-store bag had been stuffed into the cooler next to the sandwich, thankfully not in a resealable, translate to now tastes like mold, sandwich bag. Also in the cooler were a couple of Dr. Peppers. I've never been a fan of Dr. Pepper, but hey, I did mention that pickiness over food choices was a luxury I could no longer afford. I sat myself in the cushy pilot seat with the chips in one hand and a soda in the other. The smell of the old sandwich in the cockpit didn't bother me much. I'm sad to say, it's a smell one gets used to. Having spent the last 4 months in a city with hundreds of thousands of decaying corpses and more dying every day, the smell was commonplace. The thing I'd come to notice were those times when the breeze blew across my face, bearing nothing but the scent of the cedars and autumn weeds, absent the smell of death. I gulped down a good portion of the Dr. Pepper and belched loudly. I stifled a laugh at myself as I looked out through the tinted glass to see whether my rudeness had garnered attention from outside. Nope. The chips were stale, but again, freshness was a luxury afforded to residents of a world that no longer existed.
To me, the bag contained calories and salt, both of which I needed, always needed. With my bony ass on a cushy, clean seat, with delicious calories and caffeine molecules tickling my neurons, a shiny little bulb of inspiration blinked on brightly in my imagination. My big green bug needed a name. Godzilla. No, I liked Big Green Bug better. I looked over the control console on my right. A few yellow toggle switches stood out at the front of the panel, just below an LCD screen. It didn't take much of an imagination to figure that's where info on the status of the vehicle was going to be displayed. Most of the panel below the switches was covered in buttons, at least 30 of them, in groups of different colors, some green, some orange, and some gray. Thankfully, most had graphics on their faces. Of the row of 3 orange buttons, one pictured a turtle, one a rabbit. I had to assume those buttons controlled how fast the combine would do something, maybe spin the blades out front.
Nothing here I can't figure out. Yeah, because nobody ever lets his arrogant assumptions get him into trouble. I monkeyed with the buttons, dials, and switches, and I was quickly rewarded with an assumption-confirming illumination of the LCD screen that fried a rectangular blur of light onto my retina. I turned the LCD off and blinked away my temporary blindness, hoping no wight outside had noticed the light inside the cab. When I felt I could see well enough again, I scanned the darkness around the combine. Nothing out there seemed to have done anything in response to the flash of light. The cab's darkly tinted windows were probably a significant factor in that. I searched around the cab again and came up with a jacket, probably stored in the cab for those times when the weather turned cold or the driver got caught in the rain. I draped it over my head and over the LCD screen to limit the light that might escape. I brought the screen back to life.
I'd thought that I might have some difficulty understanding all the info the screen might display, but it turned out the default view was nearly as easy to understand as an automobile dashboard. The most prominent aspect was a graphic of a gas pump and an indicator that showed the combine's fuel tank was empty. Dilemma number 1. If I wanted my big green bug to help me in mowing down the whites, I was going to have to feed him first. I wondered if the farmer who'd been running the combine had left the engine on when he took off, or whether he'd just been low on diesel when everything went to shit. I sat back and thought on that one for a second, because it was an important question. If the vehicle had been left running, it would have used up all the fuel in the tank and the fuel lines before it stalled out. Then, with the key left in the on position, the battery's charge would have slowly trickled out over the passing months, leaving an insufficient charge to crank the starter. I looked down at the key and cursed myself for not having thought to remember what position it had been in before I started fiddling. But the LCD was on. Surely that meant something. I knew the battery might hold enough charge for that, and still not hold enough to crank what had to be a big starter on the massive engine. I leaned back in my seat, propped my feet up, and set about formulating my plan as sugary caffeine in my blood told me stories about my invincibility, and my intestines gurgled with all the carbonated water running through them. I could make all of this work. The nearest source of diesel was likely to be the truck parked near the combine. Unfortunately, the 2 whites were still entwined across the seat, so I wouldn't be able to get inside without causing a stir. The windows on that truck weren't tinted either, so any glow from dashboard lights would be easily visible from the outside. If I could even get the bent-hinged door closed. That meant I needed an alternative method to check for diesel, which, on the truck, wasn't at all hard to figure out. The ground was littered with brown corn stalks, some with leaves, many without, some short, some long. I merely had to pull one out from under an irritated white, strip off a few leaves, and voila. I had a 3-foot-long diesel depth-measuring device. Yeah, I'm cool enough to name my tools. The diesel on the semi-tractor was stored in a drum-shaped tank, attached horizontally beneath and behind the driver's side door. It had a big metal cap covering a hole that left me way more room than I needed to shove the stalk of corn inside to check the depth. That seemed like an easy task until the stalk I was shoving inside hit what I guessed was a device to prevent siphoning the gasoline out. Arg! I stood back and stared at the tank for a moment, trying to imagine another method by which I could measure the depth of the fuel, until it occurred to me it was a pointless endeavor. Even if the tank were full, I couldn't siphon it with the siphon protector inside. Could I remove that? Sure, but could I wrestle it out of there with a crowbar and hammer without making enough noise to wake a few hundred sleeping whites? Nope. I scratched the truck off my list of possible diesel sources. My next move was to evaluate the status of the fuel in the combine. After walking around the big green bug twice looking for a gas cap, I climbed up on top. It had to be on top. That was the only part I hadn't examined on my meticulous walks around the beast. Unless it was there in plain sight, just not visible in the dark. Once on top, I had to take care to avoid falling into what appeared to be a bin for storing grain before offloading, because down at the bottom of the bin was a nasty-looking auger for pushing grain up through the offloading pipe. It wasn't spinning, but still looked frightening. At the back of the combine, I found what I was looking for, a big gas cap. I unscrewed it, taking the requisite care to do so silently, lest I echo a few pings of metal through what I expected to be a big, hollow tank beneath. Once it was off, I slipped my cornstalk down inside. Thankfully, no siphon protector guarded the hole. My cornstalk worked as imagined and returned an unhappy result. The tank was nearly empty, but not completely so. I decided that was good. That meant the tank hadn't been run dry by a combine left idling in the field. That meant the lines were still full of fuel. That meant the battery probably still held a strong enough charge to crank the starter. A potential list of problems had collapsed to just one. All I needed was more fuel. I stood up and looked around, hoping I'd see something close by. Nothing. I guess I'd hoped that I'd see a fuel tender that I'd missed in the darkness. I mean, how much diesel did the big green bug need to harvest a whole field? Surely the farmer didn't drive it down to the gas station when it needed a fill-up. In the end, speculating on the topic didn't matter. If I wanted to use my big green bug to harvest the naked horde, I needed to bring some diesel to it. I recalled the shapes of roofs I'd seen when I'd been on top of the combine earlier, and I looked for them again. And there they were, maybe 5 miles distant. I looked up at the sky and wondered how much night I had left. Could I find a way to get over to that town, acquire some fuel, figure out a way to transport it, and then get it all the way back here and into the combine while my crop of ripe whites still lay in the field? Sure. Why not? What the fuck else was I going to do with my time? Tiptoeing through the sleeping whites, or at least treading carefully, I worked my way in the direction of the town I'd spotted. When I reached the edge of the sleeping horde, I was surprised it wasn't as clearly defined as it was when I first came upon them. Small bands and cliques were nestled in sleep together, but separate from the main horde. Some lay just a few paces nearby. Other groups lay a few hundred yards away. Some were only made up of a few dozen whites. Some were comprised of many more. The social structures of whites were proving to be a mystery of immeasurable depth. That wasn't what had my interest at the moment. Still riding a wave of confidence from my night's little victories,
I latched onto the first idea that sparked through the genius engine wrapped within my bald skull. I was going to commandeer one of the smaller bands of whites and put them to work at hauling the diesel I needed. Helping hands.
Why not? I'd had whites follow me before, imitating everything I did. The less intelligent mass of them had a strong propensity to imitate, and they liked to glue themselves to whomever they perceived as their leader. Hell, that was the basis for the command structure of the whole naked horde. I refrained from telling myself it would be too easy. The band I chose was one of the easternmost. They were separated from the next nearest bunch by more than 100 feet, and there weren't that many of them, maybe 40 or 50. Could I control that many? Perhaps control wasn't the right word. Well, definitely not. Could I influence that many? I was betting on it. They were sleeping in a roughly circular bunch. I took off at a jog around their perimeter, smacking the ones on the edge of the circle with the flat side of my machete as I went. They started to wake immediately, which, of course, is exactly what I wanted. By the time I'd made one trip around the circumference of the circle, half those I'd smacked were already on their feet and watching me come around for another pass. I tightened my grip on the handle and prepared to lop off a head as I came within reach of the first one. You never know for sure what these fuckers are going to do. The first one glared at me but made no move to attack. I passed him by and cocked my head to urge him to follow. He took a few tentative steps to follow before he broke into a jog behind me to match my pace. I grinned. Was it really going to be this easy? Others fell into line as I made another trip around the circle. I kept smacking sleepers and laggards as I went. The whites behind me started to reach down and slap their comrades as we passed, hurrying them to wake and join in. When maybe half the group was following, and most of the others were waking up, a big white with a knife and a wide, ugly face jumped to his feet at the center of the sleepers and stared at me. He was the alpha. This was his group. He knew I was stealing them, and he was pissed. I quickly switched my machete to my right hand so I could conceal it behind my body as I jogged. I no longer needed to slap sleepers anyway. My followers were doing that for me. Knowing what was to come, I kept watch on the alpha at the edge of my peripheral vision as I pretended to keep my attention focused in front. I wanted him to underestimate me. I wanted his wriggly, primitive brain to tell him that the skinny white usurper with the odd, big clown feet was easy pickings. As expected, he raised his knife and sprinted at me. Unexpectedly, he was damn fast. I spun around just a tad later than I should have. My machete caught him in the throat, but his momentum carried him forward, and we both fell as his body went into bloody spasms on top of me. The alpha's twisting wrenched the machete out of my hand, and his warm blood gushed on my face and into my mouth. But that didn't matter. The only thing that did matter was that I get myself off the ground before the other whites in the band decided we were both injured, hence weak, hence breakfast. They circled around me more quickly than if they'd been called to do so. It reminded me of kids forming a circle around two fighters on the school playground. Creepy. They shuffled on nervous feet. Their fingers fidgeted, and they looked down at us, trying in their squirmy, half-dead brains to figure out what to do next. As I got to my feet, one laid a tentative hand on my throat. Perhaps he thought all the blood on me was my own. I batted the arm away and smashed both my fists into his chest, knocking him onto his butt. I spun to see if any others were coming, and instead saw a white reaching warily down for my machete as though it were a wriggling snake. I jumped over and shouldered her aside, stomping on the alpha's head and yanking the machete out of his throat. I raised the blade high and dared the whites around me with my scowl. Males and females averted their eyes. I was the new boss. I hacked the old alpha once across the head and jogged another circle around his body. A couple of female whites dropped to their knees and buried their teeth in the alpha's warm flesh. I smacked each with the flat side of my machete to scold them for following their desires instead of my lead. One sulked away. One stood up, stopped me by getting right in my way, and spit a gob of dripping red flesh into her hand, extending it to me as a gift. All the whites stopped. Most watched me and the piece of spit-covered flesh. Others dropped to feed on their old leader.
Several of the males grew agitated, and their eyes lingered on mine in longer and longer increments. They were measuring me and building up their courage. Sherlock Zed came to the unpleasant conclusion that he needed to partake of the old leader's flesh to seal the deal on the transfer of power. If you go all the way. I hollered a monkey scream, and as everyone flinched away, I hacked down on the old leader's forearm, severing it completely. I scooped it up, opened my mouth wide, baring my teeth, and mashed it against my mouth as I closed it. I wanted them to think I ate some of the other guy's flesh, but I had no desire to actually do so. With blood over half my face and dripping from my chin, I threw the forearm down and hollered again. None of the males looked me in the eye. Done. I gave them all time to feed, and when they seemed to have enough in their bellies, I led them away.
My band of whites jogged behind as I followed a senseless, winding path across the field, heading east toward the small town. Despite my few successful intuitive leaps with respect to white behavior, some of their actions make no sense to me at all. After getting my whites accustomed to following me, I figured I'd give up the serpentine running and make better time by proceeding along a straight path. It didn't work. Stragglers fell off the back. Others started to wander after anything along the path that caught their interest. I figured that running along the serpentine path was just mentally taxing enough to keep the whole of their simple minds focused. It was no surprise that my attempt to rest them with brief walks was also a failure. So it was that we ran along a meandering back-and-forth path to cover the 5-mile distance needed to put ourselves onto the potholed asphalt road into town. The sky was turning brighter in the east as we entered the town.
That angered me, but there was nothing to be done about it. I'd gotten my whites to town as quickly as I could. I still had to find some diesel, find a way to transport it, and get it back to the combine. I only hoped the naked horde hadn't gone too far away by the time I got the combine running to chase them. After a long night of running, I figured my whites needed water and something more to eat. I wasn't attached to them. I was being pragmatic. If they got too hungry or thirsty, they might follow their instincts rather than me. I looked from side to side at the houses, hoping to see something that looked like it might be a source of food. What I noticed, though, were crosses, all made from white PVC pipe, each roughly 3 feet tall, planted in the front yards of the houses along the road. Doors were similarly marked with painted crosses, some neat, some sloppy. Bible verses were written on the sidewalks, on the curbs and walls, mostly "deliver me from evil" type stuff. Every house we passed was open, with broken windows and doors swinging on hinges. Yards were littered with furnishings, books, torn food packages, and even some empty cans. Amidst the decaying litter lay the shreds of clothing, broken bones, and shattered skulls, some with dry remnants of brownish flesh, others bleaching to white. It didn't appear the crosses and verses had protected any of the residents of the houses we passed. Maybe God went bowling and forgot about the people in this town. Oh wait, he'd forgotten about everybody on the whole damn planet. I looked nervously at the sky, concerned that my blasphemous thoughts might earn me some punishment. When I reached the town's main street, I turned left between rows of rundown buildings, many built back in the days when the farmers still rode horses into town and dreamed of the day they might ride the train into a big city like Austin or San Antonio. Some of those buildings looked like they'd been abandoned for nearly as long, or maybe just since the Walmart opened on the edge of town a few decades prior. I guess there probably had to be one. Every small town in Texas has a Walmart. In some of the old buildings, real estate agencies, nail salons, and antique dealers plied their trades behind big plate glass windows that were older than the business owners. Most of that glass was broken when we passed through. At one end of the main street, an overpass grew like a small hill for traffic to pass unobstructed over the railroad lines beneath. I led my posse in that direction and climbed the steep bump of a bridge. Once at the top, I surveyed the town for a source of fuel. In the distance, I spotted a giant box of a building that, in the pale early morning light, I couldn't identify for certain, but I guessed was a Walmart. It was likely to have one of the elements in my fuel transportation solution. On the other side of the bridge, it was hard not to notice how the character of the small town changed from a quaint, dying town to something akin to a slum. The houses were smaller. Peeling paint was decades too old to protect the wood underneath, and some houses sagged or leaned, leaving me to wonder why they hadn't already fallen down. The PVC crosses were present, as were the verses painted on walls and porches. One thing I could say for the town was that, in the end, they'd united in their belief that God would step in and miracle away the zombie scourge. I spotted a pickup and trailer parked beside one of the hovels. The house, like all others I'd seen in town, had been ransacked. The Whites had certainly done their business here. However, the trailer and truck looked untouched. On the front and sides of the trailer, brightly painted advertisements showed pictures of Moe's smoked jerky, beef, deer, turkey, chicken. Chicken jerky?
Odd, but I'd have eaten rat jerky if that's all Moe had stocked in his trailer.
I led my band down the gravel driveway, past the pickup truck and around to the backside of the trailer, where I stopped and grinned. A pair of double doors on the backside were closed and padlocked. I thanked God for the Whites' inability to read. Otherwise, the trailer would have been broken open months ago. I looked around on the ground and quickly spotted a line of rocks on the border of a flower bed. Each rock was about twice the size of a softball and suited my purpose nicely. I picked one up, and the act was imitated by at least a dozen of my 50-ish followers. I pounded the rock against the lock, and the others started to pound the trailer in a thunderous ruckus, not understanding it was the lock and not the trailer I was after. No surprise. On the fourth bash of stone on metal, the lock broke. I dropped my rock and heard other rocks thump into the dirt. My Whites were an impressionable lot.
A few seconds later, I had the lock off, and I swung the door open to get a face full of wet, rotted flesh, slowly baking into a new kind of jerky inside the trailer. I didn't know if it was Moe on the floor, but I decided that it had to be. The caricature of Moe painted on the side of the trailer led me to believe that he'd been a hefty fellow, which matched the body on the trailer's floor. Putting on my Sherlock hat, it seemed to me that his relatives had locked him in the trailer early on in the outbreak. They'd had no desire to kill him, and judging by the cross in the yard and verses on the wall, had hoped to pray out a solution to the Moe problem. From the state of the town, it looked like everything had gone to shit quickly enough that the Moe problem was left to solve itself. Given that everything went down in August, and the trailer was black except where painted with the jerky graphics, I guessed Moe had died of heat stroke. Inside, the doors were covered with red streaks, and the plywood panels were cracked. Moe had put in a good effort to get out. Obviously, he failed. All of the Whites packed around me were looking at Moe. A few were licking their lips as they gave a thought to whether damp, smelly Moe jerky was worth feeding on. Understanding the details of Moe's demise was not the reason I opened the trailer.
With a roll-down cover above a counter on one side, it was clear to me the trailer had been set up to sell Moe's jerky, and that implied that Moe's stock might be stored inside, which it was. Boxes and boxes were piled against one wall and bungeed in place. Mostly that worked, but it looked like Moe had made a mess of those when he was trying to get out of his trailer. I yanked one of the boxes off the top of a tumbled pile and tore it open as the whites watched me.
The box was full of Moe stink, but inside were packages of Moe's jerky, wrapped in plastic and labeled with the critter that had donated its flesh to the cause, along with a description of the seasonings that flavored its meat. I only hoped the seasonings were strong enough to overpower the stench of baked Moe. I held a clear plastic package up for my mesmerized whites to see. I ripped it open, pulled out a brown piece of meat, and stuffed it into my mouth. It only took a few seconds before the smarter ones in my group grabbed packages of their own and had them open. As the feast began, I took a handful of beef jerky packages, extra hot, and shouldered my way past my whites to get away from the smell. I found myself a wooden bench beside a detached garage and sat down to eat my breakfast as the morning sun rose over the horizon. When I'd left my combine the night before, I'd done so with the urgent need to get my diesel and get back to it. My crop of sleeping whites was in the field and ready for harvest. Now the sun was up, I guessed that the horde was on the move to find its own breakfast. I was going to have to follow their path with my combine and hope to catch them asleep so I could start my harvest tonight. I was in for another long day and another long night, but the result would be worth it. I'd lose a few nights of beauty sleep. That wasn't going to hurt my non-existent chances of getting laid, and Mark would be dead. A worthy trade. I lost control of my little mob of 50 or so when we passed a park with a pond on the way to Walmart. They peeled off from the line one at a time at first, but before I could accept what was happening and pretend like I was leading them, they all ran toward the water. So I followed them down to the pond's edge and reluctantly drank. Even after months of drinking some of the vilest water, the thought of putting the green pond water into my mouth turned my stomach. More than my thirst, I thought of all the bacteria swimming in the green soup, eager to get into my gut and give me the shits. Thankfully, my system was developing immunity to the most common malicious microbes in the water. My bouts of diarrhea were coming less and less frequently as the months passed. It was mid-morning by the time we stepped into the Walmart parking lot, which was a mess of abandoned vehicles. Some were jammed together in collisions, others were abandoned where they'd been parked between the painted lines. I suspected the ones with broken windows marked the places where people had died inside. And that was the thing with the state of the world. Everything hadn't gone to shit at the same time, though now it looked like it had. The virus had taken weeks, maybe months, to reach all the nooks and crannies where people lived on the face of an earth apathetic to their plight. But the last major event that humans experienced in their messy little spots on the map occurred when the number of infected in the vicinity grew too large for them to handle. And they acted mostly the same way everyone else acted. Some holed up and boarded the windows. Some ran to the big box store to stock up one last time. Others piled into the lines of cars jammed on the roads out of town, hoping to find a safe place that didn't exist. They all died in the act, leaving every locale in a morbidly similar state of chaos. Inside, the Walmart was messier than the parking lot. A riot of looting and fighting had exploded up and down the aisles. The floors were covered in all manner of merchandise, the remnants of the dead, and the piles and piles and piles of feces left behind by the ones who'd done the killing and the eating. As foul-smelling as it was, at least it didn't stink as bad as Moe's trailer. The grocery section of the store had been cleaned out. The canned foods were all gone, not even dented stragglers in the trash on the floor.
Given that whites can't make sense of cans, that meant that people had time to prepare for what was coming their way. Or, I suppose, some people in the area had lived through the initial mayhem and had scavenged the goods at a later date. My hope, as I led my band of whites through the mess, losing many to shiny distractions along the way, was that the things I was shopping for never made it to the top of priority lists as end-of-the-world shoppers filled their carts. The automotive section, being stuffed in the back corner of the 3-acre sales floor, didn't appear to have gotten much foot traffic when the end finally came. Plenty of packaged tools and car doodads hung on their display stands or sat on their shelves. Sturdy racks of car batteries and tall stacks of tires went untouched. That struck me as odd, until I realized I was thinking in terms of old luxuries.
People only had time or room or energy for the things they needed for survival right now, or maybe tomorrow or next week. Nobody was stocking up on auto accessories they'd need in the years ahead when such things were sure to be scarce. As short-sighted as that behavior was, I'd been doing much the same. Sure, I aspired to accumulate a stockpile of goods in a safe place to see me and mine through whatever was to come. In practice, I owned only things that I absolutely needed, and then only enough of those that would fit in my bag and not slow me down when it came time to run. And at the moment, I didn't even have that. All I had were my boots, as yet unnoticed by my little band of white killers, my knife, my machete, and my unprotected pecker. It was going to be nice to get pants on again when I finished my mission to kill Mark and as many of his murderous minions as I could. I stopped walking. The white behind me bumped into me. A few more whites bumped into him as the line came to a stop. Apparently, Walmart was full of too many colorful distractions for them to give me their full attention. I, of course, had to grab a 5-gallon gas can off the shelf. That's the foundational element of monkey see, monkey do. The white behind me in line copied and selected a gas can from the full shelf. The next white in line did the same. Things got a little more time-consuming after that. I had to make several trips through the Walmart to round up my mob and get them each loaded with a couple of empty red jugs. Several of us even carried green garden hoses coiled over our shoulders. When I had them organized enough to stay on my heels, I led them back outside and to the filling station at the edge of the Walmart parking lot. It was the obvious first place to try. I didn't figure it had any fuel, but it was only a few hundred yards away, so why not? Leading my band across the parking lot proved much easier than leading them through Walmart. They'd seen abandoned cars and the remains of bodies everywhere they'd been. Those things were not novel sights, not even for their simple goldfish memories. Once at the gas station, I knelt down beside one of 3 steel plates that I knew contained the pipes the delivery trucks used to fill the underground storage tanks. I dragged the plate away and was apathetically pleased to see my imitators remove the plates from the other 2 holes. Inside, a pair of 4-inch pipes looked at me. One was labeled diesel. Sherlock Zed deduced that the fuel I wanted was down there. Of course. I flipped the latch, opened the fuel pipe, and leaned over to peer inside. Motherfucker. I'd hoped, unrealistically, to look down at a pool of diesel fuel. All I saw was a dark hole and a hint of the diesel's reflective surface about 20 feet below. To my right, relatively smart whites were removing the caps on the other pipes. Bored members of my group started to look around. Some started to wander. I sighed. Keeping them together was a chore. I took the garden hose off my shoulder, cut off the brass fittings, and unwound it as I ran the length down into the tank. I hoped that I'd hit resistance when the end of the hose reached the bottom. I further hoped I'd hear a splash as the end dipped into the trove of diesel in the ground beneath my feet. Neither thing happened.
I simply kept pushing the hose until I had only 3 or 4 feet left to shove. I sucked on the end of the hose, hoping to pull the diesel up so I could siphon it into my gas can. I'd never siphoned anything from one container to the next without the use of a pump. I knew how simple it all looked on TV. That should have been a red flag of stupidity for me before I even tried. As it turned out, I gave up when I became too nauseous to continue.
Petroleum fumes and human lungs are not a good mix. It probably goes without saying that I managed to get not one drop of diesel fuel into my can. I rounded up my gang of empty gas can helpers and led them back to the park with the pond. There, I spent a good part of the afternoon lying on a concrete picnic table under a pavilion, waiting for my head to clear and my stomach to settle. As I lay, and as my whites wandered around the pond, chasing the ducks and trying to catch the big catfish that came near the surface, I started to think my situation through. That is, of course, after I considered giving up on my stupid combine plan altogether. And it was stupid. I had to admit that. The problem I had with my inner voice advising me was that it always sounded like the harpy telling me I was a loser and a quitter. A quitter. Fuck her and the asshole she married. So, giving up on even the most stupid of plans was a choice I was hardwired to reject. And that was how that thought process found its end whenever it came up. That left me running thought experiments on how those apparently ingenious farmers were able to get those giant-ass combines up next to the gas pumps to fill them. That led me down the path of thinking how much time they wasted driving those monsters back and forth from field to gas station. I was feeling like a superior prick about what a waste of time that was, until I realized I was looking at the problem in completely the wrong way. I sprang into a sitting position. Duh! A dozen white heads snapped around, eyes glued on me. Shit. Deflect. I turned and looked at an infected woman who was lollygagging near an iron garbage can holder behind me. I held the pose and hoped the other white's attention would pass over me and land on her. I listened for the sound of footsteps coming through the dead, brown grass. As I listened, I couldn't help but notice what a pretty girl the infected woman had been at one time. Impure thoughts came to mind. I shuddered and turned back to look at the whites, whose attention I'd attracted with my utterance. Thankfully, they'd all gone back to whatever they'd been doing before I spoke. I chastised myself silently for the mistake. Getting back to what I was thinking about, I realized the farmers probably had to have some petroleum storage tanks on their property for fueling tractors and such. I got off the table and stretched. My posse of whites was rested and watered, and I had a new idea. I simply had to stop by any farms I saw on the way back to where I'd left the combine parked in the field, and I was bound to find a fuel storage tank. Problem solved. The surprise in all that, it worked. At the second farm I checked, I found a storage tank enclosed within a tin-sided barn. It was built on top of a framework of metal legs, so siphoning was no issue. Gravity did the work. The little trick I played on my posse for the trip back to the combine with the full cans of diesel had me smiling through a good part of the afternoon. I left my can empty, leaving the hard work to the whites. After filling the combine's tank, I had 7 cans left over, some 5-gallon sized and several smaller. I attached those to the side of the combine using some rope I found in the cab. It was time to get into some trouble. The afternoon was drifting into early evening, and I climbed onto the top of the cab of the combine, my watchtower position from before. I was irritated, but not surprised, that 3 of my whites climbed with me, including the shapely female I'd noticed when I was back at the park in town. The cab's roof was plenty big for one person to stand on. With 4, it wasn't crowded, but I didn't appreciate the closeness of my whites. All I'll say about that is the absence of toothpaste and toothbrushes, coupled with the diet of carrion and whatnot,
didn't have a positive effect on oral hygiene. Okay, I'll say two more things. Bathroom habits and showers. Two underappreciated benefits of modern civilization. I was looking to the north, seeing trampled dirt, stomped grasses, piles and smears of human shit, and stragglers, some by themselves and some in groups. It was pretty clear in which direction the horde had gone. I felt hands on my shoulders, rubbing their way down my back. Then they were on my butt. Instinctively, I spun around and pushed. It was the shapely girl from the park. She stumbled back and bumped a white who should have been paying attention. He got knocked off balance and fell over the side. It wasn't an exceedingly long way to the ground from up on top of the combine, maybe 12 or 15 feet. Definitely a survivable height.
But the white wasn't ready for the fall, and when he tumbled, he ended up landing on his head. His body crumpled over on top of him. That got the attention of some of my posse who'd been loitering around the combine after we filled it up with diesel. The fallen guy didn't move. It didn't matter whether he was dead. It was pretty clear to me from the way the others were closing in on him that he was going to be dinner. The shapely girl reached a greedy hand for my genitals. I swatted her away, scowled, and grunted. She stepped back, and I thought about giving her a shove over the edge, but that suddenly seemed cruel, at least for her. Hell, we were practically in a relationship. But she was a beast, a hungry monster in a hot chick wrapper with poor oral hygiene and a body stink that guaranteed any inappropriate temptation wouldn't get far. Still, she had been beautiful once. I climbed down from the combine while my posse started feeding on their dead brother.
I walked 20 or 30 paces out front and gave the cab a long look. All the glass was tinted to near black. I couldn't see inside, which meant the whites couldn't either, so I'd be safe during the day. At night, it might be a different story, with the LCD screen lighting the cab from the inside. There were plenty of floodlights mounted for illuminating crops to be harvested. Maybe with those blinding the whites at night, they might not notice the glass-enclosed cab. When they attacked the big green bug, and they surely would, maybe they'd focus their efforts on the metal parts they could easily reach. That was a shallow hope. I knew they'd eventually come after the glass. I just hoped as my green death machine chewed through the horde, I could find Mark and shred him before I had to abandon my plan and run for my life. Sleep. That's what I was thinking of when I got myself back into the cab and seated in its comfortable seat. I'd skipped one night already.
Could I pull a second? The alternative was to sleep in the cab and let the naked horde get a full day farther ahead of me. Would I run out of fuel before catching up? If that happened, would I then burn another day on refueling only to find myself 2 days behind? Wash, rinse, repeat. Sleep was a luxury I'd have to forego. I needed to suck it up through another long night and try to catch the white fuckers sleeping in a field again. If I could, I might run down thousands before they realized I was something besides a nightmare. And I might catch Mark in whatever comfy, warm place he had lain for the night. I guzzled the Dr. Pepper that I'd left in the cab, and as the caffeine and sugar did their magic, I said, "Fuck it." I clicked on the glow plugs, and a buzz somewhere back in the engine compartment caught the attention of every white in my posse. They stared at the big green bug but made no move to attack. Good for me. When the glow plug indicator light told me the engine was ready, I cranked the starter and the diesel fired right up. A nice surprise in what was turning into a string of victories. The whites around the machine attacked, ineffectively, but still, they were a worry. I needed to get the combine moving. Whether I got any of the spinning machinery working on the harvesting head was a secondary concern. Even with relatively slow movement came a degree of safety. Whites could only chase so far. Or maybe they could. Who cares? I was already committed. I flipped something, not sure what,
and rows of lights illuminated an acre in daylight. Out in the field, whites blinked, shaded their eyes, and looked away. The combine started to roll forward. Ha-ha, motherfuckers! Without trying, I ran over my first white, apparently one too stupid to run away from the coming sunrise of the big green bug. I didn't even feel the body hit the harvesting head.
Dull thumps announced the arrival of whites jumping on the harvester from the sides. That was expected, and was a problem I could do only one thing about: move and harvest. I played with controls both on the console and the joystick. The combine had 4 subsystems, all driven by its powerful diesel: the drive system that kept my green bug rolling, the corn cutters on the harvesting head, which I was trying to get spinning, the thresher that moved the harvested corn from the cutting head and separated the grain from the chaff, and the offloading system which transferred grain out of the bin through the huge pipe on top and into a following truck. It seemed straightforward enough. Grain went into the bin on the back of the harvester, and the chaff flew out the back of the combine. All controlled from the comfy seat in the green bug's cab. Did I say it didn't seem that complicated? If I did, I was lying. Nevertheless, the harvesting blades spun into action. Let the mayhem begin. I accelerated. Damn. The combine lumbered along a lot faster than expected. As I quickly learned, though, I didn't need to chase whites. Those out front were drawn to the noise and lights. They attacked. The first attacker from the front leaped at my combine death machine. I don't know what his goal was, but from where I sat, it looked like he was trying to dive into the spinning saw blades. He disintegrated in a puff of red haze and flying bits of gore that both fascinated and horrified me. Again, my horribly wonderful death beast didn't so much as hiccup as it digested that first brave white. The tenor of the motor changed as chunks of bone and wet muscle flowed up the flume and was sprayed into the storage bin in the back. I flipped a switch and turned on the motor that drove the auger that shunted grain into the boom for offloading grain. I figured if I offloaded the dead whites as they came on board, I'd scatter behind me warm, bite-sized morsels of their tastiness for any infected who might be coming up behind me. Surely, from their perspective, those bits would have to be a more appealing meal than whatever might be hiding inside the giant, noisy monster rolling away. I tried a turn and was surprised by the tight arc of the big green bug's turning radius, and I found the machine aimed back along the meandering path I'd just driven. Illuminated in my acre lights, yeah, my new name for them, a good part of my posse was on their hands and knees in the shredded debris of other whites. Others ran around in aimless loops, apparently overwhelmed with mental inputs and unable to come to a decision on what to do next. Some ran at the combine's noise, lights, and cutting blades. Some watched, maybe too terrorized to move, as the big green sunrise god ate their friends. I pointed my invincible white harvester at the densest bunch of kneeling whites and accelerated. With 12 tons of momentum rolling forward, I spotted touchy-feely girl in my path staring. She was one of the frozen, not reacting. She didn't run away. Neither did she charge. She made no motion with her hands to wave me away, as an unexpected thought occurred to me. Maybe she wasn't a brutal monster. Maybe she was a slow one like Russell, or maybe one even a little smarter than that. Was it possible? After all this time, could any tag-alongs still be alive in a horde of monsters? The blades cut into her ankles. Her face contorted agonizingly for the briefest of seconds before she was eaten by the harvester in a spray of blood and white skin. I leaned over and puked on the floor. The combine scooted along at a pretty decent clip. I couldn't find a speedometer on any of the display screens, so my speed was a guess. Maybe it was a number not important to the harvest. I had information on all kinds of other things: yield, grain to chaff ratio, moisture,
and a whole list of things I didn't understand or give a shit about. A harvest of actual crops was likely never to be in my future. I only had to worry about whites and how best to adjust the various parts of the big green bug to keep it from clogging when I finally found my crop of whites. Unfortunately, the naked horde didn't stick to the roads while traveling. I kept finding myself rolling across fields, only to be deterred by fences or the remnants of fences. I didn't dare run those over. The last thing I wanted was for my cutting blades to be tangled with barbed wire. I continually had to backtrack to find a gate wide enough to get my monster through. Each time I had to find my way back to the horde's path, which was never hard to spot. If a mile-wide glacier had been dragged across the landscape, it might not have looked much worse.
Trees were still standing, but the lower branches were mostly broken away. Nearly all other vegetation was stomped flat. The dirt itself was damp with human waste, spread and tilled by countless running feet. Houses looked like they'd been through a tornado, all glass broken, doors gone. Vehicles didn't usually fare better, though my green bug had gone ignored when the horde had settled in around it for a night. So in spite of keeping a decent speed, I felt like I was making slow progress. At least I was getting practice on running the big green bug over whites, of which there were plenty, all naked, some lone stragglers, some in groups. Altogether, I may have run down hundreds, or I may have killed thousands. Nevertheless, I was getting frustrated. My fuel was down to about a third full. My head tortured me with irritating pains. My joints throbbed. I was tired to the point of dozing behind the combine's controls. And with every mile I rolled, I had less nighttime left.
At dawn, the naked horde would move again. If I didn't catch them before they mobilized, I feared I might never. I turned off the paved road I was following and rode up a dirt road incline, bouncing the big machine over uneven railroad tracks that paralleled the street. Rolling down on the other side, I drove into a field of dried maize about 4 feet tall. The combine cut the plants on the sides of the road and ran them through the green bug's metallic guts. I kept an eye out ahead for a swath where the maize was stomped down. That would mark the path the horde had taken through the field. Heads started popping up above the crops on both sides of the road. Stragglers, or so I figured. I'd been running them down all night. Then I heard something over the sound of the big engine and spinning machinery. More whites came to attention, head and shoulders above the maize. The sound became a scream, 1,000 screams piled on top of each other, 100,000 wails.
Maybe a frightening million, with a howl that made me shudder at the inadequacy of my green bug. The great swath of flat crops I'd been searching for confused me when I saw it, because it undulated with what I thought for a second were waves on a wide river, but materialized into white heads, screaming mouths, and clenching grasps, all converging on me. I'd found the naked horde, and they had found me. The fastest of the whites, fighting to be the first to get their teeth into the owner of acre lights and rumbling diesel, disintegrated in a spray of blood and severed limbs. A red haze fogged the air and tainted it with the stench of ripped intestines and torn stomachs. The combine lurched. I revved the diesel higher, slowed my forward speed, and put more power to the harvesting head with all of its spinning blades and thrashing steel. The sound of bowling balls being dumped down a water slide startled me as vibrations rattled my big green bug. It had to be bony chunks of whites and skulls going through the auger that moved corn into the bin on the back. Blood and flesh flew in all directions as the green bug chewed through the horde. Whites were trying to climb the sides of my green monster, pounding their fists and beating their skulls. They wanted inside, bad. Everything was slick with blood, and the whites slipped off. I felt them, barely, get caught in the tracks and go under the wheels. Racket from the back of the combine grew to a dismaying combination of clangs and groans. The engine strained under the load. Could these fuckers kill my green bug? Did I underestimate them again? Flirting with panic, I fidgeted with my array of controls. Necessary? What was necessary? I slowed some more. Speed was unimportant to me as long as I didn't stop. The only other thing I needed was to keep my cutting blades and thrashers spinning. Clear the head. Use your brain. Calm. The green bug was still inching forward.
Whites were still dying. As brilliant as the Combine's designers were, the thing just hadn't been engineered to harvest a field full of skinny whites. It was trying to thresh grain out of the bony, bloody flesh coming through the system and to offload the goodies out the back. I needed to divert the massive engine's power away from those subsystems, but I was moving too fast over the controls to truly understand them. Some things I could power directly, that was clear. Others seemed only to be controlled through setting power ratios for maximizing crop yields. Damn it. If I couldn't turn off the thresher and offloader, I needed to find the 100% chaff setting. Yeah, that's what I needed. Where the hell was that? The whole combine started to shake, a circumstance that wasn't conceivable until I rolled into the maw of my white nemesis. I maxed the engine output and thought to look out the window, realizing I'd been completely absorbed in the machine's controls, trying desperately to make all of those scary mechanical sounds go away. Whites were fucking everywhere. And what wasn't a white trying to kill me was a part of a white that seconds before had been shredded by the spinning blades on the harvesting head. The shuddering in the green bug intensified, with all the engine power trying to grind its way through so much bone. It swayed, and the attachments to the cutting head flexed. Fuck! How do I turn off the goddamn conveyor dragging the bodies into the thresher? Oil burned somewhere and mixed in with the smell of shit and blood. I toggled a switch. I flipped a button. Behave, you damn green bug! But they still died in numbers I saw, but couldn't dare estimate. Whites on the sides of the green bug had climbed on top of the cab. They went up on some instinct, thinking they'd find the driver of my great beast up there. None had yet figured out the secret of the dark tinted glass. I guess. What the fuck did I know? A great groan preceded a screech of metal, and something big banged deafeningly in my machine. The whole thing jerked hard to the left. If it wasn't for the harvesting head sticking out so far on both sides, I think it would have turned over. Big chunks of metal rang as they banged around in the green bug behind me. Vibrations rattled through everything. An anvil-shattering smash of steel on steel sent another jolt through the combine. Relative silence. Only the sound of the engine rumbled behind me as it revved higher. Something in the threshing system had blown apart, and whatever drive system connected it to the engine was no more. That was my guess. The harvesting blades spun blindingly fast. Amazed that the suffering machine hadn't exploded in the violence behind me, I backed off on the engine power as I tried to save the big green bug's life. For a moment, I was in control and grinding forward through bone and flesh. A line of trees materialized through the haze of red, the edge of the field. I turned in as slow of an arc as I dared. I couldn't surrender my momentum. I couldn't get bogged down. The smell of burning oil was getting stronger. A new worry. Still, my cutting heads shredded, and whites seemed more than willing to attack my monster from the wrong end. I finished my turn and was heading across the field again. Whites beat on my green bug with their puny fists, and only succeeded in making a futile din. My panic evaporated in a swell of confidence. I smiled wickedly at myself and shouted insults through the glass at all the stupid whites who were dying under my creative cruelty. I was Null Spot the Destroyer once again. Bringer of death.
Reaper of white-ass zombie motherfuckers. How many whites was I killing? I tried to do a quick count of the number of whites who could stand shoulder to shoulder in front of my murder beast. I tried to guess how long it took to engulf a row before my blades tore into the next. How many per minute? How many minutes had I been shredding? I knew I'd killed at least 1,000. 10,000? 20? Oh, fucking A, yes. Now where the fuck were Mark and his smart buddies? An explosion jerked my combine and bounced me in my seat. I looked at the wall of steel behind me as though it might reveal something. Still, my beast rolled forward. I discounted the noise as a fluke. 2 more pops shook the beast, and my screen flashed through a series of alerts. An alarm sounded inside the cab. Uh-oh. I looked out across the sea of whites dripping in the blood of their brothers. The beast's smooth roll forward turned into a series of jerks. Not good. So not good. Null Spot started to think he might be in trouble. Black smoke mixed with the blood mist in the air. Burned petroleum stink flowed into the cab. My eyes started to burn. The combine jerked forward in rolling stutter steps that were getting slower and more feeble. However it had happened, my lovely green slaughter beast was on fire. It was dying. I glanced down at a terribly insufficient red fire extinguisher mounted to a part of the window frame in the corner of the cab. Would that keep me safe when the flames boiled into the cab? Recalling all those burned whites I'd seen on the shore of Lake Austin in the days after my gasoline vapor bomb fiasco, I knew one thing more certainly than any other. I wasn't going to stay inside and find out. Whites pounded on the sloping glass of my cab, I guess having given up on every other way to get inside the beast. One was hanging off the edge of the roof and banging his head against the glass. At first it was ineffectual, as his feet were dangling. He had no leverage. Then his toes caught hold, and he put some force into his headbutt. He knocked himself silly, and his eyes rolled back in his head. I wanted to laugh, but a hairline crack reflected a purple light that had just started to glow out of the eastern sky. I reached down for my machete. Fighting my way out was a plan of the stupidest proportions. I had not even the wispiest hope of killing all those crazed whites. Brains over brawn, Null Spot. Don't be a dumbass. Once the glass shattered, I needed to find a way to blend myself into the mob before their half-pint brains linked me with the combine monster. That was my chance, because once they connected me with the green bug, I was dead. It wasn't a plan, but at least it was a goal. I looked through the tinted glass into the face of a white who'd just started beating his head against it. I knew, hoped, he couldn't see me through the dark tint. Nevertheless, he was the first one I was going to kill. He was the focus of my blame. And just fuck it, why not blame him? He leaned his head back and swung it forward. A gout of blood, brain, and bone erupted off the top of his skull. The white fell. Damn! How the hell could a white hit the glass hard enough to rupture his skull? The glass cracked in other places. 2 more whites fell inexplicably away. Whatever they were doing out there wasn't working for them, but it was creating an opportunity for me. If I could swing the door open, just maybe. 3 whites were pushing in on the glass door on the left side of the cab, but the door was designed to swing out. With them out there, I didn't know if I'd be able to get it open and get out fast enough. One of them fell miraculously away. A second jerked and lost his balance. I turned the handle on the door and threw my shoulder into it, smashing into the third. He tumbled into the mob. I stepped onto the platform just outside the door. Outside the cab, the screaming of 100,000 whites was overwhelming.
Blood was everywhere. The mix of smells was overpowering. Whites on the ground below me roared. Connection made. I'd emerged from the machine. That meant I and the machine were one. More importantly, it meant I was food. Shit. I scrambled to climb to the roof of the cab. Hands grabbed at my ankles. 3 small explosions shook the green bug. Big orange flames billowed through thick clouds of black smoke over the grain bin on the back. Heat singed my eyebrows. The whites on the roof of the cab froze, wide-eyed, mesmerized by the flames. None noticed me climbing to join them. My first instinct was to shove each of them off, but I realized instantly what a bad idea that was. They were my camouflage. The whites from the mob below, the ones who had seen me come out of the cab, were clawing their way up behind, not having lost focus on their meal. Then the weirdest thing happened. The 2 closest to the top of the cab sprouted bloody wounds and fell away. Holy shit. Somebody was shooting. I looked around, seeing flames and black of night in one direction, graying light in the other, and a mass of whites under my acre light's illumination out front. Way out across the road that bordered the field, from a silhouetted black structure, fire sparkled out in 3 rapid pinpricks. More whites fell from the side of the cab. Somebody was shooting the whites around me. Why? Didn't matter to me. I needed to get off the combine before I was engulfed in its flames. Only one way to do it quickly. With the whites on the unstable roof still hypnotized by the flames and trying to keep their balance, I spread my arms wide to engulf those nearest, and I rushed forward. One fell into another and feet shuffled for balance, but still I pushed, and off we all went, falling in a mass of elbows and knees, a rain of bodies pouring onto the whites, wailing on the other side of the combine. Chapter 22. One of the few benefits of a virus-infected brain is the attenuation of pain. Sure, I still felt stuff, but lots of things that should have hurt didn't. Falling off the combine into a scrum of whites knocked the wind out of me, but thank God didn't break anything. It all hurt, but only a bit. I can't say how the white felt who'd been unlucky enough to catch my machete blade in his shoulder as I came down on top of him. I jumped to my feet. I felt a little dazed, but had no time to clear my head before making my getaway. I was in a pile of confusion and broken bones that might soon turn ugly. I wrenched my blade out of the white and started to move. The jumble of whites on the ground shifted. One rolled into the backs of my legs and sent me to the ground. Immediately, another white stepped on the side of my head, pushing my face into the dirt. It then stepped on my back as it hurried over. Surrounded by feet and ankles, feeling them kick and step on me, I realized I was in danger of being trampled. I was being trampled. I tried to roll to the side and push myself away from the ground. The weight of thousands of bodies pressing in is something I'd never thought of as a problem when I was a stupid stoner, watching TV on my couch. Seeing heroes and villains swept up in a crowd always seemed like a false dilemma. In my mind, I always thought, yeah, right, I could get out of that, whatever that was. Why not just walk out, I'd ask. Turns out that the press of human weight, pushing down and pushing to the sides, is more than can be resisted. You become a speck of dust in a breeze, with little you can do to affect your circumstances. When the crowd flows, you flow, or you fall. When you fall, you die. At least that's what I extrapolated in short order. Through urgent effort, I managed to pull my short knife out of my boot. I slashed and stabbed. Whites howled, but with so much violence and screaming all around, it went unnoticed. I couldn't tell if any whites I stabbed noticed. At first. Then they started to fall.
I dragged my knife across the Achilles tendon of every ankle I could reach. That, I found, was the quickest way to bring a wight down. And as the wights fell, others tripped on them. Some of them got stomped. Breathing room. That's another expression that gets overused into meaninglessness. In the mass of wights, with the weight of all those bodies pressing together, breathing, yeah, just having the space to expand your chest and take a breath, was hard. In what seemed miraculous by the time I did it, I pulled my feet below me. A couple dozen wights were on the ground around me, half bleeding, half trying to get back to their feet. Some of those were the ones I'd slashed.
A big explosion hit me in the back with a shockwave that knocked me back to my knees and sent a ripple through the mass. I quickly jumped back up. The wights surged forward, and I stabbed the throat of the one in front of me. She went down. I stepped on top of her, stealing the space she'd been in as I reached out and cut the one who'd been behind her. The flames on the combine had grown 4 stories tall by then, casting an orange glow over everything. Wights close to the flames were screaming in pain instead of predatory rage. The mob stopped flowing, but I kept stabbing and slashing my way through. Eventually, the numbers of infected thinned enough that I no longer needed to slash. I walked between wights with an occasional bump and shove, and I had time to stop and look around. I was up the slope of the field I'd been plowing, moving at an angle toward the road. The combine was nearly a mile behind me. It still burned in an enormous pillar of orange fire and black smoke at the center of a sea of wights, all seemingly wanting to get a hand on it. Everywhere, the injured were sprawled in the dirt, getting eaten by their brothers and sisters. Not a bad thing. I gave myself credit for sowing the chaos that had caused those injuries. I wanted to pat myself on the back and congratulate the valiant Null Spot. He was victorious again, and he probably should have turned back to scan the naked horde for some sign of the smart ones and Mark. They were probably holed up in some farmhouse near the center. But he was bruised and feeling lucky to still be breathing. Some brushes with death come at a steep price. I worked my way toward the road because it looked relatively clear. Plenty of wights were in the ditches on both sides. Hardly a spot existed in the field where I couldn't reach out and touch one, or be pressed in on all sides by them. The absence of them on the road gave me pause to wonder whether they had an aversion to asphalt that I hadn't noticed before. Perhaps it was a new phobia. Maybe one walked off the pavement chasing a toad and the rest didn't have the good sense not to imitate. You never know with wights. Down the road and across the field where I'd done my work stood a collection of buildings that could have been 100 years old. A big farmhouse with steep roof lines and dormer windows had a porch that wrapped all the way around the first floor. Near it stood some barns, sheds, a chicken coop made out of discarded pallets, and a couple of smaller houses in various states of repair. The house was full of wights, going in and out through the doors and poking their heads through broken windows. The story was the same with the barns and sheds. Wights can be curious fuckers. One barn stood taller than the 2-story house and was covered in a roof of rust-colored sheet metal, most of it still in place. I didn't know where those muzzle flashes came from, but my guess, my hope, was from up in that barn. Up there, the sniper could probably hide. If he'd been shooting from the house, I suspected he was already dead. Or maybe she. You never know. Nevertheless, I figured I owed the shooter a favor. I wasn't ready to admit to myself that he'd saved my life when I was in the cab of the combine, but he had eased my escape. I made my way toward the barn. While the green bug burned, and I worked my way out of the mob and down the road, the sky had squeezed itself full of fat gray clouds and pushed beneath them a cold wind from the northwest. Weatherman Zed deduced that it was going to rain before the morning was out. A logical leap from there told me I'd be better off inside than out when those cold rains came.
Except for my boots and a crusty layer of dirt and gore on my skin, I was still naked. I walked onto the farmer's gravel driveway and gave the structures one more look.
The barn was still my best guess for a place to snipe and hide. If it looked that way to me, it probably looked that way to the shooter. A wretched tree grew out of one corner of the barn. It probably should have been cut down 30 or 50 years ago, before it had had the chance to merge with the barn's framework. Now some of its twiggy fingers reached higher than the barn's tall peak, while others grew up through gaps where wind had peeled sheets of tin off the roof. Down one side of the barn were doorless stalls, between supports that looked to have been tree trunks as big around as my leg, cut to the right height. Two were bowed by weather and age. One leaned so far that it appeared to hang from, rather than support, the beam above. Only one of the poles stood straight. In one of the stalls sat a tractor so old that the tires were half eaten away, and most of the metal was reddish-brown rust.
Farm tools, pieces of old plows, wheels, troughs, and all manner of metal, trash and weeds covered the floors of the other stalls. The barn's walls were mostly sheets of tin and aged grey boards. Holes in the tin had been patched with what looked like chewing gum and aluminium foil. Except for that one post in the stalls, nothing on the old structure stood at a right angle to anything. It looked like the next high wind might blow the whole thing down. But I knew better, even as I had that thought. I'd seen plenty of old barns, sheds, and houses on my excursion out of town. How the rotting things remained upright was a mystery that I'd have indulged a good deal of thoughtful curiosity on, but I had more pressing matters at hand. I looked in through the open door on the front and saw a dozen wights already inside. Half of those were rummaging through decaying cardboard boxes and shelves of dusty old jugs, bottles, and cans.
The barn must have been used for storing what the owner thought of as antiques in the process of aging themselves into value. A wide loft ran around the second level and was stacked with as much junk as the bottom floor. One side sagged badly and looked ready to collapse. Above the loft was a flat ceiling, odd for a barn. In the ceiling, a flat door gave a clue that an attic existed above. On the loft level just below the door, 3 wights were standing looking up. A fourth was up there looking around and letting his gaze settle on different objects in the farmer's vast collection. He seemed to evaluate each and then look back up at the doorway in the ceiling. I didn't know if he was a smart one, but I knew some half-baked thoughts were squirrel chasing around in his hairless head. If any of those thoughts bore fruit, things would go badly for the shooter, whom I now decided had to be hiding in the attic.
The chilly wind gusted outside, sending dirt and dry leaves flying through gaps in the wallboards. Joints creaked, walls shuddered, and somewhere high above, a sheet of tin flapped against the roof beams. I waded through corroding scraps and around a pile of junk to get to a staircase built into one of the walls. A few wights walked cautiously into the barn through the wide front doors. The wind outside gusted again. Thunder rolled in the distance. I climbed the stairs, careful to test each board before putting my weight on it. At the second floor, I avoided the sagging side of the loft and walked the long way around to take up a place by the 4 wights whose fascination with the attic had turned into action. The one I'd picked out as the smartest of the group was picking up boxes and stacking them beneath the door in the ceiling. The 3 less intelligent wights joined the effort, and a pyramid-shaped pile quickly grew.
Seeing an opportunity for a quick solution to a problem, I joined the wights.
I searched for items nearby that looked sturdy enough to support the weight of what might be piled on top of them, but too frail for much more. I found a box of old vinyl records. It was heavy, but the cardboard was disintegrating. It took some effort to pick it up and keep it intact, though it is worth mentioning that every two-handed job was awkward, given that I had no intention of setting my machete aside while I worked. I got the record box onto the pile and went back to the mounds of junk to look for more. I found a gas can, so rusty that I was able to poke a finger through the metal on the side and create new holes. That wouldn't support much weight. I added it to the pile, and, just like the box of records, I put it on the same side, the side facing the edge of the loft. Chapter 24. Fat raindrops tapped on the barn's tin roof. More whites found their way inside through the wide open door.
Some turned enchanted eyes at the pseudo-antiques that lay in every direction. Others turned back to the open doorway, warily watching the clouds bring in the storm. Up in the loft, the pile of boxes had reached a height that satisfied the semi-smart one who'd put himself in charge. The other three, infected worker bees, with us, became distracted with the influx of rain refugees downstairs, and the head guy smacked a couple of them in the head to refocus their attention. When he looked at me with a raised hand, I drilled him with a look that dared him to slap. He glanced at my machete, and he turned away. Perhaps that was a rule in the social structure of the naked horde. The guy with the biggest knife is the boss. The smart white mounted the first level of boxes at the base of the pyramid we'd built, and looked at the four of us to be sure we understood what was to come next. Imitation time. One of the other whites jumped up beside him.
The head guy stepped higher, and the last two whites figured it out. They climbed onto the pyramid. The head white, full of expectations, looked at me and waited for me to join in. I climbed onto a sturdy metal thing on the lowest level of the pyramid, but on the opposite side of the loft railing. The others took that as a cue to race to the top of the rickety construct. When the smart one was just reaching his hand up to the doorway through the floor above us, and the others were shouldering each other to be the first to follow him through, I pushed on a big box two of them were standing on. The pyramid swayed. A white grunted, surprised. The guy at the top looked down and spat an angry sound at me. I pushed with all my strength. Rusty metal on the other side of the pile crunched. Boxes crumbled and the pyramid of dusty antiques fell onto the railing. A white fell with a scream, hitting the rail and spinning down to the barn floor. The loft railing held the weight of the leaning pyramid for a moment, giving me just enough time to jump off the box I was on. The old wood creaked and gave way. Most of the pile and the other three whites went over the side with a crash of wood, metal, glass, and screams. A billow of dust and straw flew into the air, filling the barn and making everyone cough. I stepped close to the edge of the loft and looked down at my handiwork. Junk and jumble. Bodies and blood. Whites moved and groaned. Maybe a dozen were off their feet. At least half of those wouldn't be getting back up. Already, the uninjured whites on the perimeter were eyeing their downed comrades. I didn't need to see any more of that sort of thing. I turned away. The rain on the roof grew into a steady pounding of big drops that drowned the sounds of dying growing from below. I looked back up at the doorway into the attic. If I was going to get up there, it was time to figure out how. The tree growing up through the corner of the barn looked to be the easiest way up, with caveats, of course. The loft sagged the most on that side. The wood all around that corner looked to be the most rotted, because rain came in so easily through holes in the roof above, where sheets of tin were missing. So, as long as I didn't fall through the floor with a mound of rusty shit, it looked easy. I scanned the second floor for another way. Besides the door above me, a door visible to every white in the barn, hence bad news for anyone upstairs if the whites saw me go through it. The tree in the rotted corner of the barn was the only way. So, screw it. Across the creaky, sagging boards I went, testing the strength of each before I put my full weight on it, hoping the floor's groans would be masked from the whites below by the noise of the heavy rain. I came to a point where an exceptionally large mound of junk blocked my way.
I had to climb over, taking care not to let any piece of jagged, rusty metal cut my legs. It was slow going. When I reached the other side, the rain outside had all but ceased, and I cursed myself for not having made the transit across the loft more quickly. I was hoping the heavy rainfall would hide me from view outside the barn when I started my climb through the tree's branches. Given that the tree was partially in and out of the barn, whites outside had the ability to see me, and any adventurous ones could follow. I stepped onto a fat limb, reached outside the barn through missing boards, and grabbed a wet branch to pull myself up. Fat drops of rain started to fall again. Before I could thank my luck, a howling wind drove the drops sideways and brought more sheets of rain with it. I scrambled out through the gaps in the wall and dragged myself onto a tree limb. I didn't waste time to look around to see who might be watching. The rain was so heavy that I could see little besides gray and ill-defined shapes. With my machete still in hand, where else was I going to carry it, being naked and all, I awkwardly climbed. I didn't have to go far, just up 3 or 4 thick branches, until I was able to lean over and reach the edge of a hole where a large sheet of tin had blown off the roof. I peeked inside and didn't see anything except more hoarded trash and dark shadows. I whispered as loud as I dared, "I'm coming in. I'm not one of them. Don't shoot." A shadow with a rifle at his shoulder stood up from behind a mound of refuse. In a familiar voice it said, "Null Spot the Farmer, dumb as a pumpkin, annoyer of zombies." Hello, Murphy. Chapter 25. By the time I woke, the rain had blown past, leaving a blustery blanket of gray cold in the sky. The last stragglers of the naked horde were slowly flowing north, following the path of the main body. The barn below us had cleared out, as did the neighboring farmhouse. Or so we guessed. It looked empty. Peeking out of the barn between a gap in 2 warped boards, Murphy softly said,
"I think it's safe to talk now." I rubbed the crusty bits out of my eyes. "Thanks for letting me sleep." "You had a long couple of nights." Looking around the attic, I said, "I can keep watch if you need to pass out for a while." "I'm good." Murphy stood up, stretched, and walked over to look out through a gap to see a different side of the barn. "How many do you think you killed with the combine?" Feeling proud about the numbers, and a little bit sickened by the parade of carnage, I said, "I don't know. Seemed like thousands." "Maybe." He pointed through the gap between the boards. "Lots of bones out there in the field. I'm guessing you didn't get Mark." "No." I told him about the house where I thought they were holed up the first night.
I thought maybe if I chased the horde with the combine, I'd disrupt things enough that I could get to the smart ones wherever they were hiding.
It was one of those things that became true in retrospect. It fit the facts closely enough. "You hungry?" Murphy came over and sat down beside me. "Yeah, I think all I've had to eat over the last few days are some Dr. Peppers I found in the cab of the combine, and some jerky." The memory of Moe's stench came back to me, and I shuddered. Some corpses smell worse than others. Murphy dug a couple of candy bars out of his bag. "Start with those." He handed me a bottle of water. "Thanks for following," I said. "Thanks for keeping an eye on me." Busying himself with something inside his backpack, he said, "You need to find a way to work through your shit, man. What you're doing isn't healthy for you. I mean, you don't think your luck is going to hold out forever, do you?" Yeah, I wanted to think that. At the same time, I didn't feel lucky at all, but skillful. I was a quick, decisive thinker. I kept a cool head most of the time. I did the things that had to be done when they had to be done, no matter how gruesome and cruel. Maybe that made me a little bit special. I just need to kill Mark.
And that's going to make it all better? Better enough. I'd already sold myself on that lie. I wasn't going to back away from it. Murphy pulled another candy bar out of his bag. I'm saving the canned soup for supper. I stuffed a big bite into my mouth and chewed on the stiff caramel. It's not all that different than Pop-Tarts, when you think about it. Mostly sugar and fat. Whatever it is, you need all you can get, said Murphy. I don't want you turning into a skeleton again. Now, let's get down to business. Do you have a plan to kill Mark? Because what you're doing so far isn't working. Yeah, I laughed. I'm kind of making it up as I go along. No shit.
I hadn't guessed that. Ignoring the sarcasm, I said, the smart ones that run the show keep mostly to the center of the horde. They post guards at night. They've probably got some loose command structure with smart ones scattered all through the horde. Getting to them is going to be hard. You think maybe when they're on the move, you could just sort of tag along with the horde and walk right up? Murphy waved a hand at me. You do look like one of them. Yeah, I agreed. Maybe that'll work. Maybe if I can shadow the leadership for a while, hiding in plain sight among the stupid ones, I can pick off Mark when he goes off to take a dump or something. Could work. The things that worry me are these. I pointed at my boots and hefted my machete. All the whites in the horde go naked, completely naked. I'm sure by now they've got the calluses on their feet to make that work for them. I don't, so trying to keep up with them barefoot is a plan that won't work. Eventually my boots will give me away. Then there's the machete. They see knives as a status symbol or intelligence badge. The ones with knives tend to be in charge of the stupider ones. If I wander around shadowing the leadership with my machete in hand and don't have a band of whites in tow, that might look suspicious too. You could gather up a posse again, like you did when you filled the combine with diesel, Murphy suggested. So you pretty much followed me the entire time? I asked. Yup, answered Murphy. Why? Are you complaining? No. I was a little offended. I didn't need a babysitter. I guess not. We finished our afternoon breakfast in silence and were preparing ourselves to leave the barn when Murphy said, I've got a null spot idea. I'm listening. I'm regretting telling you already, but it might help us with two of our problems simultaneously. And the more I think about it, the more I like it. You've got my attention. We're all in agreement that the survivor army is probably based up at Fort Hood, right? Shrugging, I nodded. I turned and walked over to the door in the floor, the one the whites had been building a pyramid of boxes to get through. Pointing at one wall, Murphy said, The ladder's over there. I pulled it up behind me. I opened the floor door and looked around in the barn below. Murphy fetched the ladder. He said, How far do you think Fort Hood is from here? 50, 60 miles, I guess? How far do you think the naked horde moves in a day? I sat down on the edge of the hole in the floor, dangling my feet. I don't know. I suppose if they wanted to, they could go 50 or 60 miles in a day, if that's what you're thinking. But I'd guess 10 or 20, depending on what kinds of food or distractions they find along the way. What if we wanted to lead the horde to Fort Hood? Murphy asked. Finally understanding what he was getting at, I said, You mean lead them there and let them fight it out with the survivor army? Dude, that's a genius idea. There's no downside, and it at least partially solves those two problems we're going to have if our plan is to go live happily ever after in College Station. Murphy chuckled. I don't know about happily ever after, but maybe for a while. Doesn't matter, I guess, but with the survivor army and the naked horde around, whatever is going on at College Station isn't going to last. Once one of these bunches gets there, it's all over. Exactly, confirmed Murphy. The question is, how do we lead the horde to Fort Hood? Don't know.
"While we're thinking about it," he said, "I think we maybe drive for a while, get out in front of where your buddies are headed, and wait for 'em." "Bad idea." "Maybe in the city," Murphy disagreed. "Out here you can drive away when you see 'em. I know where a truck is." "Whatever." Chapter 26. In the distance, along a barbed wire fence, a group of stragglers nestled under some trees. Farther away, a line of them walked toward an unknown destination, not in the direction the whole horde left in. In ones and twos, others strode aimlessly as though, in having become detached from the main group, they'd lost their way altogether. I wondered if those solitary stragglers were the docile, stupid ones in need of close supervision. We were outside, standing against the rear wall of the barn, when Murphy pointed east. "That truck I told you about.
It's a couple of miles that way.
And it'll start?" I asked, skeptical and looking for an excuse to unwind our tacit agreement. "I told you, man," Murphy shook his head. "I got inside, the keys were in there, the back seat was loaded up with stuff like the dude was gonna go somewhere but never left." "You said you turned it on." "No," Murphy frowned. "I said I turned the key and the dash lights came on and the fuel gauge said the tank was full. I didn't start the engine." "So the battery could be nearly dead," I said. "It might not have enough of a charge to crank the starter." "Is that what happened when you started up the engine on the harvester?" Murphy shot back. I shook my head. "You got a better idea then?" Murphy stepped away from the corner of the barn and looked around. "You see another combine sitting around, maybe?" "Be cool, dude." One of us needed to say it. We were both tense and grouchy from not enough sleep.
I'm just trying to understand what we're dealing with.
"It doesn't matter," said Murphy with a sudden grin. "Just because we're planning on going over to find that truck doesn't mean something won't go wrong along the way. Hell, the truck probably won't even be there anymore." That was the irony of the little tiff we were cultivating. I laughed darkly. "You know what I'm talking about, right?" I nodded. I did indeed. The virus had a way of finding its way into every plan and ruining it. "It's cold as your mama's titties out here," Murphy exaggerated a shiver. "And?" I asked, trying to recall how much I'd told Murphy about the harpy. "And we need to get you some clothes," said Murphy. "I'm tired of seeing your dong hanging out every time I look at you." Murphy took off at a jog toward a line of trees and bushes across a trampled field behind the house. I followed. He looked over his shoulder at me. "You're going to get frostbite if it gets any colder." We were maybe halfway across the field when the clack of wood on wood startled me. I turned to see a screen door on the farmhouse swinging open. Whites were shouldering their way through. One was already off the porch and running across the muddy ground toward us, or toward Murphy since he was dressed and carrying a rifle, clearly a human of the tasty variety. I swung my machete through the air as though I was chasing Murphy. Sometimes plans come together just that quickly. "Make for the trees," I said. "I'll lag back." "What?" "Do it," I ordered. I cocked my head at the coming whites. "I'll handle these guys when they run past me. When you get to the trees, get ready to shoot just in case." Murphy sprinted away as I slowed, growing a gap between us. That was needed. The whites had likely already seen us in close proximity. Some of them might already have made the connection between Murphy and me. I needed to change that.
My little plan depended on me selling my identity as a member of the naked horde. I exaggerated my machete swings and grunted an angry monkey sound. Hopefully that would do it. I swung my machete a few more times as I looked over my shoulder. Maybe 10 or 11 whites were out of the house and coming our way. I changed course a tad, wanting to be out of the direct line of the whites chasing Murphy just to be safe. If they were focused on him, my hastily conceived plan would work. If they were after me, then I needed some extra space and a whole lot of luck. As fast as they were coming, I couldn't kill all 10 before they overwhelmed me.
I slowed a bit more and looked around, knowing from experience I was focused too keenly on the most prominent threat. Too often, other dangers lurked unseen, ready to kill. Other whites were pretty far away, but none was coming toward us. Yet. If any of those coming out of the house started their screaming, as they often did when they were on the chase, every infected golf ball head within earshot would come. Everybody knows what the dinner bell sounds like. The first of the whites passed to my right, with only a glance in my direction. Good. 2 more whites ran by, and I picked up my pace. Timing it just right, I fell in at the end of the group of running whites, spaced out over 30 or so yards. The female in the rear shot a glance over her shoulder. I was of no interest to her. We were both infected and naked, obviously the slow ones. I hacked her across the back of her knee, not at all interested in expending the effort to attempt a cut through her leg. That wasn't going to happen anyway. I was a skinny, infected monster, awkwardly swinging a nicked-up machete, not a samurai with a razor-edged katana. Her knee bent in a painful direction, and she tumbled, hollering something.
A female white just ahead of us looked back at her fallen sister, slowing as she did. Maybe she was going through the mental process of deciding if the menu had just expanded. To her misfortune, she wasn't paying me any attention. I ran by, cutting across the back of her knee as well. She fell, far from dead, but not getting up. 2 down with ease. I was learning to take pride in the simple pleasures. 2 big guys were running side by side ahead of me, oblivious to what was going on behind them. I sped up to get within machete range. Our target, Murphy, disappeared into the bushes at the edge of the field, and the whites ahead of me wailed a familiar, frustrated scream. Damn. Without looking, I knew that noise caught the attention of any whites still around. I swung my machete and caught one of the big guys on the calf. He stumbled. His buddy slowed and glared at me with bared teeth as I ran by. The uninjured white knew who to blame for what had just happened. He lunged toward me while raising his hands to attack. I dug my heels into the soft ground, trying to stop in the shortest space of feet and seconds. I raised my machete and aimed it at the guy's throat. The white didn't react fast enough. It probably never occurred to him I'd do anything but keep running. The white's momentum drove my machete through his neck. He went limp, and I rolled to my right as his dead weight tumbled through the spot of dirt I'd just vacated. Covered in smears of mud and leaves, I bounced back to my feet and ran to catch up with the next of my victims. 3 muzzle flashes from the hedge along the fence told me exactly where Murphy was. The 3 whites farthest ahead of me fell, 1 wounded, 2 dead, or getting that way pretty quickly, from wounds to their heads. Damn, Murphy was a good shot. The other whites slowed. The taste of blood was in the air. Warm meat had just fallen at their feet. While they were thinking about what to do, I killed 2 of them. Murphy shot the other 2. Wearing a grin, I ran on toward the trees. As gruesome as it was, we'd just won another round. "Hurry!" Murphy shouted. He wasn't feeling the victory at all, and that changed my mood instantly. I looked back and heard the sound of stampeding feet. A quarter-mile away, coming over a rise, 300 or 400 whites were running. They were coming right at us. "What the hell?" The words fell out of Murphy's mouth as he stood beside a tree watching. I bulled through the thick bushes, grabbed a fence post, and vaulted over the barbed wire. I looked back at the bunch of whites coming our way. I pointed at the whites we'd just killed. I don't know if it was their yapping or what, but that bunch is coming this way, and you can bet your ass there are a couple of smart ones in there. Climbing quickly over to my side of the fence, Murphy asked, "What makes you think that?" Because that's the worst-case scenario." I looked over my shoulder to make sure another mob wasn't coming from behind us.
That would have been really worst case. Still, a sorghum field stretched off for Christ, it was a long-ass way. Out here in the country with seemingly endless fields, the distances, I was learning, were deceptive. That tree line way over there on the other side of the field wasn't a couple 100 yards away, though that's what my city-born intuition told me, because nothing I was used to seeing in the city was ever very far. The tree line was a quarter or a half or even 3/4 of a mile distant. It was plenty far that if Murphy and I sprinted for the other side, it would be a damn near wasted effort, because whites would be coming through these trees and over this fence a long time before we got to the other side of the field.
They'd see us out there in the knee-high stalks of cut sorghum, and they'd chase us, Murphy specifically, because he was dressed and armed like a normal human. And everybody with virus-bleached skin knew normal humans tasted best of all. I pointed down the fence we were standing beside. It cut a line perpendicular to the path the mob of whites was taking toward us. Let's go that way. We need to stay close to the bushes and trees, so that once the whites get here, we can jump back in and hide. If they see us in the open... Murphy was already running. Come on, Professor. I don't need the explanation. This isn't my first day on the job. I ran after him, full speed and not sustainable, but we didn't care. We'd be able to catch our breaths in a moment when we were sneaking along at a much slower speed through the bushes and trees. Right now, we needed distance. We'd gone maybe a few 100 yards when Murphy jumped off the dirt path we'd been following at the edge of the cultivated field and dove into the bushes. I was right behind him. Before I got myself turned around, he'd already put a boot onto a low tree branch and pulled himself up for a better view. "What do you see?" I whispered, as I leaned out from the bushes to look down our side of the hedgerow. Whites were pouring over the fence in the spot we'd left seconds before and were fanning out into the sorghum field. A gust of wind rustled the dry brown leaves and startled me as my brain told me it was the sound of whites coming through the crops behind me. It wasn't, but God, I was jumpy. I was in adrenaline junkie, haul-ass, shoot-some-motherfuckers mode. "Come on," said Murphy, letting himself down from the tree. "Stay close. Don't let him see you." "Yes, Professor." I grinned as I followed. He smiled widely, and his eyes looked a little bit crazy. His adrenaline was running hot, too. Junkies for the thrill. Staying in the bushes and behind the trees that grew thickly on both sides of the fence made for slow going. It took us an unsettlingly long while to get to the corner of the field, our momentary salvation. That gave us 3 directions to move in while staying close enough to a hedgerow to use it for cover. When we stopped, Murphy and I both climbed a tree just high enough to get a view over the scrubby bushes and between the mostly bare branches of the other trees along the fence. The whites who'd gone into the sorghum field were still spreading out, regularly spaced, staring at the dirt and shuffling slowly. 2 whites among them stood out for the fact that they didn't appear to be searching, but cajoling the others to work in certain patterns. Those 2 were smart ones. Not only that, but they weren't casually trying to find a meal. Their search had more purpose, maybe a guess, and they were employing a process. On the other side of the fence, a smart one was busy kicking, punching, and herding other whites who'd taken an interest in feeding on the infected Murphy and I had slain. Whites liked an easy meal. A second smart one on that side of the fence was working more whites along the hedgerow, searching for us there. "This doesn't look right to me," said Murphy. No. I was past understatement, past process, and was on to motive. "I think they're looking for me." "For you?" Murphy laughed and sarcastically added, "You are the special one." "That's not what I mean." I climbed down from the tree. Obviously, that's not the whole naked horde. Murphy jumped to the ground, turning to look at an empty field behind us. And? I wonder if the smart ones who run that naked horde left some of their boys to look for me after what happened last night. They have to be smart enough to know that somebody was driving that combine. They lost a lot of their minimum wage help, and I'll bet they're pissed about it. Not so many they'll notice, Murphy disagreed. I pointed down the hedgerow in the direction from where we'd just come. I think they did notice. I think these guys are their revenge. Fine, you're right. More sarcasm. Murphy looked back and forth, leaning over as he did, so he could see between branches into the neighboring field. Which way, Professor? I pointed. If we go that way, then we'll be moving back in the direction those whites were coming from. I don't think any of them are smart enough to think we'd run that way. I pointed the other way. I think they'll likely keep searching in the last direction they saw us moving in. Except that some are coming this way down the fence. Murphy's nervousness was clear in his fidgeting. He wanted to stop talking and get moving. I huffed and pointed again in the direction of my choice. That's our best bet, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Murphy shrugged, took a deep breath, and grinned. Why don't you just admit it's all a guess, and any direction is as good as any other? Let's stop talking and get a move on. I rolled my eyes, pursed my lips, pushed through some bushes, and hopped the fence. I'd made my choice, even if Murphy thought it was an unfounded guess. With no whites able to see us for the moment, we ran at full speed. We only needed to cross a few hundred yards to reach the next fence line. Because trees and bushes grew up through most fences, they acted as barriers, limiting from how far away we could be spotted. At least where the fields were relatively small. Not all of them were. Once over the next fence, we stopped to breathe and, unfortunately, reevaluate. We were at a road. Across the potholed asphalt, a field spread flat for miles in all directions. To our right and down the road a little was the barn we'd just left, and the combine still smoldering, black trickles of smoke into the air. Roughly to our rear and probably to our left, the band of whites was searching for us. How many rounds you got left? I asked. Murphy patted the magazines on his Molly vest. These two and what I've got in the rifle. Shit. 70 or 80 rounds. All I had were my machete and knife. A white made a long, undulating wail from back along the fence line we'd just come down. Murphy and I shared a look. We both knew that wail meant nothing but bad news. I pushed my face back through the bushes to look. Near the far corner of the field we'd just crossed, a white was standing with his face to the sky, shrieking at the clouds. Kneeling beside him and staring up the dirt while he touched it with his fingers was another white. Shit, they're tracking us. I pulled my head back through the bushes. No way. Murphy peeked through. Damn it, he said, as he jumped through the bushes. Let's go. He leapt over a ditch and onto the asphalt. They're coming. I ran after Murphy. More infected voices howled behind us. And then, like nighttime dogs frightening one another with barks spreading through a neighborhood, hundreds of whites screamed. At least we knew in which directions not to run. You hear that? Murphy panted. We were running through another field of knee-high sorghum stalks, and I was trying to gin up an idea to get us out of a mess that looked to be escalating past our ability to handle it. You hear that? Murphy persisted. I looked back the way we'd come. Yeah, of course I do. No, Murphy pointed. I think more are over there. No, I looked. I didn't see anything but another fence with the shrubs and trees growing through it. I listened. More whites were over there. They weren't as close as those we were running from. If they came through that tree line, though, we were in trouble. Murphy veered away from the new band of screamers while he sped up. It was a long, long way to the next bit of useless cover. A collection of oil pumps, piping, and rusty tanks. A place great for hiding if no one saw you go in. That wasn't a luxury we had. Whites were already on the road behind us. Their screaming made it clear we had already been seen. Trees! I pointed as we ran.
A band of green and gray stretched across the horizon. Why did they have to find us in the flattest part of the whole damn state? Because that's just the way being fucked works. I kept that to myself. I didn't have the breath to spare. Whites were behind us. More were crossing the expansive flat field off to our left, but moving on a parallel course. Way back and toward our right, a mob of several hundred was coming. "We may," I panted, "need some luck on this one. If things," Murphy gulped a big breath, "go bad," another breath. "Same as before." He looked at me. "Fall back with them." "No way we can kill them all," I pieced together between rapid breaths. "You'll have a chance that way," Murphy argued. "I should have gone naked like your dumbass." "We're in this together," I told him. Mighty Murphy and the valiant Null Spot. Chapter 28. Despite the benefit of general painlessness, a gift from the virus, we passed the dormant oil well, feeling the strain of running so far so fast. The chasing whites were stringing out behind us, faster ones in front, slower falling behind. Some jogged off in the wrong direction. A few stopped and stared. Some stayed on task, chasing Murphy and me, and gained ground. It had to be quite a job for the smart ones in those bands to keep their minions on task. Infected brains seemed unable to hold a thought in the center of attention for long. Bad for them, good for us. Maybe if we ran far enough, that attrition rate would winnow down the number of chasers to a quantity we could successfully kill. Yeah, right. I find it helps to lie to myself in hopeless situations. It keeps me trying, and it keeps me thinking. And I knew that if I did enough trying and thinking, I tended to still be alive when opportunities arose. So far. The line of trees we'd seen on the horizon when we'd started racing across this particular giant flat field was now close enough for me to see that it was a line of tall trees and greenery, not straight along a fence, but snaking from south to north across our path. It had to be a creek or a river, with dense foliage and steep banks towering above a deep, rocky bed, with a shallow sputter of water running through. That's what most of them looked like through the farm country. I glanced back to measure the distance of our nearest pursuers. Some were scarily close. We weren't going to get caught in the open, but were going to make it to the creek. Was I lying to myself? Who the fuck knows? Things had gotten pretty grim, but I was still breathing. I was still on my feet. I had a pair of boots and a utilitarian machete with which I'd killed more whites than I could count, and Murphy still had a decent load of ammunition. One way or another, we were getting to that damn creek. Whether that would give us enough of an advantage to leverage into an escape remained to be seen. But it was hope, and hope can keep your feet moving no matter how much your body tells you to succumb to exhaustion and give up. "You gonna make it?" I asked. Murphy didn't spare a breath for an answer. He nodded as he glanced over his shoulder. We passed out of the chopped sorghum, knee-high obstacles that had been slowing us for what seemed like a marathon of miles. With the resistance of having to push my feet through the dried stalks suddenly gone, I felt like I could run forever. We bounded over a narrow dirt road and into a smaller field of nothing but scattered weeds growing in deep furrows that had been tilled but never planted. And of course, all the damn furrows were running across our path. I immediately stumbled because of a bad landing, but I kept my feet under me and continued running. "You okay?" Murphy asked. "The ground," I answered, watching it closely now to make sure my feet landed on the top edges of each furrow. It made for an awkward gait, trying to measure my paces by the regularly spaced ridges of dirt. Murphy was doing the same, but moving faster. The ridges between the furrows seemed better spaced for his natural stride. He looked over at me and eased off his pace. "Don't!" I hollered. "No martyrs!" Murphy scolded. "Damn it!"
I shouted. "Just get there!" I gulped a big breath. "Catch your breath." More air. "You'll shoot better if you're not gasping." Murphy didn't speed up. "Go!" I ordered. "They won't catch me." Murphy's burst of speed immediately created a widening gap between us. Damn, I didn't know he was so fast. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Damn, again.
3 sprinters weren't 50 yards behind me. My foot landed badly and I went down, rolling and scrambling to my feet as I cursed myself for the mistake. Still, I looked again at my chasers as I got myself moving again. Maybe I wouldn't make it. A pack of 3 were well ahead of the rest of the whites, who were spread out in a line behind, 1 or 2 every 10 to 20 yards back, until their numbers grew into a running mob of so many whites, it wasn't worth guessing a number. Murphy was already more than halfway from where I was to the trees, which were looming large. Just as my foot landed, I chanced another glance back. I had some fractions of a second to spare. The 3 sprinters would never catch Murphy, but they were going to catch me. Another glance back confirmed that. It was time to make a choice between 2 crappy options. I could hope that my machete, boots, and choice to run beside Murphy all that way hadn't marked me in the whites' minds as a target. If I wasn't marked, I could let them pass and dispatch them as easily as I'd cut the legs out from the whites who'd chased us away from the barn earlier. I didn't have any faith in that choice. My alternative was to slow down and try something else. That appealed to me most. Whether through logic or fatigue, I couldn't swear to know, but I told myself it was logic. I started taking efficient, slow leaps from furrow to furrow. My breaths instantly felt fulfilling rather than insufficient. Sweat still poured off my skin, even though a chill flew on the wind. I thought through what I was going to do. I went through it again. Mental preparation, intellect, and imagination were my main advantages over the infected. The sound of rapid breathing came up behind me. I glanced back to get the timing right. A few more steps, slower and slower. I leapt with both feet, planted my heels in the bottom of a furrow, covered my head with my arms, and pulled my body into a tight ball. The whites tumbled over me in a flurry of elbows, knees, and grunts. Knocked to the side, I caught my balance and jumped to my feet, swinging my machete at any body part I could reach. An ankle took a gash. A wrist spewed a fountain of red. I wasn't going for lethal cuts. I'd only bought seconds to slow the 3 fast bastards down. More whites were coming on quickly. Bleeders were on the ground with brilliant red, stark and tempting on their white skin. That might give my other pursuers pause, but not me. My work was done. Successfully. Ha! Bitches. I stepped into a run as a hand grabbed my ankle. My face hit the dirt as a mouthful of it mixed with the breath I was gasping for. The ankle grabber, probably thinking he had me, was crawling on his knees and chortling through snapping teeth when I rolled over and cut a chunk of his skull away. Blood exploded into the brisk wind. Running whites howled. I rolled over, bounced up, and sprinted for the trees. Chapter 29.
Murphy was out of sight. Good. I ran for the spot in the trees where he'd disappeared. A white wasn't a dozen steps behind and coming fast. I angled toward a break in the foliage, where the ground fell away, eroded by the creek. A muzzle flash gave away Murphy's position. The white behind me tumbled over the muddy furrows. I looked back as another white's chest splattered red. Yet another group of 4 was nearly 100 yards back. They were the nearest. Without slowing, I took a chance and jumped from a full-speed run into the gap in the foliage, with no idea how far I'd fall before hitting the ground below the ledge. Branches scraped and cut, twigs snapped and leaves rattled. It seemed like the loudest announcement of my presence I could have chosen, and I was cursing myself for the stupidity, even as I started to think I'd made a huge mistake, by jumping into a hole I couldn't see the bottom of.
My feet slipped on uneven, sloping ground, and I fell through more bushes and dead limbs. I slammed into a pile of dirt that knocked the wind out of me. Stars swam through my vision as I blinked to clear my head. I was still trying to collect my senses when Murphy's big hand landed on my shoulder. "You okay, man? What the hell were you thinking?" I thought I was Superman? Really? I didn't even know what I was saying. Murphy dragged me to my feet. "We gotta go." My knees gave out. "Where's my machete?" "Zed, get it together, damn it." Murphy bent over, dragged my arm over his shoulder, and lifted me to my feet. "Where's my machete?" I started to panic. I looked down at my hand. There it was. Motherfucker! My boots were dragging the ground, and my shoulder felt like Murphy was going to pull it out of its socket. I realized I should have been walking. I started to move my feet as I blinked the last of the stars out of my eyes. I shouldn't have jumped off the bank like that.
"You think?" Murphy loped through a muddy creek. When the cold water seeped into my boots, I said, "That'll wake you up in the morning." Murphy dropped me on the far bank and looked back the way we'd come. "You're being a smartass. Now I know you're okay. Can you stand? Can you run? Anything broken?" "Yes. No. I shook my head and got up on my hands and knees. "I'm okay." Murphy put a hand under my arm and dragged me upright. I brushed his hand away. "I'm cool. I'm fine." I wasn't, but I'd run anyway. Thoughts started to come in clear, single lines, rather than random, dreamy bits. I pointed up the eroded slope on the side of the creek we'd crossed. "That way." "Is this Superman or Zed talking?" Murphy looked like he was sure I wasn't ready to give him a clear answer, so instead I answered by hustling through some bushes and scrambling up the slope while my feet slipped on loose clumps of dirt and mud.
No surprise, Murphy passed me on the way up, reached level ground before I did, and grabbed my hand to help me the rest of the way. Another impossibly wide field spread to the indistinguishable gray lumps at the horizon. I looked up and down the snaking path of the creek, picked a direction, pointed, and started to run. "This way." Murphy jogged along beside me. "You know something I don't? We need to stay out of sight if we can. We'll make better time up here on the flat dirt." Yeah, that made good sense. "They'll see us when they come through." I know. I looked back to see if any whites were already following our path out of the bushes. If we chance a few 100 yards, maybe a half mile, we can get a big lead on these fuckers. Murphy looked back. He wasn't a believer. "If the smart ones are running the show," I told him, "they'll think we're staying in the cover of the trees down near the creek bed. That's the intelligent thing to do. If they look for us down there, they'll be moving a lot slower than we are up here. We can gain some ground on them." "What if they come up on this side?" Murphy asked. "We get back in the trees." It didn't seem to me we'd be losing much of anything. Something moving out in the field, far from the creek, caught my attention. I turned my back to the creek and squinted to make out the shapes. "Look." Murphy didn't look where I was looking. Instead, he pointed in the direction the creek flowed, way off to my left, and muttered, "Shit." Whites were climbing out of the creek bed several 100 yards downstream in the direction we'd intended to go. How the hell did they get there? Murphy turned around and looked up at the winding path the creek flowed from. I'd already decided what we had to do. Though the trees and thick foliage blocked our view of the field on the other side of the creek, we knew a lot of whites were over there. More whites were downstream. For all I knew, even more were in the trees upstream. That left only the miles of flat field bordering the creek and the grazing cattle far out in it. I said, "The cows are our chance." "God damn it, Zed. You need to quit doing stupid shit and bonking your head." Murphy turned away from the whites, who were still clambering over the crumbling bank. He started to run. "You can't think straight!" One of the whites was on his feet, swinging a big kitchen knife at the air and looking around. Oh shit. A smart one. He spotted us. Or that's to say, he spotted Murphy in his dirty military garb with rifle in hand. He screamed, raising the alarm. More whites, all naked, got their feet beneath them. I couldn't figure out how any of the whites in the group chasing us had gotten so far down the creek without us seeing them flank us. I shouted, "Stop!" Murphy turned around and paused, anxious anger on his face.
"We don't have time for this. Can you shoot one of those cows from here?"
No. Murphy didn't even glance at the cows. They're too far. "God damn it, Murphy, I am fucking serious. Can you shoot one from here?" Murphy looked at the cows that, with our growing urgency, seemed to be getting smaller and farther away. No. Several of the whites had knives. Were they all smart, or just good imitators? That mattered less than the fact that they were starting to run toward us. "If we can get close enough to shoot some cows," I told him in rapid-fire speech, "the whites will forget about us and go after them." "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" Murphy turned his back to the creek and started to run for the cows. "This better goddamn work." I lit out after him. "When you get close enough to take a shot, stop and do it." I looked back at the whites who'd come up out of the creek bed.
By running perpendicular to the flow of the creek, we'd pretty much negated the advantage they had over us when they were unseen down in the gully. "Just make sure you do it before we get close enough to spook them. This gun is made for killing people. You know that, right?" "Yeah." It's hard to put all the disdainful inflections you need to communicate into one syllable when you're running for your life and gulping every precious breath. "It's not made for killing 2,000-pound cows." I wanted to smack myself in the head, all those times when I'd filled my magazines with those surprisingly small bullets. I knew that. "Doesn't matter," I told him, hoping I sounded confident. Murphy laughed as he panted and ran. "You're so full of shit." Whites were now running from the creek from where Murphy and I had climbed out. Those were definitely the ones who'd been chasing us already.
All my hopes of them running up and down in the brushy, sunken banks along the creek disappeared when the white bastard with the kitchen knife had screamed the alarm. "Shoot one broadside," I hollered at Murphy. It was a guess. Hell, I wasn't a hunter, but I'd watched them on TV. "If you get 3 or 4 rounds into its lungs, you won't kill it right away, but..." I had to take several breaths. All the running was taking a toll. I couldn't keep it up for many more miles. "The cow won't be able to run away," Murphy finished. "It'll bleed like crazy," I said. "That'll slow it down." "I'll get a couple of them if I can." First one, then several of the cows looked at us. Or they saw the 70 or 80 whites spread out behind us. When Murphy and I were less than 100 yards away, the first cow bolted. He'd apparently been conditioned by the new behavior of humans. Made sense. Most of the cattle that weren't now afraid of humans were probably already dead. Murphy dropped to a knee, raised his weapon, and took a second to steady his hand. I spun around to watch for oncoming whites. We had time, but not much. The rifle popped off 3 fast rounds. A cow mooed loudly. Sounded like a hit to me. All of the cows mooed sounds that grew to panicked, higher pitches. Murphy fired again. In all the sound coming from the cows, in all the screaming coming from the whites, in the vibrations in the ground from now running hooves, I couldn't tell if Murphy's bullets hit a target for sure. Whites were closing fast. I raised my machete and got ready to swing. "Murphy?" He fired several more bursts and then shouted, "Come on, man!" He jumped to his feet and ran. I followed as fast as my feet would carry me. Ahead, 4 dozen cattle were pushing their bodies close together as they stampeded away. Their direction shifted first to our left, then to our right. With me and Murphy so close,
and the whites spread out in such a wide area behind us. The cattle were confused.
"Well,"
I panted.
"got 3.
Murphy told me in clipped words between breaths.
1 with only a couple of bullets. How many in the others?"
None seemed to be injured. None was visibly lagging. I was worried that my hastily conceived plan was a failure. I looked far across the flat field at shapes faded grey in the distance. Could I outrun the whites all the way there? If I did, then what?
"Just run,"
Murphy commanded.
"Run!"
I looked over my shoulder. The 2 closest whites both held knives. We had maybe a 50-yard lead on them. I started looking around for a plan B, or C, or Q, or R. I didn't know what letter I was up to by then. It had been a busy day of failures. A thunder of shouts rolled through the white mass behind us, and I found some extra speed in my feet.
"You sure?"
I breathed.
"Got some?" "Just run,"
Murphy told me. He looked back at the chasing whites, then up at the cows in front. 3 cows separated from the herd. I felt a tinge of hope. One of the cows stumbled as it swung its head and veered. A bloody mist plumed from its snout. A long, baritone squeal followed. Something in me wanted to hurt at the sight of the poor, dumb animal struggling. Something in me wanted to celebrate. Most of me wanted badly not to be a poor, dumb Zed, getting eaten by the whites on our tail. Another cow slipped back from the group. Damn! Murphy's impatience was as strong as mine. We needed something to happen. Fall, cow! The cow's run turned to a trot, and over the space of a few steps it slowed to a walk. It made a pitiful sound as a living version of every herbivore's nightmare unfolded before it. The herd ran ahead, while the slavering predators snapped their jaws and charged up from behind. The cow wailed. Murphy and I were close enough that the bullet's holes stood out red with blood flowing down the cow's hide. The cow, breathing out the red mist, stumbled to its front knees, raised its head and mooed loudly. "We're gonna make it," I shouted to Murphy, still hoping the whites would choose fresh cow lying on the ground to skinny people running away. They had to. Basic white nature demanded it. The uninjured cattle ahead of us were extending their lead. The whites behind were getting closer, and it was my fault. Murphy ran slower to stay with me. "Do you want me to shoot it again?" Murphy panted. "When we pass?" "No," I told him. "Not necessary." If the whites weren't going to go after a wounded animal that could no longer run, a few more bullet holes would make a difference. The downed cow barely raised its head to look at us as we ran by. A dozen paces ahead, the other cow, still on its feet, wailed loudly as we ran past. I sprinted as hard as I was able. Distance was my friend. Murphy matched my speed with seemingly no added effort. I focused on keeping my feet under me. He looked back again and grinned through his words. "They're stopping." I looked. The 2 whites with knives were stabbing and cutting the downed cow. It bellowed sadly each time a blade sank into its flesh. Other whites were falling on it and tearing futilely at its thick hide with their fingers and dull teeth. Not one was still running after us. We ran another mile or 2 before coming to a place where the fields gave way to a thick forest of pine, pecan, and oak. Having not seen a naked white since we left that group by the cows, we ran into the trees, and when we could see nothing around us but tree trunks and undergrowth, we slowed to a walk. Murphy stopped, leaned over, and put his hands on his knees. "We can't keep getting lucky forever." "You been holding that in all morning?" I asked. "It needed to be said." He stood up and fished a bottle of water out of his bag. He drank half of it down and offered the rest to me. I guzzled it and looked around, listening closely as I did. Murphy grinned and put the empty bottle back in his bag. "That was some intense shit."
I nodded with a chuckle. Murphy looked around and started through the trees again. You can only flip a coin so many times before it comes up tails. We can't keep pushing our luck. Following along, I said, I don't agree. Murphy laughed loudly enough that animals hiding in the brown leaves skittered away. Of course you don't agree. Okay, Professor. Why don't you explain to me why we haven't been pushing our luck? I just can't wait to hear this one. The undergrowth thinned out. The trees stood taller overhead. They were spaced widely enough that I was able to catch up a few steps to walk beside Murphy. You've got goosebumps all over you, he said with a glance. You feel cold? I looked at my arms.
Indeed, they were covered with goosebumps, under a sheen of sweat that was evaporating away.
I don't feel chilly.
Murphy blew out a big puff of condensation. It's getting colder. We need to find you something to wear. Still looking at my arms, I nodded and wondered again how the growing cold would affect the naked horde. We're bound to find a house or something. I'll find some clothes and get dressed until I go back out hunting for Mark again. And pushing your luck, said Murphy. You know everything you're calling luck isn't luck, right? Murphy didn't look at me when he replied. Every time we make it through some sticky-ass situation, it seems like luck to me. Like it was pretty damn lucky those cows were there just when we needed them, right? No. No. Murphy laughed some more.
I think the virus in your brain is turning you into a golf ball head who hasn't figured out he stopped being smart about 4 months ago.
Maybe, I allowed, and I don't disagree that we've gotten lucky plenty of times. But I'll tell you what I think happened this morning. We got unlucky a lot more than we got lucky. And here we are, unlucky enough to still be alive. I ignored the comment and said, when we left the barn this morning, there weren't any whites around, at least none close enough to bother us. We got unlucky when those whites from inside the house spotted you in your G.I. Joe outfit and came after us. I'm not going naked, said Murphy. I don't care what you think you're doing with all of your naked undercover bullshit. Murphy looked around for whites. Habit dictated it. I'll do what I need to do to kill Mark. I looked around as well. It was like yawning at that point. When one person looked around, everybody else did too.
You just never knew when some white fuckers were trying to sneak up on you for a meal.
So because we had some bad luck when those whites from the house spotted us, Murphy said, that's your argument for why we don't always have good luck? Not completely, I told him. But when they came after us, we didn't get away from them by luck. We used our brains to figure it out. And my marksmanship, said Murphy. I waved a hand at my naked white skin. And my ability to fit in and hobble the ones I could. None of that was luck. We were smart about using what advantages we had to get away. But we didn't get away, Murphy argued, because they started screaming and alerted all those other golf ball heads to chase us. Bad luck or good luck? More bad luck, I said. And what did we do? We got into the trees and would have gotten away from those guys too, if not for that other mob that was out searching for us. And at each turn of bad luck, we didn't depend on good luck to get away.
We evaluated the situation for what it was, and we used our brains and brawn to take what was there and turn it to our advantage. The fact that none of the things we tried this morning worked out proves that it wasn't luck that saved us. We only needed to stay ahead of the whites long enough for one of our plans to work out. One eventually did. The cows. And if the cows weren't there? Murphy asked. If we didn't have the good luck of the cows being there, then what? Something else. Yeah, whatever. We came out of the trees and into another field, not large compared to the one we'd spent a good part of the day running through, maybe the size of a football field. One side was bordered, of course, by the forest, and two other sides by a dirt path and a narrow asphalt road.
Across the field from us stood a collection of houses, several dozen spread over 10 or 20 acres.
Standing 100 feet tall above the village were 5 Siamese twins, concrete grain silos connected across their tops by a rusty, metal-framed catwalk and some weird-shaped roofs that didn't make any sense to me. Murphy stared at the silos, fascinated by something up there. I was already past my interest in the aging grain silos and studied the field as we shuffled between the short, green plants that hadn't been trampled by white feet and hadn't been grazed to nubs by herds of passing cattle and feral pigs. I stopped walking. "Murphy," he kept going. "What?" We were maybe halfway across the width of the field. Murphy stopped for a second. He looked around at the tree line and the houses and turned to face me nervously. We were exposed in the open, and he wanted to make sure I understood that. I pointed at the ground. "These plants, they're small." "Duh, it's almost winter." "No." I shook my finger at the green sprouts. "This looks like a vegetable garden." These were all planted recently, like in the last month or so. Murphy's rifle flew to his shoulder in an instant. He scanned back and forth across the houses in front of us. We walked slowly forward, the barrel of Murphy's rifle pausing on anything that moved, leaves floating down from an autumn tree, a sheet flapping on a clothesline, a window screen slapping when the wind gusted. In a cautious voice, he said, "This place already gives me the creeps." I looked for more signs someone might be nearby. I saw no footprints, not even in the tilled furrows beneath our feet. I realized those would have been washed out in the heavy rain, but the plants were here, and no weeds were among them. They'd been tended. I looked hard at the windows of each house, the broken ones and the closed ones. I saw nothing but faded curtains and shadows. We stopped when we reached a clapboard back wall of an old house with peeling paint. Even from outside, it smelled faintly of mildew and rancid bacon fat. Murphy peeked through a curtained window, held his head up for a moment, and put his back to the wall. I raised my eyebrows in a silent question. Murphy shook his head. He'd seen no one inside. I pointed to the smallish porch under an awning on the back of the house to let Murphy know what I intended. I took off, skipped the porch steps, and bounded up to put my back to a wall beside a windowed back door. I looked in, but saw only a kitchen. Dirty dishes filled the sink. The cupboard doors hung open on their hinges. Nothing moved. Murphy had followed me over and took up a spot by the wall next to the porch. With urgency on his face, he pointed at something over my shoulder. I crouched and spun, ready to hack. Nothing. I looked at him and mouthed a silent, "What?" He waggled his finger at the wall again. Frustrated, I looked back at the wall and this time whispered, "What?" Murphy pointed again. "The thermometer." I huffed and looked at a big round thermometer with a dial on its face. 39, man. We need to get you in some clothes." "Yes, Mom." I turned back to the door and tried the knob. It turned on gravelly innards that clicked satisfactorily, quietly. I tugged the door open. One of the hinges squeaked, not loud, just irritating. I stepped through. Murphy reached from his spot on the ground and took hold of the door. He shook his head, pointed at me, patted his rifle, and patted his chest. I shook my head and raised my machete as I stepped onto the worn, green linoleum inside. Boards creaked. Another step and I was fully inside, out of the wind. The sound of rustling tree branches and shrubs, loud background noise a moment before, became dull outside noises. Something thumped on wood inside the house. I jumped in fright, but nothing moved that I could see. Another thump, and while I stared at the part of the house's interior I could see, it pounded again. It sounded like a baseball bat beating a wall. It reminded me of the sound of that monstrous White's fist on the door in the basement,
That first night when we broke into Sarah Mansfield's mansion. That thought slapped me with a repressed fear and a feeling of terrible inadequacy. That monster of a man would have killed me if Sergeant Dahlhover hadn't had the composure to put some bullets into him. Bam! I figured a White must be trapped somewhere in the house. I leaned out of the door and waved Murphy inside. A moment later, we were both standing in the narrow space between the messy counters in the kitchen, with a view through a doorway into the dining room. I wanted to see around the corner into the living room, but all I saw were piles of folded clothes stacked high on the dining room table. Bam! I turned to Murphy and whispered, "What do you make of that noise?" White. What else? He tried to push past me to take the lead.
I blocked him and all but bounded into the dining room, raising my machete as I did, ready to hack down whatever might attack me. Nothing did. Murphy came up behind me. Stacked in the dining room chairs against the walls, clothing piles towered. Various garments, all sorted by type, were piled on a sagging, flowery couch and the puffy chairs beside it. They were heaped on an old cabinet-style television and draped on hangers from the moldings above the doorways. Bam! I craned my neck to see if I could determine the source of the sound, which came from down the hall. Probably one of the bedrooms. Both doors down there were open. What the fuck? Turning to Murphy, I said, "The bedroom doors are open." Murphy stepped into the living room and peered down the hall. "Yep. But the noise is coming from down there." He nodded. Gripping my machete, I crossed the living room, seeing where the ceiling had flowered in patches of greenish-black. That explained the mildew smell, though the house had plenty of other stale odors to compete. A peek into the first room revealed nothing but an open closet packed full of clothing and a bed piled up to chest level with neatly folded shirts. "Hoarder," Murphy whispered. Bam! The sound was louder. It came from the room down the hall. Murphy nodded toward it. I once again brandished my machete. Maybe I had something to prove to myself. It didn't make sense, but in a mind that's been fucked with for so long by so many things, I figured it was par for the course. On silent feet, I exited the bedroom and tiptoed up the hall toward the only other door. Chapter 33. Just outside the room, I stopped. Bam! Without a doubt, something inside was making the sound. I put a palm on Murphy's chest and pushed him back a few steps. With the blunt edge of my machete, I tapped the door jamb.
Better to let the White come out into the hall and die in surprise than for me to risk being ambushed by unexpected circumstances inside the room. Bam! No change, just a randomly timed noise. "Hey, dipshit!" I gripped my machete handle and readied it to swing. Nothing happened. I listened for footsteps. I heard no grunt from a startled White, only the wind gusting through the branches in the trees outside. "Come on, you silly monster," I called. "Come play with us." Bam! I braced myself, but nothing followed the noise. Bam! I glanced over my shoulder to let Murphy know what was coming next. I stepped quietly into the doorway. A bed, a dresser, every horizontal surface stacked with folded clothes and hanging clothes in an open closet, but no sign of anything moving in the room. A shadow moved outside the curtains. I gasped and jumped back. Bam! The shadow moved again. Nothing came at me. "It's outside," I announced, turning to run up the hall. Murphy stopped me and put a finger to his lips. He whispered, "How many?" Shaking my head, I said, "I don't know." He raised his eyebrows questioningly. "I saw something through the curtains." "Beating up the house?" Murphy asked. "What do you mean, beating up the house?" "That sound," said Murphy. "That White is hitting the house with something."
Why? Man, you know what they're like. They don't need reasons for stupid shit.
Murphy conceded the point by cocking his head. He nudged me to move aside. I'll peek out the window and see what's what before we go out front. Shaking my head, I hurried into the room. I whispered, "I've got it." Okay, so I was being a little pissy. After a quick glance into the blind spot on the other side of the dresser, inside the closet, and to the floor on the other side of the bed, I put myself beside the window. Ban! The sound outside was loud enough to startle, powerful enough to send a vibration through the house's old boards.
I pushed the curtain to the side just wide enough that I could get a clear view out with one eye. No whites. Only some half-dead shrubs and a tree planted too close to the house. What the hell? The wind gusted again and the tree branches swayed. I involuntarily ducked as a branch as thick as my arm swayed past and smacked the eaves. "Fuck!" I yelled as I jumped back, startled. Then I laughed. "What?" Murphy asked from the doorway, concern on his face. "It's a tree branch." Murphy laughed too. "It's like a used clothing store," I said as I sorted through a stack of jeans looking for the right size. Murphy had already selected a t-shirt, sweatshirt, and jacket for me. He laid them on the arm of a couch beside the piles of blue jeans I was looking through. He groused, "This is some weird shit." Nodding, I said, "You know how some whites get obsessed with weird habits? At least this one works for us. You need anything?" He pointed to a jacket lying over the back of a chair. "Got me one already." "Did you see any food?" "Not a scrap." Wondering how far our luck could run on this one, I suggested, "Maybe the food is in a different house." Murphy walked over to the back wall as I slipped on a pair of jeans. I sat down to put a clean pair of socks on my feet before putting my boots back on. He looked out a window at the field of tiny new plants. Maybe this isn't the work of whites. Because of the vegetable garden out back? "Yeah," said Murphy. "You think maybe regular people did this? Normals?" Murphy shrugged. "Could still be around here in one of these houses." I pulled the t-shirt over my head. Maybe they aren't hostile. Maybe they're sneaking around outside to ambush us when we come out of the house. I walked over to get a look out a window on the front of the house. "Finish getting dressed," said Murphy. "We need to decide whether we're going out the way we came or whether we're going to check out what's in town." "I don't want to restart our conversation on luck," I said, "but I don't want to press mine any more today." I stuffed my arms into the sweatshirt's sleeves. Looking out, I said, "Something's off about this place." Murphy crossed the room, flipping a few sweaters off the top of a pile on the television. "This place creeps me out." "Back to the woods, then?" I asked. "Maybe head down the road a bit and see if we can find a place to hole up before dark." Murphy pushed a curtain to the side to look across the green field. "That sounds like a... what?" Murphy scooted out of the window as he peeked around the edge, waving a hand to hush me down. Shit. I hurried as fast as I could to finish dressing and get my machete back in my hand. Once I was ready, I jogged across the room and took a spot on the other side of the window. "Watch the line of trees," Murphy whispered. It took 30 or 40 seconds to see, but a line of naked whites jogged out of the trees, following one after the other. 13. They cut a goodly-sized arc through the vegetable field, stomping on the new crop like so much grass. They curved back into the trees. "What do you make of that?" I asked. "That's all they're doing," said Murphy. "Running in and out of the forest in that stupid, curvy path they follow when they're going nowhere in particular." "That might be the key," I said. "When they're going nowhere in particular, they do that. When they're chasing, well, we got a pretty good idea of what that looks like." "Yup." "Have you seen any more?" I asked. "None yet." Murphy rubbed a hand over his face, clearly thinking about how this new development affected our options.
But you think there are more in the trees? He looked at me, angrily surprised. Don't you? Just thinking out loud, I guess, I shrugged. It was a stupid question.
We both believed more whites were in the woods. Whether they were the ones looking for us or just more stragglers from the naked horde didn't matter. Naked whites were fucking dangerous. And like roaches, for every one you saw, 100 more lurked out of sight. We should get out of here. Murphy turned and headed for the front door. I followed. The decision was made. We were going to take our chances with the invisible townsfolk. Perhaps being chased by naked whites for a good part of the day and thinking we were going to end up as food diminished our fear that we might be ambushed by farmers with guns when we went out the front door. However, we had a short menu of choices, and they all sucked. Murphy put a hand on the worn brass knob and paused, giving me a look that asked whether I was ready. I raised a finger to indicate that he should wait for a moment. I peeked out a front window, a necessary step Murphy forgot in his moment of decisiveness. That's why we were a good pair. We caught one another's mistakes. Clear as far as I can see, I said. With a nod at me, Murphy swung the door open. He put the rifle to his shoulder, stepped out, and panned his aim across the other houses, pausing at items of interest. I stepped onto the porch beside him, machete in one hand, knife in the other, ready to do some killing. The wind blew a tumble of big, crispy leaves across the yard and street. The branch beat on the eaves of the house. Trees rustled in the gust. Nothing alive moved anywhere. Follow me. Murphy leapt off the squat porch and hurried toward the street. On his heels, I followed him to a house across the street, not very different from the one we'd just left. It, too, was tidy enough. The doors were closed. Most of the windows were intact, with curtains opened wide. I couldn't help but peep inside. It didn't appear to have been ransacked. Well, not much. All the cupboards and closets were open. In the rooms where the windows weren't broken were stacks and stacks of dishes, pots, pans, and piles of utensils, all sorted. Forks in one, spoons in another. One for spatulas, one for knives. This place is fucking weird, Murphy whispered. No shit. We snuck around a garage with no door. I stopped Murphy and motioned toward a dusty car sitting inside. I'm going to check it. Driving a car, especially in the daylight hours with so many whites around, was a damn risky proposition. But whites were in the woods close by, and we were stuck in creepy town with a hearty desire to get the fuck out quickly. Don't lollygag, Murphy told me. If the keys aren't in it, let's just go. He tucked himself between a big bush and the garage wall and scanned for movement. I hurried back around to the front of the garage and slipped inside. Out of the wind, it was suddenly quiet again. I avoided touching the car as I passed it. I didn't want to knock away any of the accumulated dust, which would be evidence of my passing. After seeing whites looking for our tracks in the field earlier, I didn't want to leave any sign. The car's front door was unlocked. I swung it open and squeezed inside, feeling the awkward bulk of my clothing and thinking how quickly I'd gotten used to running around naked. Once in the driver's seat, I saw the keys were not in the ignition. Having seen way too many movies, I of course checked the visor. No keys. Damn, doesn't anybody understand the rules? I chuckled at my stupid little joke, while I wished more people would have watched the same movies I'd seen. I checked under the floor mat, under the seat, and in the glove box. No keys. Crap. I got out of the car, crept back out of the garage, and took up a spot beside Murphy and his bush. No luck? He asked. I shook my head. I thought I heard you saying something in there. Murphy turned to me and grinned. Did you try asking nicely for it to start? Yes. Lies are always a good defense against sarcasm. I stepped out from behind the bush, and jogged to a house about 50 yards across 2 unfenced backyards. Murphy followed, trying to suppress his chuckles as he kept his rifle at his shoulder. A peek through the windows showed stacks and stacks of blankets, sheets, and pillows. "What is up with this crazy place?" I asked, not expecting an answer. We crossed a few more yards. We came to a row of houses in various states of disassembly, not destroyed, but methodically taken apart. One house had little left except concrete block foundation pillars, pipes, and a fireplace. One was torn down to the frame. In another, much of the wood used to frame it was missing, leaving mostly just the floor. Still, we saw no more whites, no living humans, and no houses stocked with food.
Given the separation of items in each house by type, I figured we'd maybe come across one filled with canned goods or bottled soft drinks. Hell, one of the houses might be full of liquor. I found myself looking at all the homes in sight, trying to guess which one was hiding the beer. I thought I saw something moving between the houses in the distance. It was getting late in the day, and with the overcast sky, it was hard to make out shapes in the dimming light. Maybe they were bushes moving in the wind. Murphy nudged me and pointed at the grain silos. A rusty ladder cage ran up the side of one all the way to the top, where an unusual metal tower with numerous platforms stood precariously on the edge. 2 of the towers appeared flat across their tops. 3 others had some irregular constructions on the roofs. I didn't indulge Murphy's pointless worry. Movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention, and I looked, but saw nothing. "What?" Murphy asked. "Not sure," I said, even though I was thinking pretty hard in that moment. Anything with enough energy to move probably had enough energy to try and eat me. "What's your thing with the grain silos?" "Might be a place to go up and spend the night in safety," said Murphy. "Only one way in and one way out." I turned to Murphy. "I thought you wanted to get out of this creepy little village. Besides, with all the wind, I'll bet it's cold as shit up there." Murphy pointed back at the house with all the blankets. "Plenty in there to keep us warm." He tensed as he finished his sentence. That alarmed me, and I looked toward the blanket house. "Did you see that?" he asked. I shook my head and pointed in the other direction. "Nope, but I've been seeing some other things. Over there and over there." "Whites?" "I don't know." I looked around again. "If it's whites, they're being sneaky." "And you saw them over there?" Murphy looked around behind us again. "And now back there." "They've got us surrounded."
"Run for it?" I asked. "It's worked for us so far." I heaved a big sigh and leaned on the wall of the house as I thought about our situation. "If it's whites, there's gotta be smart ones with them." "'Cause?" "They haven't attacked yet." Murphy nodded. "Okay, Professor, but make this quick. I'm getting itchy feet." "I don't think this is the bunch that chased us this morning," I said. "If it was, they wouldn't be sneaking around. They'd come right for us." Murphy shrugged and nodded. "I'll give you that. Or it's the creepy people who live here." "Either way," I said, "I don't think there are that many of them. Again, if they had overwhelming numbers, they'd have come at us already." "Whatever," said Murphy. "What direction haven't you seen anything moving in?" I pointed. "You ready to scoot your ass?" I nodded. Murphy gestured in that direction. "We'll run as fast as we can that way." He paused and looked at me. "As fast as you can."
"To that blue house way over there. That looks like the edge of town. If I stop by the garage to look around, stop with me. If I don't stop, it'll be because I spotted a white, and I'll keep hauling ass to the woods on the other side." "If I see a white?" I asked. "Same deal. Don't stop. I'll keep running with you." "Got it, Sarge." "Stay close." Murphy took off running. A white howled to warn his buddies of our attempt to flee before we'd made it a dozen steps. Shaking his head, Murphy muttered, "Motherfucker." If the situation didn't feel so suddenly dire, I'd have laughed.
We were having a run of shit luck. Way off to our left, in the gaps past the houses, I saw a trio pacing us, running parallel to our path. Off to our right, whites were scattered, maybe 6 or 7 of them, trying to close in before we got to the blue house. More whites were behind, but I didn't spend a lot of time looking over my shoulder.
It's damn difficult to maintain a sprint while looking backwards. As we got close to the blue house, Murphy panted, "How many do you see?" "Maybe 15. I glanced around. It was mostly a guess. "2 choices," he said. "In the house or in the woods." The advantage of either choice was dependent on the number of whites coming. If many more than my guess of 15 were out there, any benefit of using the house for defense would be negated by so many attacking through the doors and windows all at once. If we ran into the woods, well, that might put us back in the situation we'd been in for most of the day, being chased by an ever-growing mob of infected boneheads. Or, I suppose, we could have stood our ground and spent a good deal of Murphy's last 2 magazines while I hacked and stabbed as many as I was able. "The woods," I told him. We ran past the blue house without pause. Despite the cold temperatures, I wished I was still naked and able to fit in with our pursuers. That one thing would give me a lethally stealthy advantage that, so far, the naked horde hadn't been intelligent enough to counter. Murphy crashed between bare branches growing over a narrow path. I tore in behind him. Whites were in the yard we'd just crossed. Moments later, they burst through the bushes to get on the path behind us. I listened for whites in the trees, skipping the path altogether. I knew they would. They had to. It was an intelligence thing. If a regular white saw you on the other side of a fence, he'd try all day to go through the fence before it occurred to him to go over. It was a different story with smart ones. I knew at least some of the whites had to see us among the trees and wouldn't go to the path to chase us, but rather would run a beeline from where they stood to the spot where they saw us, even if bushes and vines were in the way. Advantage, us. Those whites would come more slowly and be dispersed.
The ones bright enough to follow the path would get strung out in a single file line.
Whites are easier to kill that way than when they all come at you at once. I don't know why, but that made me think of the attack by that mob of white-skinned motherfuckers when Steph and I were caught on the shore of Lake Travis a few months ago. And like every time that memory found its way into my mind, it hurt. A fresh dose of adrenaline pumping through my veins mixed with that pain and blurred into a rage with a biting hunger for revenge. My rationality switch flipped to fuck it. I skidded to a stop on the trail. I turned to face the whites coming up behind me and roared all of my hatred into a dead gray sky. I ran back up the trail, swinging my machete-shaped best friend. Predators hate it when the prey turns and says, "Fuck you." The first white in line fell onto his ass as he tried to come to a stop. The 2 whites behind him tripped and tumbled over. Too bad for them. I slashed and cut a chunk from 2 heads as I leapt over. A 4th white, this one with a blade in hand, made a running Tarzan leap at me. I spun and ripped out his guts with a 2-handed swing of my machete as I sidestepped his momentum. The white who'd been leading the line on the trail struggled through the bodies of his 3 dying buddies to reach for my leg. He caught a big mouthful of steel-toed boot and went limp. A quick little woman came around a curve in the trail before I had my blade up to hack her down. She made a quick move to get her face out of my fist's way, but earned a throatful of elbow instead. Her larynx collapsed, and the crunchy noise of it followed the gobs of spit on the last breath out of her wide-open mouth. My blade found another white woman coming up the trail. I ran further, seeing no whites, only hearing them in the woods around me. I shouted, "Come on, fuckers!" I was full of victory and invincibility,
thinking I could handle any number.
I was loving the taste of revenge and the feel of warm White's blood on my face and hands. A big fellow tripped out of the trees and fell onto the trail a few paces away. Too bad for him. I was faster at covering the distance than he was at regaining his feet. I hacked him across the back of his neck, and he collapsed face first onto the muddy path. "There you go, motherfucker," I shouted. "You want some more? Come on, I'll kill every one of you shits." No more came. Murphy said, "They're dead, dude." I caught a big breath and found that the pace of my breathing was uncomfortably fast. "You got most of them," he said with his bloody hatchet in hand. "I finished off the ones who needed it." I nodded and pursed my lips. "Thanks." Rational thought slowly returned as my anger settled to a simmer. "You have to shoot any of them?" "A few." He turned back up the trail. "What do you say we get the hell away from Creepy Town and see if we can find us another barn to crash in tonight? Oh, and next time, let me know if you decide to run off in the other direction. I was a long way down the trail when I figured out that you weren't behind me." I nodded and started to follow as Murphy moved up the trail. Murphy said, "That was some shit. Needed to be done." It was the first excuse I came up with, though I wasn't entirely sure I needed an excuse. Murphy grunted noncommittally. A moment later he asked, "You get hurt?" "No." I did a quick mental inventory of my parts, wiggled my toes, bent my elbows, swung my shoulders, and flexed my fingers. "I'm good." "None of that's your blood, then?" "You know how it goes sometimes," I answered. "Yeah." We'd gone a piece up the trail when I thought to ask, "You didn't get hurt, did you? Bit or anything?" "Nope," said Murphy, as he held up his hand and flexed his fingers. "Something in the bushes got me." He looked closely at his palm. "Maybe thorns or a scorpion or something." He shrugged and put the hand back on his rifle. "The ones coming through the woods weren't hard. The ones on the trail were dazed or too busy dying to pay me any mind after you tore through them." "Yeah," I said, "about that." Shaking his head, Murphy turned. "Don't sweat it. You gotta do what you gotta do." He reached up and tapped the side of my head with a big finger. "Before you can deal with some of the crazy that lives in here." I had no response. He was right. Murphy turned and started forward again. "You forget, I've been there. There's only one way past that shit for people like you and me." "To kill Mark." Murphy nodded. Somewhere in the shadows far off to our left, a white screamed an alarm. Another added her voice. One by one, all through the woods, in the direction we were moving, white voices joined in. "I knew we didn't get them all," whispered Murphy. But there's always more than you think," I finished. The hunt was on again, and there were way too many whites in the forest for me to kill, no matter how manic I let myself get. We needed to evade them until dark. With Murphy's night vision goggles, nighttime was the advantage that could save us. We turned and ran back up the trail toward Creepy Town. Chapter 36. We bolted out of the woods and ran past the blue house, fixing our bearing on the grain silos. Whites were crashing through the trees behind us, across a wide front, driving us with their frightful howls, but not gaining any ground. But then, relatively few of them could have been on the narrow trail. The rest had to be moving slowly through the undergrowth. Right? Of course it was right, but damn, something was fucked with that logic. But I was hauling ass too fast, and my adrenaline was coursing too thickly with residual rage for me to put clear thoughts together. Not good for me. Not one bit. I often kept a cool, analytical distance through a lot of this kind of shit, and it made me one lethal motherfucker. It was probably the only reason I was still alive and pounding the crumbly asphalt through the center of Creepyville.
Then it occurred to me. We were being hunted. An ambush was coming. Holy shit. The clarity of that thought slapped me so hard I nearly stumbled. I had to act right the fuck now. I stopped, and Murphy plowed into me from behind. "What the fuck, dude?" He pointed at the grain silos just 3 blocks ahead on what passed for Creepy Town's main street. "Ambush," I said in a matter-of-fact tone, though I hadn't yet spotted one white now that we were back in town. "Follow me." I bolted into a gap between 2 closely spaced houses and leapt over big, plastic kids' toys hiding in the tall brown grass. I rounded the back of a house and turned right to see 3 whites at the other end of the house's backside, peeking around the corner, looking in the other direction, at the road Murphy and I had been running down moments before. I ran full speed at them with my machete out at knee level. "Hey, assholes," I said just as I passed. I couldn't resist. The blade ripped across the tendons on the backs of their legs. I missed one, but Murphy, taking up the rear, elbowed her in the skull and slammed her into the house. I turned further away from the silos and ran across a dirt road into a 1/4-acre collection of rusty cars, aging propane tanks, and pieces of metal so old they looked like giant bent flecks of rust. We burst through a web of twisted branches, each displaying rows of small dead leaves, and found ourselves in a fallow field on the edge of Creepy Town. We were still a good 3 blocks away from the silos, but hopefully out of the scope of the hunting whites. I made another hard turn and ran toward the silos. "I hope you know what you're doing," Murphy said through labored breaths. "You're going to wear us out before we get there." "I know," I said. Cool, quick thinking, and an absence of hesitation had just earned us a life-saving advantage. The whites didn't know their prey had given them the slip. We stopped behind a house 2 short blocks from the towering silos and scanned the area. More whites had to be waiting in ambush. I needed to find out where. Murphy pointed and whispered, "By that yellow house, 4 of them." "I see." I looked left and right. "Over there, back the way we came," I pointed. "A couple behind that tractor." "They're all still looking the other way for us," said Murphy. "Was that a lucky turn back there, or did you know? What do you think?" I took off at a run and crossed behind 2 more houses. 1.5 blocks to go. Panting, I stopped behind a dense honeysuckle vine growing through a chain-link fence, looking for whites ahead. Murphy ran by, slapping me on the shoulder. "Come on, I think they saw us." Shit. It was a race. Another race. Murphy, being faster on his feet, put some space between us, but slowed as we crossed the last street. He stopped, swung his rifle around, and spent a 6 rounds at whites he figured were too close. And if he figured they were, he was probably right. I crossed the double railroad tracks first. My feet slipped and twisted through the big, loose rocks that made the track's foundations. I thanked myself again for my decision to keep my boots. We passed a utilitarian cinder-block building beside the tracks and ran beneath a pavilion with a 20-foot roof overhead, pierced by a 12 wide pipes, the place where grain from the silos was filled into train cars. With whites screaming 100 feet behind us, we rounded the last silo in the line and spotted our salvation. Murphy spun around and leveled his rifle at the closest infected. "Go!" he shouted as he popped off several rounds. I jumped onto the ladder and started to climb. Before I was so high up that a jump back to the ground would injure me, I stopped and looked to make sure Murphy was coming. He fired 2 more rounds and bounded over to the ladder. I put myself in speedy monkey mode and started up as fast as I could climb, figuring before I was halfway up, Murphy would be right on my ass, because, as with everything else, he was faster than me. At about 15 feet up, I entered the ladder cage, a round tube of mesh and braces, which I guessed were there to keep climbers from falling off. I laughed as I climbed.
If a high wind blew me off, there was plenty of room inside the cage for me to do my falling without ever touching the ladder or cage.
The thing about climbing, as I came to understand pretty quickly, is that it's not as easy as it looks in the movies. Yeah, I know, like anybody has to be told that. Climbing a ladder works the arm and leg muscles in a way they're not used to, at least not in a repetitive, weight-bearing fashion. My muscles were getting stiff, and I stopped, thinking a good excuse for a pause would be to look down to see how Murphy was progressing. I swung one foot and one arm away from the ladder and leaned my back against the cage. In another day, in an old, civilized world, I might not have done it. Too much risk for nearly nothing gained. But compared to the shit I did on a daily basis, it seemed a lot like no big deal. I looked down. Murphy was a good ways below and climbing a lot more slowly than I expected. At least a half-dozen screaming whites were crowded around the base of the ladder, with more of them close enough to spit on. A steady flow was piling into Creepy Town from the woods. All were heeding the call of their naked kin. "You good?" I called.
Murphy looked up, worry on his face.
"Yeah." He wasn't good. He was having trouble with the rungs, and he was coming up slowly. I waited and watched, feeling the ladder vibrate with the weight of the whites mounting it at the bottom. "Dude?" I asked, concerned. Murphy grimaced and raised his hand, palm up. His fingers were swollen as fat as sausages. "Whatever got me back in the woods." He looked down at the whites, then back up at me. "It keeps swelling." "Pass me," I shouted. "Hurry!" Murphy shook his head. "God damn it," I yelled. "Just get the fuck up here." I brandished my machete. I can cut fingers off rungs all night long. Wrapping the arm with the swollen hand around the ladder, Murphy climbed with only his good hand to hold on to the rungs. A clinking sound startled me into looking up instead of down. Way up at the top of the ladder, hanging right over the ladder cage, one of those wide-mouthed metal grain chutes was pointing down. That didn't make any sense to me, not one bit. Why would the silo owners want to dump grain down through the ladder cage? The pipe vibrated with a throaty, tinny noise. Oh, shit. I pressed my back against the ladder cage to get as far away from the center of the tube as possible. I yelled, "Murphy, off the ladder! Against the cage! Right fucking now!" The pipe spat something black and round. Before I could curse, a perfect black sphere swished past me, pushing a puff of air into my face. I looked down as it passed, hoping to God Murphy had heeded my order with the urgency that I'd shouted it. His body was moving to the side, even as the bowling ball, it was a fucking bowling ball, brushed the front of his molly vest. It hit the toe of his boot and deflected just enough to bounce off the ladder cage before it thudded with a wet crunch into the first white on the ladder. Screams followed as I watched the weirdest piece of performance art I'd ever seen. Arms and legs flailed inside the ladder cage as they fell, spraying blood through grunts and howls. However many whites had been on the ladder, they were now crumbled into a squirming pile at the foot of it. Holy mother of shit. Sometimes the words just come. "What the hell was that?" Murphy shouted. "Bowling ball. You okay?" "I think. Climb and be ready for more." I started up the ladder again, shouting upward as I went to whomever. Hey! Give me a warning before you drop the next one. Please." Rusty metal hinges squealed from up at the top of the ladder. A head popped out directly above me, but way, way up. It disappeared again. "There are people up there," I called down to Murphy.
I saw whites below as I did, and felt the ladder take their weight as they took up the chase again. I looked back up and shouted, "We're coming! We're cool! Just let us up!" "Say please," Murphy called, his smile clear through the sound of his voice.
I swore to myself if he didn't spend at least a little more time in a shitty mood, I was going to kick him in the nads. Nothing happened above. No more bowling balls. As I got closer, heads kept popping out from up there for a look. Voices discussed and some shouted. Things were tense upstairs, I guessed, as they were deciding what to do with an intruder and his friend in the process of dragging the attention of God knows how many naked whites up to the top of their silo. My biggest fear as I neared the top was that they'd see the color of my skin. Chapter 37. Bombs away! The shout came from above. I immediately pushed my back against the ladder cage and hollered down to Murphy. Here comes another! 2 seconds later, a bowling ball, not black, but glittery, with dark green swirls, whooshed past. It missed Murphy, thank God. Another wet thud, a splatter of blood, grunts, screams, and falling bodies, adding to the pile of wiggling flesh and broken bones at the bottom. You gonna make it, Murphy? He was still moving slowly, and the distance between us was growing, though I'd been climbing more slowly since becoming aware of his swollen hand. A few hundred whites were below, most crowding the foot of the ladder, trying to be next to climb. Some took advantage of the free meal of their dying comrades. It occurred to me that a significant minority in the naked horde had probably developed a preferential taste for the easy meat that cannibalism offered.
Spending your days in a massive herd of edibles, eating the weak and injured, had to be so much easier than going balls out into the bullets every time a normal was spotted. I wondered if the cannibalistic ones, that I now decided had to exist, were relatively smart compared to the mass. I wondered if they had the good sense to hang back during an attack and feed lazily on the leftovers in the aftermath. Probably. In a way, I thought none of that was my problem, but it was. Or at least, it was in terms of my understanding of the scope of the problem at the bottom of the ladder. How many of those whites, smart ones included, would continue to climb, only to be slaughtered before they started trying to find a better way to get to the meat at the top of the silos? I wanted to believe that this ladder was the only way up, but I'd seen the brutal intelligence of the naked horde at work too many times. They had an uncanny ability to quickly solve the hardest problems, to see past the staunchest defense, to overwhelm and kill. I guess I hoped that we'd kill enough of the crazed ones, that the majority of those left below were the cannibalistic ones who'd content themselves to eat their own dead and then wander off. Ah, hope. Why did I even bother with it? Once I was close enough to the top, I saw that the ladder terminated at the foot of a vertical wall of rusty diamond plate steel, welded along the top edge of the silo, where one would normally climb off the ladder to get onto the roof. It stood 10 feet tall and extended at that height a good 15 feet out to both sides. It was hard to imagine that any white had the gymnastic ability to get himself from the ladder's highest rung over that smooth wall of rusty steel. Only the metal tube that the bowling balls rolled through broke the smooth surface. A door was cut through the steel at the top of the ladder, but I had zero doubt about how firmly it was braced from the other side. Anybody going to the trouble to weld that wall and secure it to the top edge of the silo surely had the smarts to make sure the door wasn't the weak spot. Even if it were relatively weak, no more than 2 or 3 whites would ever be able to squeeze themselves into the top of the ladder cage in a position to push on the door at one time. The silo, at least where the ladder was concerned, had a formidable defense. A small door above the main door swung open. It had been cut just big enough for a person's head to stick out for a look down. An old man looked at me. "Hello," I said, because it was the friendliest thing that popped into my head. I smiled widely. "May we come in?" "2 of you?" the old man asked. "Yes," I nodded toward Murphy. "He's going slow. He hurt his hand." The old man disappeared for a second and then popped back out again.
"We got rules," he said.
I laughed. I don't care if your rule is that I have to scrub your toilets for a week. We're not in a negotiating position. We just need a favor. We'll help you, he said. Thanks. I hurried up the last few rungs. Thank you very much. The main door swung open on rusted hinges that protested with loud squeals. A very wrinkly, calloused black man's hand reached out to take mine. I paused before taking it. I looked down. Murphy. They're letting us in. Cool. He was panting heavily from the exertion of climbing with a bum hand. To the guy inside extending his hand to take mine, I said, I'll wait here a minute. Cool? I need to make sure he makes it. Suit yourself, he told me, in the same country accent as the other old man. If them 'fected ones get up here, I'm closing this door. I brandished my machete. I gotta protect my friend. You do what you gotta do. I looked down, not wanting to hear the man's response. Murphy made it past another 10 rungs.
The ladder below was filling with whites again, and the one in the lead was coming on fast. Tell your friend to scoot back against the cage, said the man inside. Bowling ball? I asked. Yep. Murphy, I called. Another bowling ball is coming. Murphy quickly got himself into position. Ready, I told the man inside. He gestured at someone I couldn't see. The pipe above made its throaty metal sound again, and a bowling ball rolled out and accelerated past. The welcome wet thud followed. Whites screamed as the ball and the accumulated weight of falling bodies scoured the ladder. Murphy climbed the rest of the way up. As he passed me, he said, Damn, that's a lot farther than it looks. Once he was through, I clambered in behind, falling on my back on the silo's flat concrete roof. The steel door slammed shut. 4 separate braces were latched on behind it, and I looked up at our saviors, who were standing in a circle, evaluating us with grim faces. Chapter 38. You're both white as that bunch of fecteds down there, said the old man, the one who'd opened the door for us. He placed a worn straw hat on his head and looked at our other 3 defenders, 1 black and 2 younger people, a man and a woman, both with skin as pale as mine. Looks like white skin isn't as rare as I thought, I said as I sat up. Murphy elbowed me, as though I'd said something wrong. The defenders didn't seem to feel any urgency about the whites trying to climb to the top of their silo. I looked past them to see if others were tending to the defense. No one was. Odd. Altogether, we got 4, said the man in the hat. He reached out to help me up. The rest of us are normal. I'm Zed. I got my feet beneath me. This is Murphy. Pleased to meet you. He extended a hand to shake mine. I'm Billy. He nodded at an ancient black man. That's Isaac. Billy pointed a thumb at 2 people with skin as white as mine. Travis and Holly. In a voice too deep for his wiry frame, Isaac said, Howdy, Isaac Brooks. Pleased to meet you, said Holly. They all spoke in a drawl that seemed purposeful to the point of exaggeration, an affectation to prove membership in a group, the Rural People of East Texas Club. It was just an observation, not a judgment, though my mind tried to make it such. And whose doesn't? We were all human. Well, some of us were, the rest were whites, and that's just the way human brains work. Like me equals good, different equals bad. I needed to stop letting my thoughts wander off on their own. They needed adult supervision, and I needed to take off my asshole cap and spend more time appreciating the nice folks who'd just saved my life. Holly went over to get a peek through the window in the wall at the top of the ladder. Travis fetched a bowling ball from a bin that looked to contain 100 or more. The bin and the balls struck me as strange. Had to raid the bowling alley in Caldwell to get most of those, said Billy, noticing my curiosity.
Murphy laughed and shook his head. Bowling balls. "They work," said Isaac. "No doubt." How could I not agree? I'd seen their effectiveness up close. I looked around the top of the silo. The roof was concrete and flat. The tower structure built behind the wall that protected the roof from the ladder looked to have been modified with plates of metal welded on to protect those within. All the way up here, I didn't know what they were protection from, but I was full of guesses. An elevated catwalk ran from the tower back down the center line of the 5 silos. However, halfway across the silo on which we stood, the catwalk was blocked by a steel wall that bisected the silo roof. It was smooth, except for the diamond plate pattern on its surface. Whatever support structure was required to hold it up was on the other side.
It stood easily 15 feet tall and extended over the edges on each side, such that there was no way a human could reach from this side of the wall to grasp anything around the edge. Any attempt would lead to a fall to the ground below. A door similar to, but larger than the one at the top of the ladders, was cut through the steel wall. No other holes or features existed. Along the top edge, on the other side, several heads peered over. Obviously, the wall had been fashioned as a rampart, and the people who lived here figured if they were going to have to fight for it, they'd fight from up there. Having planned for the event, they left this half of the silo's roof mostly empty. They had the bin of bowling balls and 4 55-gallon drums. A couple looked pretty new. 2 bore some rust. Sticking out of the cap on one was a hand pump. Beside the drums were stacks of jars, all with screw-top lids. Each lid was holed, with a piece of cloth sticking out. Molotov cocktails. The drums had to contain gasoline or diesel. Plan B, if the bowling balls didn't do the trick. "You guys put some work into fortifying this place," observed Murphy. "It keeps us safe," said Billy. "You mentioned some rules," I said. I tightened my grip on my machete as my suspicious imagination came up with worst-case guesses. "What are they?" Billy cut a glance at my machete and Murphy's M4. "Ain't much. The usual do unto others type of stuff. That, and if you want to stay, we'll give you a couple of weeks to let you know if we like you. Then you gotta pull your weight, same as everybody else. Or you can stay the night and clear out tomorrow." "Thanks for letting us up." Murphy stuck out his swollen hand for a shake, then grimaced. "Sorry, something bit me." Billy waved at someone on the wall. "Patty, would you help Murphy out, please? See if we got something we can give him for his hand." "Will do, Billy," Patty called back. A moment later, the door in the wall opened and Murphy went through. I said, "Thanks for letting us in. We really appreciate it." "You can run along if you want," Billy told me. "You look like you could use a rest." Shaking my head, I said, "I'll stay." I pointed at the wall that blocked the ladder. "At least until we take care of the whites." "Suit yourself." Holly said something I didn't catch. Travis dropped another bowling ball into the pipe. It rolled through, making that throaty sound I'd become familiar with on the other end. A silent moment of free fall followed, and I waited for the thud when it crushed a white's skull. Instead, something banged the hell out of a piece of metal. Billy and Isaac looked at each other. Both wore worry in the wrinkles on their faces. Holly cursed and pulled her little door closed. She looked back at us and said, "We got a problem." Billy hurried over to take a look through the viewing door. He spent a few moments looking down, and then pulled his head back through. "I'll be damned. Holly's right." Isaac waited for Billy to step aside and quickly put his head out for a look. When he pulled it back in, he said, "Ain't good. Seems they're getting smarter." "Smarter? Haven't you guys seen smart ones?" "I knew something was wrong the second that ball hit and busted," said Holly. "It took me another second to figure out they was carrying some piece of metal for a shield. At least, the first one is. Thick metal, too.
Maybe a piece of scrap we left down there. I took a deep breath and took a longer look at the silo's defenses. A few minutes before, they had seemed impenetrable. Could the naked horde get through the metal wall at the top of the ladder? Seeing the structure of the ladder wall from behind, I couldn't think of any way the whites would be able to break through.
But I'd never seen them fail when they corralled their half-pint brains and got them all herded in the same direction on a problem. Pessimist Zed needed to figure out how we were going to get off the silo alive. Might as well enlighten my friends where they seemed to have a blind spot. I said, "I don't know what kinds of whites you guys have seen out here." "Whites?" asked Isaac. I pointed in the general direction of the ladder. "Infected." They all understood. Infected was the name floating around in the media when everything was going to shit. I suppose we all had slang we developed along the way, but infected was our common word. "Have you guys seen these naked ones before?" I asked. "They've been round for about a week," said Bill. "We can see for a good ways up here." He pointed to something I couldn't see on the dark horizon. "Got some outposts, too. Them naked fected's been running round in bunches, killing cattle, ransacking houses. A big mess of 'em moved out yonder a few days back."
By the time he finished, I felt like I'd heard about twice as many words as I needed to get the point, but that was Billy's way, or so I figured. I said, "They're oddly intelligent, more so than most infected. In the group, they've got some pretty smart ones mixed in, just as smart as you and me." Billy held his white-skinned hand up next to mine. "Like us?" I nodded, changed my mind, and then shook my head. "Kind of. But when these guys got the disease, lost their pigment, and kept their intellectual capacities, they lost any sense of humanity, I guess. They're like the criminally insane." Isaac asked, "What are you getting at?" "They work together like ants," I told him. "They figure shit out in a hurry." Billy's face looked skeptical. He turned to where Holly was peeking through her little door to view the ladder again. "The shield?" Billy asked. "I'm guessing you haven't had any try to climb up with a shield yet," I said.
"Them bowling balls roll through that pipe right nice," said Billy. "Later, we go down, pick 'em up, and reuse 'em. Been all we needed."
"Pretty much," Isaac added, laying a hand on a long-barreled rifle strapped across his back. "Pretty much." I pointed at the barrels of diesel. "What about that?" "Last resort," said Billy. "We ain't had to use it yet." "They're more than halfway up," announced Holly in high-pitched, quick words. Billy looked at Isaac and cocked his head at the diesel. "Can't see's we got a choice." Isaac shook his head and then bounded over to the drums. "Travis, give me a hand." "What's the risk?" I asked Billy, understanding he had reservations about putting the whites to the flame. "Couple," said Billy, walking quickly over to the wall. He tapped Holly on the shoulder. "You mind?" Holly stepped aside. Billy took off his cowboy hat and took a look through the hole in the wall. He pulled his head back, shaking it. He looked at me.
"If we drop the diesel on 'em, light 'em up, this silo will look like a Roman candle for 10 miles in every direction."
He looked around at the night. "Every infected with an eyeball left'll see it. They'll come." "Might come," I corrected. Billy shook his head. "Maybe enough thangs burned up in the city that them infecteds you got over there ignore it. Out here, fire draws 'em like nothing else. Unless you was down there hollerin' at 'em, I suppose." "What about the grain?" Holly asked. "We talked about that last time." "We almost used the fire once before," Billy told me. "Before we thought to get them bowling balls." "And?" I asked. "Ended up shooting a bunch of 'em," said Billy. "They fell off the ladder. The ones at the bottom, well, they ate the dead ones. You seen 'em do that?" I nodded. "Stayed down there a couple days, I guess," he said. "Then one morning, The sun come up and they was gone. Nothing but bones left down there. The grain, Holly reminded us.
Shaking my head, I said, I'm not following. What's the grain got to do with anything?
Billy stomped his foot on the concrete roof. This one's about half full of dried corn kernel. They'll burn. Hell, they'll burn for a month maybe, probably even blow up if the gases inside mix up just right. What? I didn't believe it. Grain blowing up. It ain't uncommon, said Billy. If we torch them fectids coming up the side, I don't think the fire'll burn hot enough to warm the concrete walls of the silo enough to catch the grain inside on fire. But you never know. Isaac called over. I don't see's we got a choice on this one, Billy. He pointed a bony finger at me. If it's like he says, and they smarter than most fectids, we can't take a chance on them getting up here. They already using a damn shield. No. Billy shook his head as he peeked out the window again. No, we haven't. He stood back up and looked me in the eye.
You sure about this?
I'm sure they're a lot smarter than any you've dealt with yet, I told him. They're a lot more dangerous. I could tell you 100 stories to make you a believer, but you know as well as I do that we don't have time. You gotta make the call, buddy, or let me know if you've got a secret escape hatch, because we may need to get out in a hurry. That created a silence that seemed weird. Not because I thought I frightened them, but because I felt like they were choosing to keep something from me. That was worrisome. I didn't want to distrust my new friends. Billy looked at his boots for a long, awkward time, while the others kept quiet. He looked up and drilled me with his bright blue eyes. We got a way out, maybe, but we'll use it as a last resort. He stomped his boot on the concrete again. If this thing catches fire, it won't all happen at once. We'll have plenty of time to get through the wall, pack up, and leave.
These things don't happen like in the movies.
I laughed.
What's funny? Billy asked.
Nothing, I said as I shook my head. I can't tell you how many times I've said that. I mean, now that I have to live in the real world. Billy nodded and smiled. Anyways, this thing won't blow up all of a sudden. Hell, it might not even do that. All I can tell you is, if it starts to burn, the other silos eventually will too. We'll have plenty of time. Days, weeks, hell, maybe months. Y'all need to stop yakking and do something, Holly told us. Yes, ma'am, said Billy. Travis brought the first 2 Molotov cocktails over. One was a mayonnaise jar, the other a pickle jar, each containing about a quart of diesel. If we're doing this, we need to do it now, said Holly. They'll be here 'fore you know it. You tossin'? Billy asked. Holly unlatched and swung the larger of the 2 metal doors open.
She picked up the mayonnaise jar and held it out to Billy, who already had a lighter with a flame on it.
I took a quick glance through the door. The whites were less than 20 feet down. The one on top held a roughly circular piece of metal over his head. Holly nudged me over, singeing my eyebrows as she brought the burning Molotov through the door. She leaned out. She aimed. I put a hand on her shoulder to bring her to a stop. If you drop it right on top of that shield, I'm afraid it all might splash out to the sides and not burn any of them off the ladder. She huffed, looked down again, turned to me and said, Yep. She leaned way out into the ladder cage and tossed the jar. Give me another, she shouted. It fell as she came back through the hole. The flaming Molotov hit the ladder just above the white carrying the shield. Because of the angle at which Holly threw it, the diesel splattered down the side of the silo as it burst into flames. Smoke and heat rose up.
Whites screamed. The guy with the shield kept coming.
Higher, I said to Holly as she got the next flaming jar of fuel from Bill. Hit the rungs above him. Make him have to climb into the fire. Holly leaned out, through, and pulled herself quickly back inside to get another firebomb. I peeked out. The pickle jar burst on the ladder 4 rungs above the lead climber and just a dozen feet below us.
Diesel spread down the wall and onto the shield. Everything burst into flames. Billy shouted, "Ain't got nothing to lose! The ladder's already burning with diesel stuck to it!" A second later, more Molotovs dropped off the silo and into the mob of whites crowded near the ladder, waiting their turn to go up. The climber with the metal shield seemed to have stopped. Holly leaned out, looked down, then at me. "Where do you want this one?" Same place as before, I guessed, having no better answer with which to fulfill my new role as Chief Targeting Officer. "On the rungs, just above him. Keep it on fire."
Holy shit, she hit the same spot. Damn, she had a talent for it. The shield fell away, and apparently the white holding it did too. Through all the fire and rising heat, it was hard to tell. Suddenly, excited, Holly announced to everyone, "The ladder is clear." She looked at me for confirmation. I nodded. I think it worked. "Close it up?" she asked of anyone willing to answer. At the side of the steel wall, Travis looked down at the ladder. He had a better angle to see the length of it. "They're all off, for sure." He tossed another Molotov into a crowd of whites on the ground at the bottom. Billy looked at Holly, then Isaac. "Y'all keep an eye on things." He thumbed toward the wall. "Tell Todd and the others to get out here." He walked over and knelt beside a rusty, man-sized hatch in the roof I hadn't noticed until that moment. He pointed at me. "Come on, we're going inside."
Chapter 40.
The only light inside the silo came from the dim moonlight shining through the round hatch above our heads. We stood on a metal grate attached to the inside wall as we looked into the darkness. Billy selected a couple of big flashlights from a box they'd apparently left on the platform. Billy turned on his light and shined it on the corn far below. "About half full, like I said." I nodded. He pointed to a harness with a 20-foot tether on it, something like a bungee cord. "Put that on. Clip the other end to the ladder as you go down." "Okay." I was apprehensive. "I know we dropped the fire bombs down the side of the silo, but I don't think there's any chance the fire burned hot enough or long enough to warm the concrete, let alone ignite the grain in here. I don't think we need to go down and check it." "Don't know what y'all been doing," said Billy, "but we like to be over-careful round here."
It's worked out for us.
I looked down the ladder, not anxious to climb up and down another. "I'm too old to get up and down these ladders, less'n you want to be in here all night." Nodding, I picked up the harness and stepped in through the leg holes. "I got it." I pulled it over my shoulders. Billy helped with the adjustments as I said, "I've done shit a lot more dangerous than this without a harness." "Yep," said Billy. "No sense in taking chances when you don't need to." I nodded. It was good advice, I guess. Still, it seemed to me that if I fell, I'd land in a mound of corn that, at least in my imagination, would be as soft as water, or maybe snow. It'd splash. I'd sink in. I wouldn't get hurt. Oh, the wonders of an active imagination and unrealistic expectations. A few moments later, with a shining flashlight dangling from a strap around my wrist, I worked my way down the ladder on the inside of the silo wall. Rust from the rungs flaked off into my hands. A few of the rungs flexed under my weight. They were so thin from corrosion. "Tell me if you see any smoke or smell any popcorn," hollered Billy. "Popcorn," I chuckled, as I tested my weight on a rung below my right foot. "What do you think it's going to smell like before it starts burning?" I didn't have a response for that. I focused on climbing down, testing my weight while trying to keep my grip on rungs that sloughed off layers in my hands. Instead of the relief I'd expected to feel when I stepped off the final rung, I felt surprise instead. The grain was solid underfoot. My feet didn't sink in at all. Rather, it felt like I was standing on asphalt. I looked around for marks to indicate from the inside how full the silo was. Not entirely sure why, I figured it'd help me with my bearings. No mark existed. Nothing. Just the ladder and the concrete walls. "Over there," Billy pointed.
Doing a little geometry in my head, I realized the inside ladder was 90 degrees around the arc from the outside ladder. I unclipped my tether and took a step in the direction Billy had pointed. "Leave it on," he called. "You got enough line to go over there." Starting to feel a bit like a child under Billy's direction, I muttered, "Whatever." "What's that?" he called down. "Nothing," I answered. I reclipped my tether to the ladder. When I got to the spot in the silo where I figured the exterior ladder was attached, I laid my palm on the wall. "A couple steps to your right," hollered Billy. "You sure?" I asked, looking around inside the silo, realizing I couldn't really tell if I was at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or 4. I stepped a little further around the circle before Billy told me to stop. I ran my hands over the curved wall. It felt cool to the touch. I stepped to the right and put my hands on other spots. All felt the same temperature. "You're missing it," Billy told me. "Looking for comparison spots," I called back. No spot on the wall felt remotely warm. I guessed most of the heat dissipated into the air rather than into the massive silo. But could there be hot spots below the level of the corn? I knelt down on the hard crust and laid my hands on the kernels. "Anything?" "No." I aimed the flashlight at the surface to look for anything that might indicate fire. "Smell anything yet?" I stood and sucked in a few long breaths. Just corn. I shined my light around and noticed a peculiar gray shading on the corn at the center of the silo. Could that be from the fire outside? Could some layer of the corn 50 feet below me be smoldering with the smoke filtering up through the kernels to rise through the center? I walked toward the powdery discoloration, sniffing, but smelling nothing different. "Careful," Billy had worry in his voice. Maybe he saw the discoloration too. Maybe he suspected the same thing as me. At the center, I knelt down on the powder and touched it. I didn't smell smoke. I looked at my palm, now gray with the dust. I rubbed grayed fingers under my nose. It didn't smell like ash. A swoosh of grains and a crackle beneath me startled me to jump as I imagined in a panic that whites were burrowing up through the grain. The crust beneath me collapsed. I fell. Before I understood that I wasn't being attacked by whites from below, I was at the bottom of a collapsing funnel-shaped hole in the grain that was filling in around my knees and my waist, and I knew I only had a few seconds before I was totally fucked. Billy was hollering. I probably was too, but not listening to either of us, as I swam and kicked, knowing with innate desperation that I needed to keep my head above the collapsing kernels if I wanted to live. I was in full panic. A spark of rationality reminded me of the tether to which I was attached. The other end of the tether was attached to a ladder rung corroded thin by time. Who knew hope had a diameter? I grabbed the tether and pulled, one hand over the other, taking up the slack as the grain filled in around my chest, making breathing difficult. I struggled to move my legs, but they were already constrained. The tether resisted and then stretched. The corn was at my armpits and would easily cover my head in moments. The tether stopped giving way. I gripped 2 hands full and pulled as hard as I could. Slowly, my body came along, but the grain was still caving in on me. When I shifted my grip, I lost some ground. The grain was filling in over my shoulders. I heaved again, barely able to catch half a breath. The sound around me changed. Fewer kernels rolled over one another. Billy was frantic and still hollering. The grain stopped filling in. I was at the bottom of a big but shallow divot in the grain. I pulled, and with difficulty, dragged myself out.
When I was able to take a full breath, I felt like I'd won. Around me in the loose grain were chunks of kernels fused together like broken pieces of asphalt. "You okay?" Billy called, his voice starting to calm. "You okay?" "Yeah," I called. "I think maybe some of this corn is going to taste funny now." Billy laughed, coughed up some phlegm, and laughed some more. I dragged myself slowly out of the corn. Keeping the tether tight in my hands, I proceeded back to the ladder. "Thanks for making me wear the harness." "Sometimes when they're offloading, the grain will form an air pocket underneath, like a cave." "That's what happened?" I asked. "Ain't uncommon, especially if the grain ain't dry." "You want me to check anything else while I'm down here?" Billy waved me up. I woke the next morning nestled under a layer of blankets plenty thick to keep me warm, but I was working hard to kick them off, as I'd been having a nightmare of being swallowed by a hungry corn monster. What a surprise. Gray, filtered sunlight shone in through the windows and glowed red through my eyelids. I wasn't ready to get up. I pulled the pillow over my head. Somewhere outside my pie-slice-shaped dormitory room, the residents of the silo fort were making muted noises, doing whatever they did in the morning. The sound of Murphy's deep breathing wasn't in the room. He had to have gotten up before me and gone outside. The smell of bacon and maybe eggs, coffee and something baking crept through the pillow's thick foam innards and tempted me to give up on extra sleep. An odor, a terribly familiar one. A scent I'd have preferred never to smell again, seeped in with the smoky bacon aroma. Burning flesh. Too many gruesome images were connected to that smell in my recollections. I shuddered and tried to cram all of that into the part of my memory that I liked to pretend didn't exist. That was interrupted when I got the feeling that I wasn't alone. I jerked up to a sitting position, knife in hand, feet on the floor. Two blonde girls, kids, one maybe 12, the other 6, stood watching me. Kids? Even if they hadn't been strangely observing me while I slept, I'd still have been surprised. Children were no longer a common sight in the world. I settled my gaze on the tall one and asked, "What?" The little one squirmed and grinned. "We need to know your name." My name? That was unexpected. The little one said, "For the book." She giggled and squirmed some more. "The book?" I asked. The tall one held up a hard-bound journal wrapped in flower-printed cloth, with gold edges on the pages and a tiny lock. Not entirely enthusiastic, maybe a little bit embarrassed, she said, "It's our job." Roll call? It was a guess that seemed bad even as I said it. The little one giggled. The tall one smiled and rolled her eyes. "We're historians," said the little one, taking time to sound out each syllable, as though she was getting comfortable with a new big word. "Historians?" I asked, smiling to indulge what I guessed was a fantasy game. "We have to add your name, or you won't be in history," she told me. "I'm Zed Zane. What are your names?" The tall one said, "I'm Kyla, and this is Kinsley." "Write it down," Kinsley urged Kyla. She looked at me and giggled again. "We're sisters." "Ah," I nodded, feeling like I should have guessed, but with a 3 or 4 year age difference, kids that size don't tend to look a lot alike. Kyla opened her book and put pen to paper. Kinsley proudly said, "I write in the book too. We take turns." Really? What else was I supposed to say? Good job? I wasn't used to dealing with kids. "Are you staying for Thanksgiving dinner?" Kinsley asked. "If you are, we have to write it down." "Thanksgiving?" I asked. "When's that?" "Today." Kyla waggled her pencil in the direction of the door. "Isaac went turkey hunting but couldn't find any. We're having chicken." "You're kidding me." The morning was turning surreal. Was it possible I was still dreaming? Is today really Thanksgiving? Yep. Kinsley nodded her head with too much emphasis. Her corn silk hair flopped around her ears, and she folded her arms across her chest. Kyla nodded. We keep the calendar too. She leaned forward with her journal and showed me a page. It displayed the month, day, and year, as well as a pretty little horn of plenty for the holiday. Kyla had already written a good deal on the two facing pages. Busy day? I asked. They came last night. She half smiled and said, You know. I nodded. They had to have been the Whites chasing Murphy and me. Kyla said, They're still down there. I tensed. The Whites? The infected. Her face turned sad for a brief second. How many?
A lot? I worried that more had come during the night.
No, she said. I relaxed. Billy and his people seemed more than able to handle the ones that had come the night before. You put that kind of information in your book? Kyla looked at Kinsley. Kinsley grinned widely and said, Whatever we think is important. I see. And anything they tell us to put in the history, added Kyla. They? I asked. The adults, answered Kyla. My dad said one day people will read it, and it will be their history. We'll be famous, Kinsley grinned proudly. With shy enthusiasm, Kyla said, It's our contribution. I think it's important, I replied. I guess I even believed it. After putting my name in their book, the girls hurried out of the room, leaving me feeling a little bit shortchanged. I thought they might ask me about some of the things that I'd done and seen. I'd have deferred the question to Murphy, but still, it would have been nice to have been asked.
Instead, I felt left out. One of nearly 7 billion forgotten infected, an insignificant remnant of a lost civilization. I put on my boots, tucked my knife beside my calf, and slid my machete into my belt. I had no sheath for it. That was with my clothes and bag in the Mustang that I presumed was in College Station. I looked out the window over my bed and saw a layer of low gray clouds hanging over miles of fields and farms. I spotted movement, too. A troop of Whites, running along one of their snaking paths, was coming toward the silos. A wisp of black smoke floated by the window. All of those infected at the bottom of the ladder were still burning from the night before. That explained the smell that was tainting the tantalizing aroma of cooking bacon. The sounds of people moving around in nearby rooms brought a familiar comfort that turned almost immediately to trepidation. That casual commotion had no place in the post-virus world. Murphy and I had developed quiet habits. When we walked, we did it in a way that kept our steps silent. When we moved things or opened doors, we did it while making as little noise as possible. And when we spoke, we mostly talked in low tones that could only be heard between us and wouldn't carry. The people outside my door were making the kind of noise that pre-virus people blared as they chattered their way through a world brimming with a cacophony of machines, grinding, chugging, humming, squealing, and blasting. Did they have it so good up here on the silos they didn't need to sneak through life on quiet mouse feet? Had Murphy and I stumbled upon a pocket of old normalcy? I was jealous. I took another long scan across the miles of fields and turned to leave my quarters. I followed my nose into a common area at the center of a ring of dorm rooms that had been constructed around the perimeter of the silo's flat roof. As had been explained the night before, boards from disassembled houses in Creepy Town down below had been used to construct the dwellings on top of the silos. The roof of one silo was dedicated for sleeping quarters. On the roof of the next silo were large common areas, a library, a kitchen, and dining room. One held chicken coops, and a section had been set aside for some pigs. They had a smokehouse next to the pig pen, kind of morbid for the pigs.
The structures on the roof of yet another silo was still under construction. At over 50 feet in diameter, the flat silo roofs provided a lot of safe space from marauding whites. A catwalk across the top of all 5 silos served as a hallway, terminating at the fortification across the silo at the end, the one with the ladder Murphy and I had climbed.
Behind the wall on that silo, rooms had been built to store weapons, and there was a workshop with metal and woodworking tools, storage for canned foods and other things the silo dwellers had scrounged. A few people passed through the hall toward the construction area, looking every bit like they were on their way to work. Each greeted me with a nod and a good morning. When I walked into the kitchen and common area, I saw a teenage boy, a man, and a woman preparing the meal. The woman looked at me and said, "Breakfast will be ready in about 10 minutes, so don't wander too far." The 3 chuckled. I smiled, guessing that was silo humor. More people were congregated in a lounge area, sitting on couches, talking intently about some papers laying on a coffee table between them. A couple of them glanced at me, but didn't seem disturbed by my white skin and bald head. I went outside and passed between the storage buildings and through a gate in the steel wall.
On the top level of the tower structure on the far side of the rampart silo, I spotted Murphy, Billy, and Isaac. They were talking and pointing at things far enough away that I could only guess what they might be. From down on the ground at the foot of the silo, I heard other sounds. Whites. They were feeding and squabbling. Nobody on the tower appeared to be concerned about the whites. "Mornin'," Isaac called down to me. "Mornin'," said Billy. "Hey, dude." Murphy waved me to come up to the platform, where the 3 of them were having their conference. The tower stood 3 stories above the top of the silo. On each story was a platform with an expanded metal mesh floor on a steel framework, big enough for 8 or 9 people to stand comfortably around. I could only make rudimentary guesses as to the original purpose that the platforms served for the silos, but large pipes, I assumed for moving grain, ran up and angled through the platforms. Intermixed with the pipes were machines that, again, did things about which I could only guess. The sides of the platforms had been fortified with welded sheet metal and steel plates, much like the rest of the first silo. Also built into the tower was a swiveling boom with a block and tackle hanging on loops of steel cable, wound back to a large spool on the tower's second level. That explained how the Silo clan had been able to hoist everything up. If nothing else, this band of survivors was industrious. I climbed the zigzagging stairs until I reached the top. Billy was pointing to a water tower that had to be at least 7 or 8 miles away. To Murphy, he said, "You can just make out the outpost we built atop that tower." Murphy shrugged. "Maybe I see a rusty spot, but I can't tell. It's too far away." "We got 2 people there too," said Billy. "All 3 towers got radio and solar chargers for the batteries." "Lasers too," added Isaac in his deep drawl. "Zombie lasers?" Murphy laughed. "To signal," said Billy, "just in case." He reached into a small metal cabinet and showed Murphy some high-powered laser pointers they'd scavenged from somewhere. Murphy looked at me and said, "They're trying to convince us to stay," he grinned. "Mostly me, probably. I told them you had a stick up your ass about Mark and had to knock him off before you could resolve your existential crisis." Isaac laughed, whatever that means. I leaned over the top edge of the wall around the platform so I could get a look at the ladder at the base of the silo. Dead whites lay mangled and burned, some still smoldering. Among them, noisy whites fed. I figured it had to be said, just in case. "You guys know you've got whites down there, right?" "Course," said Billy. "Got some more headed this way." He pointed east. "Back that way." "A pretty large group of them." "How many?" I squinted at the horizon, wondering if it was the small group I'd spotted from my room, or if it was the large group that had chased Murphy and me the day before.
100, maybe, said Isaac. Billy pointed at the smoke trickling into the sky from the smoldering bodies below. That's probably why they're coming. Do we need to do something? I asked. He shook his head. Don't seem like the ones down at the bottom have any interest in us up here. They don't remember long, said Isaac. Ones still alive probably forgot us. Shaking my head, I said, I'm not sure that's completely true. Leastways, said Isaac, we ain't gonna do nothing. Nope, Billy agreed. We'll sit tight up here. The healthy ones will clean up the mess down there and save us the trouble. We'll haul the bones away later when things settle down. They won't try to come back up the ladder? I asked. Probably not, said Billy. If they do, he pointed at the bin of bowling balls. Isaac chuckled. Long as they don't see us, they don't know we're up here. We drop a bowling ball on whoever tries to climb the ladder. Ones at the bottom are too dumb to know it ain't raining bowling balls. Far as they know, that kind of stuff just happens. They don't think nothing of it. Except last night, I said. They were chasing me and Murphy. That's why they didn't give up. That's right, said Isaac. They was chasing you, not climbing a ladder for no reason. Got it. Not wanting to get into an argument about infected behavior with the nice folks who'd probably saved my life the night before, I figured I'd find a better way to talk about it at a later time. So, you guys are good up here? You can stay a while? You saw how much grain we got in these silos, said Billy. We don't never need to go down if we don't want to. What about water? Murphy asked. Billy pointed at a row of 3 windmills, the kind spread across the ranches in Texas to pump water out of the aquifers and into the stock ponds. We got 'em piping water up here. We got everything we need. For stuff we want, we take a chance and go down. Billy swung his finger across the horizon, pausing at each lookout. When we're clear, we go down and search for luxuries and such. Plenty of feral pigs around and plenty of cattle, too. No shortage of meat. I felt jealous again. My attempt to set up a post-apocalyptic commune of survivors at Sarah Mansfield's mansion had failed. Billy, Isaac, and the other people on the silos were thriving. Still, I was getting bored with hearing about how well the silo people had set themselves up. I had things to do. I spun around and looked for water towers and other silos on the horizon. I pointed northwest.
You have lookouts that way?
Billy leaned close to my side and pointed so that I could see down the length of his arm to where his finger landed on a couple of fat tanks with streaks of rust on weathered paint. He said, "See there, on top of that one on the left?" I saw a brownish speck, but I couldn't tell what it was. Oil tanks? Liquid fertilizer, said Billy. We got 2 fellas in that observation tower on top. He turned to the south and pointed at a water tower taller and closer than the fertilizer tanks. Got a couple there, too. Did you guys see that big horde of naked whites that went through that way over the past few days? Murphy groaned. Billy nodded. Ate a good many cattle when they passed, most of 'em, I expect. Do your lookouts know where they are? I asked. Billy pointed northwest. Seen 'em out that way when they settled down last night. They were gone when the sun came up this morning.
Moved on.
Isaac cocked his head toward the ladder running down the side of the tower. Sept stragglers. Still plenty of 'em round. He pointed northwest. Headed that way mostly. Looking to catch up, I guess. I took another peek at the whites down below. Habit. You guys have a pretty good idea where all the whites are in the area, as well as which direction they're moving. You certainly seem to have the infrastructure in place for it. Got to, said Billy. If we want to stay safe when we send folks out to scrounge or work the gardens. Is that where all the stuff came from in the houses down below? Murphy asked. We store stuff there, Billy told him. Right now we got all we need, but with rodents, scavengers, infected, and the weather,
It won't be too many years from now when a good pair of jeans will be worth its weight in gold. Or steaks, laughed Isaac. You probably saw, said Billy. We got blankets, housewares, tools, pretty much anything you could think of.
Except food. None of that down there. The infected would eat that right up. We store our food up here. We only keep things down there the infected won't be interested in. Mostly. Isaac laughed in his deep rumble. Some comes through and take anything they can find that's shiny. Sometimes they take knives. You never can tell. Makes sense, said Murphy. We saw some of that back in Austin, right, Zed? I nodded, but didn't tell about my experiences with Nancy and Bubbles. Instead, I asked, maps. Isaac laughed again. What? I asked. Looking at Billy, Isaac said, Told ya. Told him what? I looked from Isaac to Billy and back again. I cleaned out a couple of convenience stores. Isaac leveled an old calloused finger at Billy. He told me I was wasting my time. Everybody here knows what's round. Most of us lived our whole lives here. Could we get a map of the area? I asked. If you could show me on it where the whites are and where they're going, it'd sure make it a lot safer for Murphy and me to get out of here today. I assumed Murphy was going to tag along. I looked at him. How's the hand? Murphy held it up for me to see. It looked much better. Benadryl's my new favorite drug. Can you use it? Stiff, Murphy flexed his hand. But it won't slow me down. You can have a map, said Billy. We don't use 'em. He pointed at a gray-colored house at the edge of town. Got 'em stored down there, a stack of 'em in a china hutch. That made me think of the clothes I'd stolen from their warehouse. I reached up and tugged at the collar on my jacket, deciding whether I should ask for what I'd already taken. Billy looked me up and down. You needed something to wear, so don't sweat it. We probably got more than we're ever gonna need. Thanks, I said. Now, about these maps. Chapter 42. The ladder on which we'd battled the whites stood at one end of the row of silos. The surprise that neither Murphy nor I had guessed was that the silo on the other end was empty. A service hatch at the bottom of the silo was accessible via an internal ladder. The silo dwellers of Creepy Town had a hidden back door. Good for Murphy and me, and probably them too. We'd retrieved a map from the gray house without the cannibal whites at the bottom of the ladder even looking away from their meals. Once we got back to the top of the silo, Billy showed us on the map where both we and the visible groups of whites currently were. The silo dwellers fed us breakfast, the likes of which we hadn't even dreamed of since before the virus. They gave us enough food and water to get us through a few days. No ammunition, though. At least, not until Murphy traded his spare silencer for 150 rounds. I told him he could have bargained for a lot more, but he was satisfied with the deal. He was probably right. The silo dwellers had been kind, and kindness was a rarity in the post-virus world. When we left, Billy told us we were welcome to come back and join them. It was tempting, really tempting. They were good people in a good situation, good considering how the rest of the world was doing. When we left Creepy Town, we walked down the center of the road because it was less tiring than trudging through the mud and weeds. It was also a risk. It made us visible to whites who might be lurking in the trees or inside any house we passed along the way. And they were there. Despite the lookout towers spread over part of the county, unseen whites were always there. Scanning back and forth after a couple of miles of walking in silence, Murphy asked, "Do you think something is wrong with us?" I laughed. Besides what the virus did to us? Sort of. I glanced at Murphy. He seemed bothered. What do you mean? Before all this, you said you worked at Starbucks. I nodded, not wanting to confirm that truth out loud. I guess I felt weird over my choice to work there.
I felt like I should have done something more significant with my education. Not an exciting job, is it? I shook my head and got a little bit defensive. It paid the bills. Most of the time. Well, maybe not even most. And I got free food and coffee. What are you getting at? Don't get your panties in a wad. What? Look, man, said Murphy. You get that little attitude thing. I've been around you enough to see it. I'm not trying to bust your balls. Sorry. I took a hard look at the ditches beside the road up ahead. Whites could be anywhere. What I'm asking is, were you like this before? Like what? Murphy took a second to find the right words. Action junkie. Were you? It was natural deflection, an old habit. He nodded.
But not like this. You mean running around doing some of the crazy shit we do and getting off on it? I asked. You think you'd never have done this kind of stuff before? Murphy shook his head. Some, I guess, but not this risky. Do you think it's because you didn't have the opportunity back then? I asked. Maybe the crazy shit we do now seems so much crazier because the world we live in is that way. Maybe it's all relative. Crazy. That's a good word for it, Murphy laughed. I think about it a lot. I used to get in fights, a lot, I guess. It wasn't because I was angry. Like I told you about those dudes I killed behind that convenience store, I had to get that out of my system. Later on, I think I got in fights because it was exciting. So you were always an action junkie? I asked. A little bit, said Murphy. I think it's worse now. I think something in my brain changed. I think the virus changed me. That was something to think about. I constantly worried about a deterioration of my mind, whether there was such a thing as virus dementia. I didn't want to wake up one morning as a monster. I often thought about how much of the whites' minds were left when they started chasing normals and eating their flesh. Did they have the capacity to understand what they were doing, while at the same time being unable to control it? That had to be worse than being a simple killing machine. I wondered if, in my way, I was becoming like the other whites. I wondered if what suffered most when the virus ate away at a human brain was impulse control. Looking over at Murphy, and seeing that he was still thinking about it as well, I said, I think the virus changed me too. He said nothing, waiting for me to continue. I wasn't like this before either. Well, like you, I was, a little. I did some crazy shit. I used to race my motorcycle on 2222 without a helmet. That is nuts, said Murphy. Nearly got me killed when I wrecked my bike, I said. You weren't one of those dudes that used to ride wheelies down the interstate, were you? No, I shook my head. It was a significant question. No, I always thought those dudes were insane. Picking up on the tone in my voice, Murphy asked, But you'd do it now, wouldn't you? I looked at my feet, feeling embarrassed, but not sure why. I probably would. I probably wouldn't give it a second thought. I looked over at Murphy. You've seen some of the crazy shit I've done. We've both done. Yeah, said Murphy. That's what I mean. I do things now that I wouldn't have done before. Do you worry where it'll end up? I asked. Probably with us getting killed, Murphy laughed. No, I said, not that. Do you wonder if the virus will change you more than it already has? Murphy's face turned sad, and he nodded. Me too, I admitted. I'm afraid of what I'll become, said Murphy. You think you'll turn into one of them? He shrugged. Maybe. I don't know. The longer I go without being a white, the more I'm sure I won't turn into a knucklehead cannibal. What I don't know is if I'll turn and not even know it. We walked a bit more before I admitted, That worries me too. Dude, Murphy pointed toward a house a short way off the road. What? See that F350 parked in that carport over there? What about it? I asked. I'm tired of walking.
Let's go see if we can get it started. Chapter 43. Murphy drove the truck into a convenience store parking lot. I asked, "Do you think this is a good idea?" With a big helping of false confidence, he said, "It's my idea." "Yeah, but—" I decided not to push it. Murphy laughed. "Whatever." Murphy stopped the truck, swung his door open, and jumped out, raising his rifle to his shoulder and pointing it at the convenience store's interior. I left my door open as I got out, figuring that if we needed to leave in a hurry, the seconds I'd save in reopening it might make a difference.
With my machete ready to do its gruesome business, I walked to the front of the store and stepped through one of the wall-sized broken windows, looking for anything that might be alive inside. Murphy stepped through the window, panning back and forth with his rifle. I hollered, "Anybody home?" An animal scampered through debris at the back of the store. We waited for the sound to stop. Again, I called, "Anybody home?" Nobody. Murphy walked toward the cash register. I went to the end of a long shelving unit to search the other end of the store. "If you see any of that purple Gatorade," Murphy reminded me. "Yeah, I know." I shuffled through the broken glass, empty plastic bottles, wrappers and aluminum cans, ripped rather than popped open. I turned over large pieces of cardboard packages, looking for anything intact. "Looks like plenty of little critters have been in here eating whatever the whites didn't take."
I peeked over a tall shelf to get a view of the refrigerator cases, and got a nose full of a smell that I'd caught lingering in the air the moment I stepped past the broken glass. The floor was layered with the remains of people who were mostly intact skeletons, in shredded clothing, with lumps of rotting flesh. I counted skulls, nudging away debris to get a view of any piece of bone that might have been a living person's cranium. 4. No, 5. A couple were kids. The two kid-sized skulls were sitting near one another under a spinning display rack, cockeyed at the ends of their spinal columns. I leaned closer and wished I hadn't. Each skull had a small, perfectly round hole on one side and a missing chunk on the other. Kicking around in the debris revealed a revolver, partially shiny, partially rusty, resting in what was left of a big skeleton's hand. Quitters. I stopped and stared some more. I felt like an asshole. Could I label what I assumed was a family? Maybe some of them were infected. Maybe they were all normal but trapped in the store. Maybe the father or mother, whichever one held the gun, had given their children a merciful death. But the family hadn't been fed on by the infected. If so, the skeletons wouldn't have been relatively intact. The bones would have been scattered. That's just the way it was with the infected. No, these people had been eaten by rats or other small animals. The parents' choice to take the easy way out had been a hasty and wrong decision. I shook my head again and stood up. No need to dwell on the evidence of despair. That lay damn near anywhere I looked in my decaying world. Nothing good came from thinking about the past. I looked over at Murphy's end of the store. "Anything over there?" Murphy waved some piece of something in the air. It clearly wasn't food, a ticket, or anything recognizable. "Whatever," I muttered. "I'm going to look in the fridge." "Be careful." "Yes, Mom." Looking back through the broken windows, I said, "Keep an eye outside while I'm in the fridge. I won't be able to hear anything." "You got it, boss." I glanced up and down at the empty, white wire shelves behind all of the glass refrigerator doors and had an optimistic moment. Perhaps the fridge had stayed closed up after the shelves had been ransacked. I swung one of the refrigerator case doors open and got a nose full of wet stink. I shouldn't have been surprised. Nasty smells lurked everywhere. I pushed on the white wire shelves in front of me. They rattled and resisted, but one by one, each fell back into the fridge. Murphy called. "It would be less noisy if you went into the back and found the door."
Already committed to my choice to do it the hard way, I said, "Is there anyone outside?" "Not that I can see." Muttering again, I said, "Then it doesn't matter." I knocked the last shelf into the refrigerator unit and stepped through. The glass door swung to a close, and I saw dimly lit stacks of inventory against the back wall. Son of a bitch. 3 stacks of milk crates contained cartons, many of which were leaking. Some had exploded, probably due to gases created when the contents rotted in the late summer heat. Now they were growing greenish-brown slime mold all over the cases and down to the floor, where they puddled around a clogged floor drain. Worse, the surface squirmed, alive with maggots. I squished through the slick dairy remnants on my way to get a closer look at what lay further along the back wall. Luck. Bottled and canned beer. Gatorade.
Every kind of soft drink I could name, as well as fruit juices and energy drinks. The Gatorade cases were stacked 5 high, each with a variety of unnaturally colored liquid in unnecessarily shapely bottles. The case on top had some of the weird purple ones that Murphy liked. I laid my machete across the top case and picked it up, feeling, as I did, an intense vulnerability. I'd disarmed myself. I looked through the glass doors on the retail side of the refrigerator case and over the metal display shelves. Murphy was in the convenience store's parking lot, standing near the truck, hands on his weapon, scanning slowly across the horizon. I looked at the thick, insulated back door of the walk-in cooler. No doubt a stockroom lay on the other side, a room I hadn't yet checked out. To walk into that room with 2 handfuls of Gatorade rather than a ready machete would be a mistake. I hefted the case of drinks onto one of the wire shelves in the refrigerator, took my machete, and climbed out of the cooler the way I'd come in. From that side, I again picked up my case of Gatorade and hauled it outside. "Purple?" Murphy asked, looking back at me. I nodded. "Fierce grape. Nothing up the road?" "Just us." Murphy came over to me, cut the plastic wrapping on the case, and pulled out a bottle of his favorite color. I huffed and heaved the case into the truck's cab. Murphy unscrewed the cap and guzzled half the bottle down. "It's better cold." Luxuries from a time gone by. I nodded and helped myself to a bottle of the neon green. I like the classics. There's plenty more of this in the cooler. Nobody ransacked that part of the store yet. "Any solid food?" Murphy asked. "Some rotten sandwiches wrapped in plastic in the fridge. I didn't check the stockroom." "Did you find anything good behind the counter?"
Murphy reached into his pocket and half pulled out a handful of brightly colored disposable lighters. He then reached into the truck's cab and pulled out a roll of shiny lottery tickets. He showed them to me with a big grin. "What the fuck is that?" "Scratch-offs." "Yeah, I can see that. Why do we need them?" I took another gulp of my Gatorade. "Pick one." "What?" "Pick one." "Why?" "Man," said Murphy, "humor me. Just pick one. Just take the first one on the roll." I turned away and looked up and down the road. "Don't ruin my fun. Seriously, pick one." I sighed loudly, turned and looked at the roll of tickets strung from Murphy's hand down across an empty parking space. "Any ticket?" "Any ticket," Murphy confirmed. I pointed to one and then knelt down and put my finger on it. "This one?" Murphy chuckled and pulled the tickets up into his hand. "This one?" he confirmed. What the fuck did I care? I nodded, took another drink, and gazed up and down the road. It always makes me nervous when I don't see any whites. It's like I know they're out there. When I can't see them, I think they're sneaking up on me. "We'll see plenty soon enough." Murphy tore the ticket away and let the rest of the roll drop to the ground. "You got a quarter?" I laughed. I can't remember the last time I touched actual money. "You never know." Murphy took a magazine out of his vest, removed one bullet, and set the magazine on the hood of the truck.
He started scratching the lottery ticket with the brass edge of the cartridge. "What are you doing?" "Just checking." "Checking what?" I asked. "You know you can't redeem those things, right?" I looked around, as though showing Murphy for the first time that the world had changed. Murphy laughed loudly enough that I felt the need to crouch as I looked around again. If any whites happened to be napping nearby, they'd be awake now.
"What's so funny?" Still laughing, Murphy said, "Nothing." He stuffed the ticket into one of his pockets. "What?" I asked. "Was it a winner?" "Not saying." "What do you mean you're not saying?" I was getting perturbed. "Why'd you have me pick a ticket and then scratch it off?" "Just checking to see if you're as lucky as I thought you were." I shook my head and turned to go back inside the convenience store. "I'm going to get a few more cases. I'll check the stock room, too, and see if I can find any potato chips or something." "You!" I shook my head to emphasize my disappointment. "You just keep amusing yourself." When I was halfway to the back of the store, Murphy called, "Do you want to know if you won?" "No." "Come on, man, you've got to be curious." With no conviction, I said, "Fine. Did I pick a winner?" Murphy laughed again. "I'm not saying." Jesus Christ. Chapter 44. I drove. Murphy rode shotgun for literally the very reason that term was invented in the first place, to keep the naughty people away from civilized traveling folks inside.
"Keep us going north," I told him. He was the navigator, too. Murphy looked around before laying his weapon across his lap. He unfolded the map. "How far north do you want to go before we head west to find them?" "I don't want to run into them from the side." I scanned the field on both sides of the road while trying to keep my speed up. I didn't believe the horde would move more than 20 miles in a day, I guess. With trying to keep themselves fed along the way, and with the smart ones probably knowing that driving the horde at too quick a pace would increase their mortality rate, they might move only 5 or 10 miles in a day.
Either way, when we came upon them, I wanted to approach from the northwest, on the off chance that if we had to run away, and if they chased, we'd all be moving in the direction I wanted them to go. As it was, with the whites last seen heading north, the next population center they came to, or former population center, would be Waco. They'd pass 20 or 30 miles to the east of Fort Hood. "Again," Murphy asked, "how far?" "Let's shoot for 20 or 30 miles, I said. Then we'll cut west as much as we can and see if we can pick up some sign of them." Murphy laughed. "I don't think finding a sign of them will be the problem. What worries me is that we'll round a curve in the road or come over some hill and see the whole damn horde in front of us." "Yeah," I smiled. "That would be our luck. You know, we could do the same things our buddies in the silos did and find a water tower to climb. We'd get a pretty good view of at least 5 miles around, maybe 10. "The horde would be hard to miss," said Murphy, "even at that distance." I slowed the pickup and drove through a ditch to avoid several burned-out cars in the road. That would keep us from getting surprised by a mob too big for us to handle. "Stop at the top of this next hill," said Murphy. "If you don't see any whites around, I'll climb on top of the cab and see if I can spot a water tower for us to climb." Chapter 45. I had to run over a trio of infected who were loping down the middle of the road. I don't know where they were going. I don't know why they didn't make any effort to get out of the way. They were a short distance down the road from a radio tower we were headed toward, and they were jogging in that direction. Better to exterminate them with the truck than to be surprised by them later. Why not? The truck had the heavy steel brush guard, and I didn't think I was going fast enough to damage anything important. When I drove the truck over the crest of a hill, we found a radio tower standing next to a small, square building with a flat roof and concrete walls. A bundle of black cables ran out of the building and up the side of the tower. Around the building stood a chain-link fence at a distance of about 50 feet on all 4 sides. With no whites around that we could see, I backed the truck into the fence and knocked it flat, quickly solving the problem of how we were going to get through it. I didn't drive back so far that the pickup's tires rolled onto the barbed wire that topped the fence or any of the chain-link fencing. I didn't need a flat. Murphy and I got out and walked around to give the tower a good look. "How tall do you think it is?" he asked. Looking from the base up the red and white painted framework reaching into the sky, I said, "Tall enough."
I'll either see the naked horde from up there, or I'll see the next water tower or silo that we'll need to climb.
"And if there are whites on the way?" Murphy asked. "We've been lucky so far this morning, and that's starting to worry me. We'll deal with them, like we always do." Seeing that the ladder into the tower was blocked with a locked fence attached to the rungs, I walked around the small building with Murphy following behind. He was scanning across the tan-colored fields all around us. I was looking for a way to get onto the flat roof. 3 runs of metal conduit attached to a wall and running from ground to roof turned out to be my path. Without a word of what I was going to do, I wrapped my fingers around one of the pipes and used it for a ladder to pull myself onto the roof. It took only a few seconds. Looking down at Murphy, I asked, "How's your hand?" He flexed as he looked at his palm.
"Still a little swollen, but I can use it just fine."
"Can you make it up here?" Murphy rolled his eyes, grabbed onto the conduits, and climbed to the roof beside me. "You keep an eye out around us," I told him. "I'll go up." Murphy opened his mouth to protest, but we both knew it would be safer for me to go up than him. "If you see any whites," I told him, "shoot 'em. And if a bunch comes this way," I laughed, "I'll see them a long time before you do." "Yeah," said Murphy, "I suppose so." "Keep an eye on me as I'm going up," I said. "I'll take it slow and check for whites in all directions. If I see any, I'll point out the direction and call down how many." "And when you get too high to hear?" "Won't matter," I told him. "If I'm so high that you can't hear me, then the whites I see will be so far away they won't be able to get here before I get down." "Unless they're close by," Murphy argued. "You're not thinking, dude," I told him.
"For any that are close by, I'll have told you about those before I get very high. Cool?" Murphy pursed his lips and raised his rifle to his shoulder to scan the surrounding fields using the scope.
"One more thing."
"What's that?"
"If I see any whites, how about I just lay down so they don't see me?" He grinned. I rolled my eyes, climbed through the tower's framework, got onto the ladder, and started up. I don't know how high up I was when I stopped and looked around. Maybe 20 feet, high enough to see the area around us, but not high enough to see much of anything Murphy and I hadn't already seen from the roof of the little building below. "Anything?" Murphy called. "Nope." Up. At 50 feet, I glanced around again. Nothing jumped out, so I pushed on. The wind felt stronger and colder the higher I went. The horizon spread out farther in all directions. With no intuition for height and no way to know how far up the tower I'd gone, I slowed my ascent.
I might have been 100 feet or 200 feet off the ground.
The section of ladder stretching into the sky above could have been as long as the one below. As I stepped from rung to rung, looking up and down, I saw no difference. Maybe I was halfway up. Maybe it was impossible to tell from my perspective. Either way, I was high enough that the wind seemed to be blowing twice as hard as it did down on the ground. The guy wires that Christmas-treed down from the tower at different heights in different directions vibrated with Star Wars laser sounds that changed pitch with the speed of the wind. Despite all those guy wires, the tower swayed enough to make me worry it might fall over or break somewhere along its length. Logic told me that was impossible. After all, the tower's resilience was proven by the fact that it stood at all. It made it through the storm a few days prior. It survived the hurricane several months ago and had been enduring the weather for years.
One reason it did not collapse in any of those winds was probably its ability to flex and sway.
Nevertheless, it was hard to keep logic in mind while the framework moved around me. I stopped, wrapped an elbow over a rung, and locked my hands to hold myself in place. I took a hard look at the fields near the base of the tower and saw Murphy looking up at me. I let go my hand-locked death grip and gave him the thumbs up. No whites were nearby that I could see. As I looked farther and farther out, I spotted the movement of cattle and horses. I saw whites in groups of a few here and there, and even saw a long line of naked ones winding their way on a road leading into a small town a mile north of us. I looked east to see if I could spot the silos where we'd stayed the night. The horizon was spiked with water towers and silos of varying heights and diameters, some clustered, some attached, others in pairs, and many standing solo. Unable to find the line of 5 silos, I tried to piece together the landmarks we'd passed along the way to find the path back. Instead, I only managed to lose myself. Realizing I was wasting time for something that served only to satisfy my curiosity, I looked down again at the fields below to see if I could spot any whites closing in on Murphy's position. Nothing. I stuck my arm out through the tower's metal frame and showed Murphy another thumbs up. I looked west, thinking I'd see a giant black smudge snaking over the rolling farmland to where it terminated at an amorphous white splatter. Nothing so obvious presented itself. In fact, the more I looked, the more I noticed how all the colors seemed to lose their brilliance and distinction as they slowly faded to shades of gray the farther away I gazed. Way off to the west, I spotted black specks floating across the sky. 3 of them. Those specks were familiar to me. They were the Survivor Army's helicopters flying south. Probably toward Austin, unless they got bored with that plan. Well north of the 3 specks flying south, I spotted 2 more that seemed to go nowhere other than to circle the same patch of gray ground below. I examined the landmarks between my position and theirs, thinking that I'd be able to reconcile those with Murphy's map when I got back down. My hope was that I'd be able to confirm our strong suspicion that the Survivor Army was indeed making Fort Hood their home. I continued to look west and south, thinking I was plenty high enough up the tower. Then I spotted the horde. We spread the map out on the tailgate. With a finger, I traced a road on the map that ran past the radio tower. I looked up. See those 2 barns up there? Murphy looked across the field. I tapped the map on an intersection and pointed at an adjacent road. This road goes north just on the other side of those barns. Okay. Murphy looked again, though we couldn't see the road from where we stood. Then about a mile up that road is a little town, I said. I saw a line of about 40, maybe 50 whites running into that town. Let's avoid that place. Murphy took his attention away from the map and slowly turned, scanning the area around us. Yeah, I agreed absently, keeping focused on the map, looking at the roads, and trying to associate the map with the landmarks I'd seen from up on the tower. I missed my smartphone. I traced roads and tried to figure out where the horde was on the map. I groaned. What? Murphy asked. Frustrated with what I figured out, I shushed Murphy and went through my analysis again. You need to go back up and look again? Shaking my head, I said, We don't have time. How could we not have time? Murphy looked around again. Second nature paranoia. See this road here? It was labeled a highway, but it was just a 2-lane road with a wide shoulder and a 70-mile-per-hour speed limit. Yeah, Murphy acknowledged. They're headed toward it right now, I told him. They'll cross it before too long. I think it's our best chance to get ahead of them. Murphy traced his finger back along the road to that little town a mile or so away, the one I'd seen the line of whites run into. He frowned and shook his head. Why's this road important?
I showed him another way to get ahead of the naked horde. The detour would send us on a road that cut across their path, but at a point much farther north. To skirt around the town to get to this other road, I said as I showed Murphy the path. Assuming we don't have to detour again to get there, we might burn off an extra hour or two. I think the horde might get too far north by then. What do you mean by that? Murphy asked. I showed him where Fort Hood lay on the map. I saw some helicopters flying around over here. I'm pretty sure that's where the survivor army is.
If we want to get the naked horde over there, I think it will be easier to get them to veer that way than to coax them into a hard left turn. The farther north they go, the more they'll have to turn, and the harder it will be to get them to do it, I think. Murphy sighed and rolled his eyes. I know where this is going. The urgency is real, I said. So is the risk, Murphy told me. I think getting the survivor army and the naked horde together is worth it. Murphy shook his head in defeat. At least it'll be exciting. The other thing is, we can't take the main road through town, I said. It's blocked. But when I was up there, I think I saw a way through town. When we get to the other side, we can get back on this highway. Did I say exciting? Asked Murphy. I meant excitinger. He laughed at his word joke. I smiled. Don't be a pussy. You know you dig this shit. Stop whining and let's go kill some golf ball heads. Killing Mark better be worth it. That's all I've got to say.
Chapter 47. The road curved on the way into town, passing old houses built of native stone, some of institutional reddish-orange brick under flat roofs, and even a tall Victorian-style house in disrepair with vehicles that hadn't run since the 70s on the lawn. The trees in what was left of the yards stood tall and broad enough to hang over the road and muffle some of the sound that our big diesel engine rattled out from underneath its hood. Half the trees had large boughs broken and lying beneath. Other limbs were partially ripped from the trunks and hanging from tree to road. Smaller limbs lay everywhere. Most roofs were partially torn away or had wide sections with missing shingles. The town had gotten hit hard when that hurricane blew into central Texas a few months back. We passed a grocery store with all the plate glass windows across its front broken away. The metal shelving units and cashier stations were piled into ramparts around the front of the store.
Bare bones lay scattered across the asphalt. The folks in this small town had made their last stand at the Piggly Wiggly.
A road scattered with vehicles in disarray straightened out as it ran through the center of town. Among those vehicles, several dozen whites jumped to attention, pulled away from whatever they were scavenging by the sound of our engine. I floored it. The exhaust roared and spat out a cloud of smoke. The heavy truck accelerated faster than a Humvee, but didn't instill any confidence in me as for how well it would maneuver through town, where lots of slow turns and subsequent accelerations would be necessary to keep infected hands off its faded paint. Still, all the engine and exhaust noise had the effect I'd hoped for when I pushed the pedal down. Whites ran into the street several blocks ahead of us, eager to be the first to get a bite. "Put on your seatbelt." My voice ratcheted up with excitement. "It's gonna get fun." Murphy quickly strapped himself in, left his M4 in his lap, and readied his pistol. I swerved around a dead pickup. Pickups were the most common form of transportation in that part of Texas. I ran down some whites with a bang of bone against steel. The truck bounced as it rolled over their bodies. We passed a feed store on the left and a barbecue shack on the right. After that, the 1- and 2-story buildings on both sides of the street filled in wall to wall. "You see the road blocked up there?" Murphy asked. "I'm turning left at the corner." I didn't slow the truck much. Instead, I swerved to the right side of the road and cut a wide turn through the intersection, smashing more whites with the pickup's heavy-duty brush guard. The truck leaned hard, and the tires complained loudly, but they held the road. Murphy pointed his pistol at some whites who got close to his side, but not close enough for him to waste a bullet. Just as well.
The truck fishtailed coming out of the corner and slammed a running white full on the side, batting him 20 feet across a sidewalk and into a wall. Murphy laughed out loud. "Damn, did you see that?" I was laughing too, as I proudly checked my mirror to see whether the white was getting up. "Dude!" Murphy shouted. I looked forward just in time to avoid slamming into a parked delivery truck. "Keep your eyes out front." Murphy was getting revved up with the excitement too. "Yes, sir." I sped the truck past 2 more blocks. "I think this next one is where I turn." Murphy reached out and held onto the dashboard. We were going too fast to corner. I braked and the truck skidded into the turn. I gunned the engine again and straightened out on the road. Oh shit. I mashed the brakes to the floor. A tree was down across the road in front of us. The tires skidded and bounced. The engine knocked and stalled as we smashed into the branches. "Good thing you put on your seatbelt," I told Murphy as I turned the key to crank the starter. He turned in his seat to see if any whites were coming around the corner behind us. The engine didn't start. "Let me know if you see any," I told him loudly. "Oh, you'll know." Murphy holstered the pistol and swung the barrel of his rifle over the truck's back seat to point out the rear window. I cranked again as I looked for what I could see through brown leaves and gray branches. "Come on, you old piece of shit." "Don't pump the gas pedal," Murphy told me without looking. "You're flooding it." "Can you flood a diesel?" I asked, wondering if old diesels had carburetors or fuel injection, but mostly thinking we should abandon the truck before whites came around the corner. It would be easier to evade them before they got eyes on us. Murphy fired his rifle. The bullets shattered the truck's rear glass. So much for running away. Murphy fired off several more rounds. I looked over my shoulder and saw a half-dozen whites sprinting around the corner behind us. I cranked the starter, keeping my foot off the gas pedal. The engine rattled to life. I pushed the shifter into reverse and floored it again. The rear tires spun and then caught, dragging the truck backward toward the whites. The hood was barely out of the downed tree branches when the first white disappeared under the rear bumper. I had an arm up on the back of the seat and was half turned around by then as I raced. A female jumped onto the back of the truck. Another thumped against the tailgate. Murphy shot the woman climbing into the bed, and 2 more jumped up to take her place. I hit a clump of whites at the corner and cut the wheels hard. The truck spun sideways into the cross street. 1 white fell out of the back. The other hit his head and fell over, bleeding and unconscious. "Go! Go!" Murphy shouted. I shifted into forward and put the pedal to the floor, keeping my eyes ahead. Murphy fired at least a dozen more shots. "I think I took the wrong turn back there." "No shit," Murphy laughed. He glanced forward. "What about staying on this road? It looks clear." "Can't," I told him. "We need the road going out of town to the west." "This will take." "Don't care," Murphy shouted. "Just get us out of here." He fired a few more shots. We didn't have much of a lead and didn't have many choices. The road we were on only had 3 more cross streets before running out of town. If any roads existed out past the edge of town that would get us to where we were going, I didn't know which ones they were. I hadn't looked at the map in that kind of detail. I chanced the next right turn we came to. "Hang on." The truck wasn't moving fast enough for the tires to squeal much, but it leaned hard anyway. The truck started to bounce. "Damn," Murphy complained. "Potholes," I told him. "Write a letter to the mayor." The way ahead looked clear for several blocks between houses roughed up by the storm. I slowed and tried to avoid the biggest holes in the road. By the time we passed the first intersection, whites were rounding the corner behind us and coming our way. At each intersection, I looked right to get a glimpse at the road through the center of town, the one we needed to be on when we drove out the other side. We were paralleling it, and if we could get past the roadblock and get back on that road, we'd be home free. At least, that was my plan, or hope. We came to a jumble of branches that looked more and more impassable the closer we came. Rather than risk getting hung up, I took a right turn, hoping we'd gone far enough to get past the roadblock. Whites, the clothed variety, came at us out of the houses as we passed. Not in big numbers, a couple here, a couple there. More debris had to be avoided, so I drove through somebody's front yard.
Murphy had to shoot a white who was waiting on a front porch for the opportunity to pounce on us as we passed. I made a left turn onto the main street as Murphy shouted, "Dude, perfect!" In my rearview mirror, I caught a glance of overturned pickups blocking the road just behind me. The thump of a white hitting the brush guard pulled my attention forward again. We were back among the naked ones. Not many, but enough. I raced the big, noisy engine and swerved back and forth in the road. I needed to avoid stalled vehicles and debris that looked like it could put a hole in a tire. Murphy shot down a few whites who took advantage of our reduced speed. Moments later, we were out of the center of town and racing past storm-thrashed houses again. I kept an eye on the road signs, hoping the ones I needed hadn't been run down by fleeing motorists. At a Y intersection, I saw the sign I'd been looking for, along with an arrow pointing right.
I sped the truck up over 60 and took the right leg of the intersection. The road up ahead looked clear. Farms spread out on both sides of the road, and the last of the town's houses disappeared behind us. I was riding high on my victory and shouted, "All right, let's get this show on the road." Chapter 48. We made the first 10 miles pretty quickly over roads that were mostly clear. That's when we reached a blocked bridge over a shallow river. The terrain along the banks took the possibility of attempting a crossing in the truck off the table. We spent nearly an hour backtracking for a way around. When we finally got back on course, we were getting into the later hours of the afternoon. Murphy spotted a tall sign for a bed and breakfast standing on a hill across a wide field planted in a uniform, grassy green crop that hadn't died. The 2-story main house, the barns, and a silo, which stood half again taller than the house, were all painted in red with white trim and looked just as unperturbed as if awaiting weekend visitors from a pre-virus world. From up there, I immediately guessed I'd be able to see for miles in all directions. We needed to stop and get our bearings. The Dude Ranch, or whatever it was, had a fancy iron gate that stood 15 feet tall at least, and looked to have successfully kept out the casually wandering whites. It, however, was designed for ornamental value rather than security. I drove through it at 20, and my much-abused farm truck jolted, but didn't lose any momentum. The caliche drive crackled under our tires as I rolled the truck cautiously around the curves on a winding driveway up through the green grass toward the house. I stopped the truck with the passenger side facing the house. Murphy said, "Honk the horn a few times.
I'll shoot whoever comes out." What didn't need to be said was that if too many whites came out, I'd drive off and we'd try somewhere else. I leaned on the horn. That, along with the noisy diesel, was bound to bring any infected residents out to greet us. We waited. I honked again, and before the sound ended, 3 whites came running around a corner of the house, vocalizing and grabbing, though the truck sat 30 yards beyond their reach. Murphy squeezed off 5 shots to get them all. 2 were dead. That was easy enough to tell. The last was badly wounded and writhing on the ground, babbling nonsensical sounds full of anger while blood pulsed out of the torn artery that would soon be the cause of its death. Another white was kind enough to come running around the same corner, and Murphy shot her through the throat. She collapsed, twitching and gurgling blood. "Hog it again," Murphy told me. I did. No more whites came to greet us. Taking time to look around in all directions,
Murphy said. "Drive round back." I drove the truck over the lawn, giving the main house a wide berth. Once we got around behind the house, I skirted a large pool full of green water and floating vegetation. Spread just below the crest of the hill, facing west, stood a row of 7 cottages, each with a view over miles of rolling hills toward a spot where the sun would set. "Damn pretty view," I observed. "Don't make your reservations yet," said Murphy. I honked the horn before he had a chance to tell me to do it. A couple of whites pushed their way through the open door on one of the cabins. Because they were on my side of the truck, Murphy didn't have a shot. "Go," he ordered. "I got this." I pushed the pedal to the floor and spun gravel and turf into the air. Before I created too much of a gap between me and the whites coming for us, I skidded the truck to a stop, threw it into reverse, and backed toward the whites, who, in their eagerness to get at us, didn't bother to get out of the way. The rear bumper hit them, and at least one of them went under the tires, not unlike a speed bump. I stopped, reversed course, and ran them over again going forward, trying my best to gas the truck just as the wheels rolled over the bodies. Did spinning the wheels on a dying white's body seem unnecessarily brutal? Yeah, sure. But what the fuck? My guilt over the killing of whites, who maybe didn't deserve it, because they might have been slow burns, was manifesting itself in a weird way. We made a few more trips, weaving through the farm buildings, honking the horn and making as much noise as we could before we decided it was safe to get out. I stopped the truck in front of the silo and looked at Murphy for protests before I killed the engine. He said nothing. Off it went. I flung the truck door open and leapt out with my machete at the ready. Murphy took up a position at the front of the truck with his rifle aimed at a pair of double doors at the base of the silo. Without hesitation, I opened one wide and stepped aside as I yelled, "Hey!" I waited for my position against the wall and watched Murphy. From where he stood, he had a view inside the silo. After a moment, he shrugged. Good enough. I turned and ran inside. The silo was clearly not functional for storing grain, I decided, based on my recent experience inside an operational one. This silo was configured with a spiral staircase up the center to what had to be a viewing platform. The silo was just a facade for nostalgic guests. I didn't care. It was perfect for my needs. I started up the stairs. Murphy ran inside and I told him, "Close and lock the doors, then come up." Once I reached the platform at the top, I was pleased. All around the circumference of the silo at the platform level were tall windows, giving me an unobstructed view of the countryside in every direction. And, if that wasn't enough, a large telescope stood ready for use, along with a shelf housing several pairs of binoculars. "Nice," said Murphy, as he stepped up to the observation floor with me. "You get the doors locked?" I asked. "Nobody's going to wander in," he told me. "If a bunch of them decide to bust those doors down, they won't have any trouble." Spinning around for a cursory glance at the nearby property, I said, "Unless there are a bunch of them hiding in the barn, I think we're good. You didn't happen to bring that map up, did you?" Murphy slapped a pocket on his vest. "Good." I stepped in front of a window and looked in the direction I figured the naked horde should be. "Help me search. We need to find them before it gets dark." Chapter 49. Looking through the binoculars made it hard to find the horde. At least, at first it did. I scanned across field and forest, mostly field, in the distance. I came across a path of turned-up dirt, darker than the surrounding ground, leading across a field, and realized it was the path of the horde that I was seeing. I abruptly stopped. Holy crap. What? Murphy had his weapon up before I pulled the binoculars away from my eyes. I pointed. "They're right there." Murphy looked. "No," I told him. "Right here, close. In that valley, right there." Shit, dude. Like a mile away. That's a lot closer than I'd prefer to be right now. Murphy walked around the observation tower, looking hard out the windows to see the ground around us. They're not on the move, I told him. I think they're getting ready to settle down for the night. I set the binoculars on the shelf and got behind the telescope, aiming it at the mob of whites. Yeah, looks like they're milling around, Murphy confirmed.
They're not going anywhere.
With the telescope's magnification, I saw right down into the horde. I saw individuals, naked, staring at nothing, squabbling, foraging in the dirt for edibles, and even coming to consensus about which of the nearest ones was the weakest. It was frightening to watch as the first one, then several, stopped whatever they were doing and took to staring at a particular white among them. In the space of 30 or 40 seconds, all the whites close by did the same, until one white found herself looking around at staring eyes. Realization followed, and the targeted white tried to run but failed. All the staring whites converged on her and tackled her in a pile of wrestling bodies and dirty white skin. And then it was all splashed with red. I inched the telescope across the crowd, trying to find the center, the spot where I figured I'd find the smart ones. Okay, now that we've got 'em, what's the plan, Batman? I didn't answer.
I found the remains of an old gas station that looked to have been abandoned half a century ago. It was the structure closest to the center of the horde, as near as I could tell.
Dude?
Murphy asked. Just a sec. I examined the whites near the gas station. Many were sitting down. A few looked to be stomping the grass into nests in which they planned to curl up for the night. Among a bunch of whites already sitting down, I spotted a group of 3 walking together, and I guessed they were the sentries, the same ones who had tried to ruin my night when I'd made my first attempt to assassinate Mark. No, not assassinate. Punish. I took that as confirmation that my intuition about the gas station was correct. I refocused the telescope at the building, at least what wasn't hidden from view behind a giant oak that had grown in an inconvenient spot. "What are you looking for exactly?" Murphy asked. "I thought we had a plan for this part." There, a white male walked out from behind the tree and whispered into the ear of a female. After listening to the instructions, the female ran off. An unusually thin male took her place and listened to the whispers. Other whites lined up for instructions. 2 more whites came out from behind the tree and started whispering in ears. "Check this out," I said, stepping away from the telescope. "Hurry." Exaggerating his disinterest, Murphy took my place at the telescope and peeked through. "See?" I asked. "Damn," he said. "It couldn't be any clearer if I was listening to what they were saying. Those whites are telling the others what to do." He looked for a few more moments. He pulled his eye away from the telescope and glared at me. "You trying to figure a way to get through to that gas station tonight?" "I would if I could," I told him. "But I can't think of a way to get past those sentries." "You didn't see a combine over there?" Murphy laughed. I rolled my eyes.
Murphy took the map out of his pocket and unfolded it. I took the opportunity to walk around the circumference of the silo for a good look at the grounds nearby and a cursory glance at the adjacent properties. Of course, I was looking for anything moving. All I saw were a few deer. Murphy looked around for a table on which to spread the map. We had none, of course, so he pressed the map to the glass, took a confirming look at the naked horde beyond, and put his finger on a spot. "I think they're here." I looked at the map, looked at the horde, and looked back at the map again. "I think you're right." I spent another moment finding our location. "I think this is us here." "And Fort Hood?" Murphy asked, although it was pretty clearly outlined on the map and shaded in yellow. I traced a straight line from where the horde was planning to camp for the night to Fort Hood's border. Our location was just a little below the line.
How far do you think that is? I asked as I looked at the scale on the map.
What's the distance between the grid lines? Murphy asked.
2 miles.
14 miles from here to Fort Hood, Murphy guessed, give or take. Nodding, I agreed. It'll be full dark in another 30 or 40 minutes, said Murphy.
Yeah, I agreed. What are you thinking?
I know the golf ball heads are settling down for the night, answered Murphy. But I was thinking about what Billy and Isaac told us about the fire at the silo. I looked west to try and make out Fort Hood on the horizon. No helicopters were in the air to mark it, and under the glare of the setting sun, all of the features on the horizon were hard to see. He said the whites out here in the country were drawn to fire, especially at night. I think we're on the same page here, I said.
We start a fire and give them some incentive to get off their asses and come this way.
We know they don't mind losing sleep when they're hungry, said Murphy. We've dealt with them at night plenty of times. I looked at the main house. I'll bet being up on the hill, they'll see that house burning. Murphy nodded. You stay up here and keep an eye on them, I said. I'll go torch the house. Don't be a dumbass, Murphy told me. The horde will be there when we come back up to look. We'll go torch the house together. No need to risk going by yourself. Sure, Mom. With room for 20 or 30 guests at the bed and breakfast, the kitchen and the pantry were large. Unfortunately, not a crumb of food was to be found in either. That left Murphy and me standing at a doorway into the dining room. We'd already hollered into the house in case any whites were inside. None obliged.
I yelled a warning that we were going to burn the house in case anyone normal was hiding upstairs. Nobody protested.
Murphy led the way past 2 long dining tables lined with wooden chairs and into a sitting room with a big stone fireplace. Beside the fireplace, half a cord of wood was stacked neatly against the wall, as more of a choice in interior design than necessity. Some gasoline would come in handy, I said. We don't have any to spare, said Murphy. Do the best with what you have. I'll keep an eye on things. He turned his back to me and watched the stairs and the front door. I went to work with curtains, pillows, and magazines, collecting them in a pile. I fetched the wooden chairs from the dining room. On the chairs, I stacked the firewood so that the fire I was going to start would have plenty of room to breathe. I laced the pile with the magazines and cloth from the upholstery on the chairs.
When it was done, the bonfire in the sitting room stood ready to burn at 6 feet tall.
I checked my pockets and realized I didn't have a lighter. I looked up at Murphy. He exaggerated his disappointment as he tossed me one. I lit the paper at the base of my construction, stepped back, and waited for it to ignite some of the fabric. We're in business. Murphy gave my fire a glance and said, We should have opened a window upstairs first. Fuck that, I told him. I picked up a chair and threw it through a big window on the front of the house. It shattered. I silently thanked the owners for not replacing the old windows on the house with modern, tempered glass. Let's go. It'll have to do. We ran out the back door, crossed the wide yard, ran around our pickup, and went back into the silo, locking the door behind. Panting and grinning, we reached the observation deck after running up the stairs. The day had turned to dusk. I didn't yet see any flames inside the house.
How many fires you think we'll have to set? Murphy asked.
4 or 5, I shrugged. 20 or 30, hell, I don't know. It might be a good idea to round up some gas cans along the way if we can. Murphy leaned on a rail and stared impatiently at the house. I took up a position at the telescope and watched my smart buddies hanging around the old gas station. 9 or 10 were in front, whispering in one another's ears, looking every bit like neighbors standing in the front yard and having a chat after dinner. Scanning across the mass of the horde, it looked like about half of them were on the ground, settling into sleep. Fire in the window, Murphy announced. Good. I kept my eye at the telescope's eyepiece.
I'd guess it took maybe 10 minutes for the fire to fracture the glass on the second-floor windows. Once that happened, with a big breath of oxygen flowing into the house, the flames roared out and lit up the whole area.
Just as that happened, all across the horde, heads turned to look. Out on the fringe, some of the cliques were already on the move. Others were breaking off from the main group in bands of a few or a dozen. The smart ones, too, were interested. They'd all but stopped whispering and were looking at the burning house. Though through the telescope it appeared as though they were all looking right at me. "They're starting to come," I said. "How long do you figure the house will burn?" "No idea," answered Murphy. "Half hour, an hour? I don't know." "How long do you think it'll take the whites to get here?" "Cross country?" Murphy asked. "Doesn't matter. They'll get here a lot sooner than you'll think they should." I laughed. Isn't that the truth? We should get moving. I started down the steps. In my excitement over a plan starting to gel, I'd forgotten a necessary step until I saw that Murphy wasn't following, but taking a look around first.
"We got about a dozen coming this way from across the road," he said. "Regular ones, not naked." Silently berating myself for the mistake, I said, "It's time to get the hell out of here." The infected had crossed the road and were running up the driveway and across the field toward the burning house by the time I flung open the driver's side door to get into the truck. Murphy ran around the backside. I put the key in the ignition and waited for the glow plugs to warm. Murphy opened his door. "This better start," he said. "If not, get ready to run." Looking across the hood toward the infected on the driveway, I saw a few stumble at the surprise of seeing Murphy and me getting into the truck. The light was too low for them to make out our white skin. They didn't miss the pickup, though. As with most whites, they knew food always came on 4 wheels. I cranked the starter. "They're coming out from the other side of the cabins," said Murphy, looking over his shoulder. "Shit." I glanced at the rearview mirror. How'd they get here so fast? They had to be in those trees over there. Then why the fuck didn't they come when I honked the horn when we first got here? It was damn frustrating dealing with whites sometimes. They were not dependable. The diesel rattled to life. I gassed it. It lurched forward and shuddered, rolled like it might stall, sputtered, and fired up again. "Damn!" yelled Murphy. "We need a better truck." I moved the gas pedal up and down, trying to find the optimal place where the truck would accelerate without flooding itself with fuel. The clothed infected in front of us were only a few dozen feet away by then. "Gotta move," Murphy told me as he brought his weapon to his shoulder, hanging the barrel out the window. Doing my best to keep cool and watching the whites converge around us, I knew I needed to baby the engine back to life again. Once it was running, it chugged along. When it was a little cold, it was finicky. It shuddered and coughed out puffs of black smoke, and suddenly found its rattling rhythm. I accelerated and aimed at the closest infected runners. They hit the brush guard. 2 went under the truck, but 1 jumped at just the right time to land himself on the hood. Instinctively, I swerved to slide him off before he could get hold. Murphy jerked his weapon inside, just as the white flew past on his side of the truck. Behind us, naked ones were sprinting and screaming. "Damn, they got here quick," I shouted. "Probably scouts or something." I drove the truck off the winding driveway and ran it over the field, directing it toward the ornate iron gates I'd knocked down when we'd arrived. With the illumination from the fire fading the farther we got from the burning house, and with the sky turning dark, I turned on the headlights and glanced at Murphy. "Nothing to lose now. They're already chasing us." "Get up the road a bit." Murphy dug in his bag for his night vision goggles.
"Put these on when we stop." I shook my head. "We're starting fires to draw them this way. The headlights won't hurt." He shrugged and put the goggles on his head. With insecurity growing as the night grew blacker around us and only a long, narrow pool of light cast by my high beams ahead
I asked, "What do you see?" Murphy scanned first on one side of the road and then the other. Trees and bushes. Whites? Some coming out of a house over there. Close? I asked. Not close enough to catch us, unless you want to stop and wait. No. He looked back at the house still burning on the hill. I think the commotion is bringing them out. I'm seeing more around than we did this afternoon. A lot more? I asked, expecting the answer to be in the affirmative. No, some more. We were on an upward slope with the road running straight, no curves for a change.
I checked my rear-view mirror again, trying to gauge the distance to the fire that appeared to be burning down to embers as the distance grew behind us. How far should we run to start the next fire? To the top of this hill? The truck lurched with a loud thud. Shit! I'd spent too much time looking in the rear-view mirror. A blood-spewing body smashed the windshield and rolled over the cab. God damn! Murphy jerked around to look behind us. I glanced back as the white's body came to rest in the bed of the truck, broken bones protruding through torn skin. I swear to God, they're like squirrels. Every time I take my eyes off the road, one runs out in front. Watch the damn road, Murphy commanded. I drew a deep breath, took a hard look at the dark edges around my headlight beams, grinned and said, "That scared the shit out of me." Murphy laughed. Me too. I cocked my head toward the pickup bed. Is it dead? Doesn't matter. It's not going anywhere.
We're nearing the top of this hill. I took my foot off the accelerator and let the truck coast. You see any houses or barns we can burn? You think we should go farther? Murphy asked, letting a glance out the back of the truck betray what his answer to that question might be. Taking another quick glance at my mirror, I said, "No. I'm thinking we need to keep stringing them along. Look at that fire." What am I looking for? I think it's starting to burn down. And? I don't think it'll go much longer. Even if it does, pretty soon it's going to be too small to be a beacon. I don't like where this is going, said Murphy, checking our flanks. If we start the next fire close enough to the first, I think we'll get the whites in the lead stampeding from fire to fire, all the way to Fort Hood. Murphy sighed. There's a house and a barn and some shit up here on the right. You'll come to the driveway pretty soon. Indeed, I did.
I turned onto a gravel drive just past a cluster of mailboxes. Murphy said, "Cut the lights." I turned them off. Instinctively, I put my foot on the brakes to slow the truck. Murphy reached over and took the wheel. "I'll steer. Take it slow, but not too slow." I let go of the wheel, and the truck coasted to about 20. All I saw was blackness outside and the orange fire in the distance. The darkness makes me nervous. It'd be nice to have a moon again. Yeah, Murphy agreed. Or your night vision goggles that you left with Grace in them. You know, just like a dumbass would do. Don't be a dick. Murphy laughed. I just think if you had to go off and kill Mark, you should have been smart about it. That's all I'm saying. I'll get brake now. I stomped the brakes too hard, and the truck skidded to a stop. Outside, I couldn't see a thing. Here's the deal, he said. Leave the lights off. He pushed his pistol into my hand. You can't shoot for shit, so not being able to see anything isn't going to make you any worse. He laughed. It really isn't that funny. I laughed anyway. Hey, it was a little bit funny. You sit tight in the truck, he told me. I'll go light the fire inside by myself. I should. You can't see shit, he said. You'll only slow me down. I turned the truck's headlights on. They illuminated an old farmhouse. We need to keep them coming this way. Turning the lights on helps us more than it hurts us. Shaking his head and letting himself out, Murphy said, Unless a family of hungry golf ball heads still lives here. Now they're awake and coming to have us for dinner.
I opened my door and got out, leaving the truck idling. You'll get bored if all the houses we burn tonight don't have any infected in them. Murphy didn't hear me. He was running up to the front of the house. With my machete in one hand and the pistol in the other, I ran after him.
Murphy stopped on the porch, took a look around at the barn, the sheds, and the nearby fields.
Are the headlights interfering with your night vision goggles? It'd be better if they were out, he groused, and turned to kick a frayed sofa sitting against the wall at the back of the wide porch. Push that thing over to the front door. My mouth opened to protest the unfairness of it. It was an automatic response, but I kept quiet as Murphy charged the front door and broke it off its hinges. Into the dark house, he shouted, "Hey, cue ball!" I tucked the pistol into my waistband and shoved the couch. The legs screeched across the porch. I stopped when the far end of the couch reached the front door. Murphy pointed away from the porch. "Angle it out there. We're going to shove it halfway through." Ah, I understood Murphy's intent. I swung my end of the couch around, stepping off the porch to get the couch aligned. Murphy got out a lighter and touched the flame to the old cloth.
It caught instantly. He lit a few more places. "Push." I rammed the couch forward a few feet. Murphy stopped me with a raised hand and lit the center section of the couch. I pushed it until only about a foot was sticking out through the front door. Murphy lit that and said, "Let's go." I stepped back. The flames on the far end of the couch were already 4 feet high and glowing through flimsy curtains inside the front windows. "I will go up in a hurry." Murphy ran past me, heading for the truck. I waited and watched. The fire needed to take hold inside before we left. There could be no broken link in our chain of destruction. Screams in the darkness sounded. Whites were in the area, maybe 5 or 6. "Come on," Murphy called. I listened. Most whites were still fairly distant, but thousands were out there, coming this way. I could only hope it would be tens of thousands, and I could only pray it was the whole naked horde. The curtains behind the window burst into flames. Smoke flowed out through the front door. "Damn it, Zed, let's go!" I ran toward the pickup. Not everything we torched caught fire enough or burned brightly enough to be an effective beacon for the naked horde. But we were burning so many houses, barns, trailers, and abandoned cars along the way that they formed a chain of fires stretching for miles and miles behind us. All along the way, the whites followed. Things were working out exactly as I hoped. We were having a good night. We'd crossed I-35 by surprise, not having had time along the way to gauge our pyromanic progress. A giant green highway sign told me we were just south of Belton. We'd stayed on course. That wasn't luck, but it felt that way. We had managed to lead our mass of followers, what I suspected was indeed the whole naked horde, through the relatively undeveloped gap between Stillhouse Hollow Reservoir and the southern edge of Belton. We drew them onto Highway 190, a 500-foot wide right-of-way, ribboned in strips of asphalt and grass, all leading the mind, even the simple white mind, to follow rather than cross. I knew then we'd make it the last few miles to Fort Hood, because 190 ran right past the front gate. Murphy and I had just torched a dozen cars that had been abandoned while in line at a gas station along the highway access road. Murphy was inside the convenience store, looking for charcoal lighter fluid and more disposable lighters. I'd also suggested that we get some paper towels and try to fashion the charcoal lighter fluid containers into Molotov cocktails. They wouldn't break, but they'd melt, and the fluid inside would start a nice fire on whatever they fell upon. At least, that was the hope. Either way, the lighter fluid would make our jobs easier as we illuminated a path for the naked horde right up to the survivor army's doorstep. Mayhem would follow. With the engine on the pickup idling and the headlights shining up the access road for Highway 190, I stood some distance from the truck,
but beneath the awnings over the gas pumps. I looked east into the dark and listened as I tried to estimate the distance to the vanguard of the naked horde. I saw black silhouettes pass in front of fires just a few tenths of a mile distant. The horde was close. It was time for me and Murphy to get moving. As I took my first step back toward the pickup, I heard something different in the screaming noise. I leaned into the darkness and listened. The number of howling voices and the rumble of feet ensured that all or most of the horde was on its way. That hadn't changed. In the rumble of all those tens of thousands of feet was a heavy beating sound, deeper and steadier than anything I'd heard. The sound grew loud quickly. Helicopter. The survivor army had sent out a scout. I turned to locate it in the sky as I ducked behind a gas pump.
Unfortunately, with an awning large enough to keep a dozen cars out of the rain while they filled up, I was unable to see anything above me. One thing I knew for sure, with the fires from all those cars we'd just ignited getting larger by the minute, and with the headlights of the pickup making it a target for the helicopter, I was suddenly in danger. Damn it. The possibility of the survivor armies sending a helicopter out to scout the fires coming in their direction wasn't something I'd considered. I bopped myself in the forehead with my palm. It was an obvious thing for the survivor army to do. I should have anticipated it. Suddenly, thinking the pump I was hiding behind might still have some stagnating gasoline within, I realized if the helicopter pilot decided, for whatever reason, to start shooting, I'd chosen a very bad place to hide. I ran for the convenience store entrance. When I was halfway across the parking lot, Murphy leaned out through a broken window and waved me away.
Go hide behind the dumpster. I ran to my right, hearing the helicopter above, but still not seeing it. I rounded the corner of the convenience store, glancing back at the highway overpass and seeing shapes coming in the light of the car fires. The horde was here. Shit. It was time to run like a motherfucker again. Nevertheless, I stopped, turned, and ran back to the front of the convenience store, just as a stream of tracers ripped through the sky and the buzz of a rapidly firing machine gun sawed through all other sounds. The pickup erupted in sparks and animated shreds of flying metal. Then it exploded. I dropped to the ground and covered my head, though the heat from the blast was already rolling over me. What glass on the front of the convenience store wasn't already broken, shattered under the shock. The pillars of flame standing above each of the burning cars all curved away from the blast. "Get around the corner," Murphy yelled at me.
Get the wall between you and the helicopter.
I looked up to the point in the sky from which the tracers were spewing. They stopped coming, but I saw the glow of the fires on the helicopter's skin. It hovered a wide arc around my pickup's burning carcass, as though checking to make sure the rattly beast was indeed dead. That kind of pissed me off. Well, maybe it totally pissed me off. I drew Murphy's pistol from my waistband, knowing I didn't have the range or the accuracy to harm the dim-witted bastards in that helicopter. I looked around behind me instead. I needed to keep my head in the game. I shouted through one of the convenience store windows, "Murphy, the whites are almost here. We need to get the fuck out of here." The helicopter floated out over the road, away from where Murphy was hidden, and I was standing in plain sight. It descended. I shouted, "I think they're looking for our bodies by the truck. They want to make sure we're dead." It was a wild-ass guess.
Whites ran past the flaming cars and the convenience store. The helicopter had stolen their attention, though it was still a good 30 feet off the ground and way out of their reach. The helicopter spun around, angling its nose toward the convenience store, and I got a bad feeling about what was coming next. A rocket or some such shit. Unfair bastards. Flashes coming from my right startled me. Murphy stepped through the broken front door, seemingly intent on firing every round in his weapon. Metal on the helicopter sparked as Murphy's rounds found their target. The helicopter lifted and veered. Fuck it. I raised the pistol and pulled the trigger, sending my shots uselessly at the Black Hawk. It tilted its bottom toward us. A rush of prop wash blew every loose bit of crap off the parking lot into our faces. The chopper accelerated away as it rose at a shallow angle. I noticed a pair of tall metal framework towers, the kind that support high-tension power lines.
The helicopter was going to fly between them.
Against the dark sky, I didn't see the power lines draped across the gap between, and I figured the lines must have been knocked down in the storms. The helicopter jerked suddenly at an awkward angle and struggled as if caught in a giant butterfly net. The sound of breaking metal and snapping cable was too loud not to frighten even the whites into crouching or jumping to the ground. The Black Hawk spun around again as the tail fractured and bent. The cockpit smashed into one of the towers in a screech of bending metal. The whole helicopter angled toward the ground, with the front end stuck in the framework of the tower. The tail rotor blew apart when it hit the ground, and the tower groaned, bent, and slowly fell over. "Holy mother of shit," I said. "Pussy," Murphy shouted. "Those things are armored. The pilot panicked when the bullets hit." Thousands of white voices rose as one. They converged on the downed helicopter. I ran past Murphy.
We need to go.
Chapter 53. With the whites all focused on the crashed Black Hawk, Murphy and I made our escape and ran a good way down the road before we slowed. Any further, and it would have been too dark for me to see anything anyway. It was time to torch. We came across an old school bus that had been shabbily converted into a recreational vehicle. It was off the side of the road, parked halfway in a culvert and leaning precariously. Just like so many houses we'd seen, the door was open and many of the windows were cracked or broken out. A chair, picture frames, and magazines lay scattered among pots, pans, and dishes, as though a giant had shaken them out of the bus through the open door. The things that get their attention when they ransack a house, I mused. Murphy leaned in through the front door. "Hey, honey, I'm home." I readied my machete. Footsteps banged across the metal floor inside. Nonsensical grunts. A white was coming. "I got it." I stepped back and raised my blade.
The white stumbled down the stairs and burst out of the door, catching my machete right through the bridge of his nose, dying as he tumbled down the embankment. Damn it. My machete got stuck in the white's skull as he went past. Murphy leveled his M4 at the open door. I scrambled down the sloping concrete and took hold of the handle of my machete, jiggling it fiercely to get it free. Without it, I was defenseless meat on slow feet. "Anybody else in there?" Murphy asked of the darkness inside. No other sounds came. Murphy looked back up the road, worry on his face. In a crowd of so many whites, most had no hope of getting within reach of the dead in the helicopter. The infected who couldn't were losing interest in it and needed a new goal. I had my machete in hand, and I jumped up the steps to put myself beside the driver's seat. "We need to set this bus on fire." Murphy pulled a bottle of lighter fluid out of his bag and tossed it up to me. We need to get a move on. I popped the plastic bottle open and liberally squirted anything that looked flammable.
I tossed the bottle back to Murphy and used my lighter to get it all burning. I jumped down the stairs and stepped quickly away from the bus as the flames glowed brightly through all the windows. "Shit works," said Murphy, already hurrying up the road. I looked back to see how close the horde was and noticed the sky in the east was turning a dull gray. Damn. Murphy looked east. Time flies. We ran. Before we'd made it more than a few hundred yards, Murphy put a hand on my shoulder to slow me down. He cocked his head and looked at the dark western sky. I listened. More helicopters. He pointed into the darkness. I nodded. A couple, you think? I don't see 'em. Let's find some cover. I followed Murphy to a billboard standing on a metal post, the girth of a small redwood tree, tall enough to be seen for a mile in either direction on the highway.
"Keep the pole between you and the choppers," he said. "They'll never see us even if they have infrared."
Infrared? I asked. Do they have that?
How would I know?
You were in the Army.
That doesn't mean I know everything. I rode in 'em. I didn't fly 'em.
Do you try to be difficult? I searched the sky. The helicopters were getting close.
"No," he answered. "It just happens, mostly just to you."
Murphy leaned around the post to look as well. One of the helicopters flew directly overhead and caught the attention of the horde. It slowed and turned a wide circle in the air above the downed Blackhawk. The bus we'd just torched had enough flames roiling out of its windows to illuminate thousands and thousands of screaming whites. The other helicopter flew by, following the course of the highway east. It didn't slow when it passed its downed comrade. No one in either helicopter fired. Recon, Murphy deduced. Let's go set that next fire. Murphy put a hand on my arm.
"Wait."
What?
He pointed at the helicopter that had been circling. It was coming back toward us. "Other side of the pole."
Murphy quickly hit himself. I did too, while keeping an eye on the coming copter. Moments later it passed overhead, going back toward Fort Hood. The sound of white voices changed and grew distinctly closer. I pointed at the retreating helicopter. "They've done our work for us. The horde is going to chase them all the way to the front gate." "It can't be more than a mile or two now," said Murphy. "Just up the highway here." I heaved a deep breath. "How many miles do you have left in your legs?" "Won't matter," said Murphy. "If these dipshits aren't bright enough to hide their position from the horde with the first helicopter, the second helicopter will come right back this way too. You're right. They'll do our work for us. We don't need to burn anything else.
All we need to do is get out of their way and let nature take its course. Survival of the fittest." I had another thought and laughed. "Or death of the stupidest."
Don't get too cocky, dude. They've nearly gotten us plenty of times.
Can't argue with that. I looked at the billboard towering above us, wondering how I could get myself up there before the horde closed in. "We need to find a place to observe from."
"Observe?" Murphy asked, emphasizing the question in the word.
"You know," I admitted, "until I spot the smart ones. You know what I need to do."
Shaking his head, Murphy jogged away, not down the highway, but away from it. "If you were a smart one, you'd let the dipshits kill each other and you'd stay out of it."
"It won't work that way," I told him as I matched his pace.
"The smart ones will keep themselves out of harm's way." Sounds like null spot rationalizations to me.
Chapter 54. Even though we were running away from the main body of the horde moving up the highway, the sound of their screaming was everywhere. If I hadn't known where they were, I wouldn't have been able to guess. As the sky turned brighter with the coming of morning, I saw everything around us and realized that we'd run our way into a semi-rural area with lots of houses and long rows of fences. But I couldn't see anything of the horde or the helicopters. "It's too flat here," I said as I slowed and stopped. Murphy stopped and turned to look at me. I told him, "We can't see anything." "We'll find a spot, a building or something to get on top of." I looked east to where the helicopter had gone, but not yet returned. "It hasn't been that long," said Murphy. "It'll come back. I've put too much into this to take a chance." Murphy heaved a sigh. I laid my machete on the ground, took off my jacket, and pulled my shirt over my head. "It's time for Null Spot to do his work."
I expected a laugh out of Murphy. "It's dumbass time." He wasn't amused. "Give me a quart of lighter fluid, a full one, and a lighter, a couple of lighters," I told him. "I'll get out in front of the horde and keep burning things if I have to. If not, I'll infiltrate and hunt for the smart ones." Murphy reluctantly took a quart out of his bag. I finished undressing. "That silvery stadium thing that looks like a tiny Astrodome." "The Bell County Expo Center," Murphy confirmed. I nodded my head north. "It's up that way a couple of miles, just off the highway. I know where it is. Go there." "What am I supposed to do there?" Murphy frowned and added, "Boss." "Don't be a bitch." I put my boots back on. "Things are going to get chaotic pretty quick here. If the naked horde finds you, they'll kill you, unless you want to strip down and come with me." Murphy shook his head. "Going without clothes and a gun is for null-spot dumbasses."
Not me.
You said you were behind me on this.
I figured you'd come to your senses by now.
I forced a harsh laugh. "We've been through too much shit together for you to believe that." I tucked 2 lighters into my boot beside my extra knife. "This thing with the naked horde and the survivor army is going down today, right now. By tonight, it'll be over one way or the other. Find a place on the roof of the expo center. You'll be able to see everything you need to see from up there. You still got those binoculars, right? You didn't leave them in the truck, did you?" "Got 'em." "I'll come to the expo center when it's over." Murphy didn't respond. "If you keep an eye out, you'll find the smart ones. Just keep looking. They'll be near the center of the horde, out of danger. If you don't see them, just scan around until you see a white running in the wrong direction. That'll be a messenger. Follow the runners. They'll lead you back to the smart ones."
If you see the smart ones, you'll see me. I'll be nearby.
Murphy sighed. "You know I need to do this. You tell yourself that. Doesn't matter why, I need to. I need to." The reasons I felt like I needed to boiled up from repressed feelings to rage. Too many people I cared about were dead because of these naked white fuckers. "I'm not going to try and talk you out of this anymore." Murphy looked away from me, apparently scouting out which direction he was going to go. "I'll keep an eye on you from a distance, and no," I told him. "You can't follow and snipe anymore. That worked out in the country, because they stayed together and there were plenty of hills for you to use as a vantage point." I waved at the houses around us. "It's only going to get worse the closer we get to Fort Hood. The risk is too great. The whites will find you and kill you." Murphy shook his head. "You know I'm right. Let me do what I need to do without worrying about you.
I'll see you when it's over."
I turned and walked away. It was time to do what only I could get close enough to do. Following the sound of frenzied howling, I found myself behind a big box store. I made my way around it and crossed the parking lot, being careful to use the abandoned cars for cover, when I heard a helicopter come close. When I came to the tall store sign at the end of the parking lot, I climbed up on its footing, a 3-foot concrete cube, to get a view across the highway. A river of whites flowed 500 feet wide, shoulder to shoulder, back to chest, running and angry. They covered the highway lanes, the shoulders, the medians, and the access roads, solid as far as I could see from east to west. Their numbers had to exceed 100,000. Hell, there might have been twice that many. No wonder they destroyed everything they came across. Half a dozen helicopters were in the air, some hovering over the highway up ahead.
Others were flying around in no particular pattern, perhaps trying to measure the size of the threat coming their way. I scanned across the horde, looking for whites moving in the wrong direction. As I told Murphy, those would be the messengers carrying instructions from the leadership out to their subordinates in the front or on the flanks. Far ahead, probably from Fort Hood itself,
Another 5 helicopters rose into the air. Things were getting ready to happen. I had the urge to jump off my vantage point and run with the horde, thinking that from within, I might better be able to see what was hidden from me at the moment. A line of whites peeled away from the main horde right in front of me. All behind one leader, snaking as it went, the line grew quickly past 100, then 200 strong. All along the flanks of the horde, more lines peeled off, 1,000 strong, 2,000 strong. All still going in the general direction of Fort Hood, but spreading out.
The smart ones saw the helicopters overhead just as easily as I did. They knew what those Black Hawks represented. They knew bloodshed was coming. They were moving their forces into formations to surround and overwhelm. I spotted several whites beneath an overpass, not running but hugging the concrete poles and looking around, doing much the same thing I was doing. Shit. Those were the messengers. They weren't running. They were waiting for the horde to come to them and watching for the recipients among the mass. That meant the smart ones had to be somewhere up ahead. I jumped down from the sign's concrete base and ran with the flow of the horde, but that flow was losing its distinction. The single-file lines of whites that had been peeling away were growing into tentacles of the infected, running 4, 5, and 6 abreast. I stayed on the fringes as I proceeded, keeping off the highway and running through fast food restaurant parking lots, around muffler shops and past business parks. I came to the crest of a rise, hoping that I'd get a clear view of the horde, a good part of Colleen, and maybe even some of the Fort Hood buildings in the distance. A Red Lobster restaurant stood on the corner, and I crossed the parking lot and jogged around back. Access to the roof via a ladder for servicing the air conditioners and vent hoods would be located there. Indeed it was, and with no security device on the ladder to prevent unauthorized access. I tossed my bottle of lighter fluid up on the roof and then climbed in a hurry. Thankfully, the mansard style of the roof gave me what was effectively a wall to stand behind and look out. I glanced east and saw the horde still flowing up the highway toward me, though thinning in the far distance. Nearly a dozen helicopters were still flying in no specific direction, maintaining an altitude that would leave the whites below in range of their weaponry. In front of the horde's leading whites, I saw Humvees, a couple of tanks, and armored fighting vehicles. They didn't seem to be organized in any way I could discern, except that they formed a ragged line of about 30 vehicles across the highway and spread out a good distance on both sides. A muzzle flashed from the machine gun mounted on the roof of a Humvee near the center of the line. More muzzles flashed along the line, and the sound of several dozen machine guns hit me, along with the screams of hundreds of whites, suddenly shrill with pain. The helicopters spat fire down in any direction where whites charged forward, which was every direction. A war cry from the horde swelled so loudly for a moment that it drowned out the sound from all the guns. Explosions burst in the main body of the whites, but it didn't slow the mass down. The horde absorbed the explosions and the bullets and kept on at full speed toward the vehicles. A couple of Humvees retreated from the line, got several hundred yards away from where they'd left their comrades to fight, and were ambushed by a line of whites pouring out of a side street. In seconds, the Humvees were hidden under mounds of writhing white bodies, fighting for a way to get inside. Both Humvees stopped moving. I crouched behind the mansard. The firepower and destruction were awesome and frightening. A tank accelerated forward into the horde, the commander perhaps thinking that running the whites over might be a more effective way to slaughter them. Another tank moved in. Some of the other vehicles moved, some closer together, some in retreat. The naked horde had them surrounded, but had to be taking massive losses, with all the bullets flying at such close range. From where I stood, it was hard to see the dead and wounded, since they were immediately run over by the ones charging forward from behind. I looked for a pocket of control in all the chaos. Somewhere out there,
The smart ones had to be passing out orders and listening to whispered messages. Chapter 56. 30 minutes or an hour into the battle, I started to question my choice to tell Murphy to go to the expo center, as I realized my perch on the roof of the Red Lobster was exactly what we'd wanted to find. Then I recalled what I'd gone through to get here. I'd been surrounded by naked whites nearly the whole time after separating from Murphy. They'd have killed him. Sending him away was the best thing. It wasn't clear yet which way the battle was going to go. It wasn't quite winding down, but the intensity was diminishing. Maybe half the helicopters had disengaged one at a time and flown back to Fort Hood. I assumed they'd run out of ammunition and had gone to resupply or refuel.
The fact that none had yet returned left other possibilities on the table. They might have seen the fight as lost and fled while they still had sufficient ammunition and fuel to get away. The other possibility was that some of those whites who'd peeled off from the main horde had run onto the base. The smart ones had to know Fort Hood lay up the road. They had probably deduced where the copters and armored vehicles had come from. Whites may have been waiting to ambush the helicopters when they landed for resupply. Without the helicopters, it looked to me like it would be very hard for any in the survivor army to live through the day. The 2 tanks that had brutishly plowed into the horde had indeed left carnage in their wake. But they'd been completely swarmed by whites, such that the tanks became invisible under the layers. Their drivers were probably blind as well. One of them ran into a concrete drainage ditch with vertical sides and got stuck.
Another drove through the wall of a welding supply store. Shortly after, a huge explosion blew the roof off the building and took out one of the helicopters that had the misfortune to be flying nearby. It had been burning and exploding ever since. At least a third of the Humvees were out of action. Some were gone, though it was clear that they were fighting a running engagement through the streets, using their mobility to their advantage. As for the horde, naked bodies were everywhere, in many places, forming a carpet so thick that I couldn't see the color of the ground around them. I grew anxious as I realized that the battle might fizzle out in the next hour or so. I'd scanned over the horde so many times that I started to doubt that the smart ones were there at all. I wondered if they'd taken cover in one of the buildings in the area, and how I'd figure out which one, because as much as I tried to see messengers running across the current of the moving horde, that became impossible.
Minutes after the gunfire started, it seemed every white was moving in a different direction, although the mass of them still flowed toward the guns. The more I thought about the idea of cover, the more it made sense. I'd been looking for the smart ones out in the open, but I wasn't out in the open, at least not out in the killing zone. Why? Because I wasn't stupid. It was too easy to die out there with all those bullets flying. That meant the smart ones wouldn't be out there either. I strained my eyes as I looked from building to building for any whites behaving unusually. I'd taken a hard look at 4 or 5 when I noticed a large culvert running beneath the highway. Actually, a series of 4 culverts, one under each access road, one beneath each set of highway lanes. In the flat creek bed on both sides of one of the culverts, dozens of whites stood, all looking into the pipe. They weren't looking at the battle around them. They didn't look up at the helicopters when they flew over. They didn't crouch when something exploded nearby. They were waiting in line. As I watched, one after another ran out from under the road in an unexplained direction. Other whites ran down into the ditch and into the culvert. I've got you fuckers now. All I needed was a plan. Short that, I had my machete, my knife, and enough confidence that I knew I could stroll right into that culvert and do some real damage before I fought my way out, or they all ran away like a bunch of pussies. At least, that's how it all looked when I pictured it in my imagination. Plenty of whites were still running up Highway 190 toward the battle. They were the slowest of the horde, spread out thinly for miles. Lucky for them, I thought. They'd miss most of the chances to be killed by the time they joined the battle.
The good thing for me about running with them was that the helicopter pilots were largely ignoring the highway, as the density of the horde there was thinnest relative to most everywhere else. As I crossed the distance to the culvert, my excitement subsided a bit, and I had time to think. Most importantly, I had time to realize that my Rambo plan, that of running into the culvert with blades flying, was doomed to failure. It was a plan born of impatience and a need for vengeance, built on an intuition for slaughter learned from watching action movies. I'd realized a long time ago how useless that intuition was. I just needed the presence of mind not to listen to it when it prompted me into something extra stupid. I chose not to listen. Instead, I calmed myself, thought about my goal, and considered, given my limited resources, the best way to achieve it. Given the variables, it wasn't a difficult problem to solve. When I neared the culvert, I stopped running and dropped down to a knee beside the guardrail. It had to be there to keep inattentive drivers from running off the shoulder and crashing into the creek next to the road. I caught my breath, unscrewed the cap on my quart of lighter fluid, and broke the foil seal on the bottle. I put the cap back on and then tested one of the lighters just to make sure. I'd had too many little things go wrong too many times to have my plan fail on account of a malfunctioning, disposable lighter. Out of habit, I took a look around. The battle still raged. Naked whites were dying by the thousands against a well-armed army of dipshits. But the dipshits were losing. They just didn't know it. I got up and jogged along the guardrail until I was over the culvert. I leaned over. Just below me, where the concrete walls had been poured to funnel floodwaters into the big pipe beneath the highway, at least 30 whites were standing, patiently waiting to be told what to do. Those messengers could speak, at least in a rudimentary fashion. Some of them were probably even of normal human intelligence. Either way, the mix was good for my purposes. I reached out with my lighter fluid and squirted it, squeezing hard to empty the bottle as quickly as possible, trying hard to get at least some on every one of the whites waiting below. A few protested with grunts and dirty looks. Some wiped at their faces and eyes. Most shuffled around as the lighter fluid rained down. The whites on the right-hand side got the biggest dose. As soon as the bottle emptied, I bounded a few quick steps and leapt over the guardrail onto the sloping ground beside the road. My boots skidded down the slope as I kept my balance and made a turn into the gaping concrete mouth of the culvert. Most of the messenger whites were looking at me by then, I suppose wondering what craziness I was up to. The ones I'd doused with the biggest dose of lighter fluid were closest to where I came to a stop. I wasted no time. I rushed them, keeping a tight grip on my machete, holding it in front of me to keep their bodies from touching mine. I flicked my lighter to get a flame. In the confusion, the first white didn't notice the lighter come close to her skin. Too bad. The fluid on her shoulder caught fire, and the flame spread instantly around her neck, over her face, and onto her bald head. She screamed, as any animal would, no matter how stupid. Fear of the flame is burned deep into the instincts. She turned, waving her arms, trying to flee, spreading the flames to those beside her. I jumped back a step and started to swing my machete. Whites pushed back and tried to run away from me. They'd all been in the horde long enough to know that when a blade came out, the white, on the business end of it, turned into supper. They'd learned to fear the blade. The flames spread across the whole bunch of them as they panicked, screamed, and pushed for all they were worth into the culvert. They stampeded into the smart ones inside. I dropped my lighter, quickly pulled my knife out of my boot, and followed, hearing nothing but agonizing fear echoing out of the big metal pipe. Whites were falling and scrambling forward on hands and knees.
Some went down and stayed there, injured by trampling feet. As I ran by, I slashed at any who weren't on fire, taking an extra swipe at ones who resisted. Those, I guessed, were the smart ones. When I was halfway through the pipe, I came to a white nursing a wrist as he got up on his knees, looking at me with the clearest blue eyes and the most intense stare. I'd seen that fucker before.
He was the one who'd set himself up on that makeshift throne all those months ago in Sarah Mansfield's living room. King Monkey fucker. He was the leader. I raised my machete. "Don't," he said. "I'm not like them." Exactly. I swung down as he raised his good hand to block. My blade cut his hand in half and sank into his skull. I wrenched the machete out as he fell over, twitching and gulping. I yelled into the darkness, "Mark!" At the other end of the culvert, out in the daylight, I saw a silhouetted figure on its hands and knees look up. I ran, feeling a rush of joy so profound I nearly cried. But that shifted to rage in a rush of blame I'd attached to him for the pain of all my losses. When I came into the light, Mark was looking up at me, confusion on his face. I kicked him in the face, and he fell over backward. All around us, injured and dazed whites were on the ground crawling away or just laying there. Plenty were still on fire and running while they screamed. I put a boot on Mark's chest and put the blade of my machete to his throat. "You remember me?" He laughed and sputtered blood through his teeth. He shook his head. "Speak, fucker." Mark looked cautiously left and right. He had his habits, too. "You recognize me?" I asked again. "No." "I'm Zed Zane. I saved your dumbass back at the dorm on campus." Mark laughed again. Blood flowed out of his mouth, courtesy of the boot I'd planted there. He said, "You didn't save me. I'm a god. We're all gods. This is our world now." "Gods?" I asked. "Gods don't bleed." "And they don't die, either." Mark laughed again, as though the joke were on me. I swung my blade down to prove him wrong, but he moved his head and grabbed my ankle. The end of my blade ripped through his face, cutting a long slash all the way down through his sinus cavity. His grip on my ankle relaxed. Mark's mouth opened and closed a few times, and his eyes blinked. I raised my machete and cut straight down, burying it through the center of his head. He didn't move after that. Habit took over and I looked around, right, left, and behind, not taking any time to revel in the feeling. No white was paying any particular attention to me. Machine gun fire was still everywhere. Helicopters still flew over and strafed. Whites still screamed. It was time for me to go. I ran. It was late in the day, and I was tired as hell. After spending the day sneaking and running through Killeen, Harker Heights, and part of Belton, I came out of the trees on the backside of the expo center. In front of me was a fairly small, fenced parking lot, probably reserved for exhibitors and whatnot. An easy deduction since a giant rolling steel door on the back of the building opened onto the parking lot. I climbed the fence, being extra careful to keep my man parts off the barbed wire loops at the top. I crossed the parking lot and walked in through the open door. "Hey." It startled me at first, but I calmed instantly. "Hey, Murphy. I see you made it. Did you find a way to get up top?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "I've been up there all day. I saw you coming across those fields over that way, so I came down to meet you." "Thanks," I smiled. "You got him?" I nodded. "No shit?" "No shit. I guess I shouldn't be surprised." Murphy dug into his pocket and came up with the scratch-off ticket he'd taken from the convenience store. "You won." "How much?" "Does it matter?" I shook my head.
You didn't happen to pick up my clothes after I left you this morning, did you? Murphy shook his head again. There's a custodian's locker room or something like that. He pointed to the other side of the arena. I think you might be able to find something there. Good. I walked onto the arena floor. Murphy came along. You really did kill him? I nodded again. How did he go? Badly, I said. Very badly.
For him, anyway. Good. Murphy heaved a dramatic sigh. So, we got that out of our system? I nodded. What next, then? You still want to go to College Station? What the fuck do you think? Chapter 1. I'm telling you, man, they just disappeared. Murphy lowered his binoculars and waved a hand toward the horizon. See? Poof. I pantomimed a little explosion between my hands. Like David Copperfield disappeared? Murphy handed me the binoculars. Don't be a dick. Look for yourself. From our vantage on the roof of the Bell County Expo Center, I looked west over brown winter fields dotted with bare trees and resilient green cedars. A 4-lane highway strewn with abandoned cars and trucks ran directly west through a grid of lifeless neighborhoods and business districts. Only a smattering of naked whites moved among them. I followed the line of the highway between Stillhouse Hollow and Lake Belton, past Harker Heights and Killeen, and spotted where the battle between the naked horde and the survivor army had mostly taken place. What had been an expansive tract of largely undeveloped land in the suburban sprawl had been transformed from a grassy boredom between the suburbs into a killing field carpeted in white-skinned corpses, bruised, bloodied, broken. Hundreds of cannibal whites gorged themselves on the carrion. Dogs, coyotes, and swarms of blackbirds feasted. Invisible because of the distance, countless rats were devouring what the others left behind. Feral pigs had come for a share and would eat even the bones. Only there weren't enough pigs to eat them all. The bones of the whites, 20, 30,000 or more, would be cleansed by maggots and fire ants and would dry out through the winter. They'd bleach white in next year's hot summer. Then they'd lay in the soil for a millennium or two, when an archaeologist or maybe a housing developer might dig them up. What would those people think happened here? Would they be horrified at the scale of the slaughter? Would they be indifferent? Would everyone in that future know that, in the soil beneath their feet, a few thousand years down, lay the remains of 7 billion Homo sapiens, over 1 trillion bones? 1 trillion bones? So many dead. Countless miles of crumbled asphalt, billions of collapsed houses, cars turned to rust, plates, forks, plastic molded to every conceivable shape, but to every inconceivable purpose from the perspective of our eventual descendants. Would those people know the virus was our downfall? Or would our propensity to violence run deep in their blood too? Would they find the remains of a tank's composite armor resisting nature's deteriorating grind? Would they deduce the circumstances of its demise? The building burned to the ground around it, the black stain among the white corpses. Would they find the mummified bodies of men trapped in their vehicles by the crush of 1,000 whites trying to get them from the outside? Did those men in their armored tombs suffocate? Would our descendants find the overturned Humvees? Would they find some crashed into houses or mashed around a concrete pillar under a highway bridge? How many hundreds of thousands of lead bullets would our descendants discover among the shattered bones? Would the people digging through the dust a few thousand years from now simply think we hated one another so much that we couldn't help but destroy all we'd built for the pleasure of indulging a genocidal mania? All that death put too many dark thoughts in my head. I said, I don't know. Then take my word for it, Murphy told me.
Because I do know. You're confident. If you were me, you'd be confident too. Oh, right, mighty Murphy. I panned across miles and miles of brown grass and dull-colored homes of the dead. I don't know. Maybe they're just spread out in the suburbs. Maybe they're taking naps or moving into the houses. Hell, maybe they all took up residence in that big Walmart down the highway. Murphy looked west. They won't all fit in there. Yeah, I know. I lowered the binoculars and passed them back to Murphy. What are you thinking? Don't ask like that. I looked at Murphy. Like what? Like somebody pissed in your Cheerios. I turned away from Murphy and leaned on the wall. I don't know what you're talking about. You're in one of those moods again. I'm not in a mood. It was a response born of habit. In fact, I didn't know if I was in a mood or not. I didn't feel like I was anything at the moment.
I was in some weird post-climax void.
We need to get out of this damn building. Murphy put on one of his big smiles. Being cooped up here isn't doing you any good. I shook my head. It wasn't that. We'd been trapped in places plenty of times. You need to get chased by a hungry cue ball. That would wake your ass back up. I shrugged. Maybe he was right. Something was off. Over the days we'd been hiding in the expo center, my mood had been slowly sliding, and it didn't make any sense. Fucking Mark was dead. King Monkey Fucker got what he deserved. I torched his skin and split his skull with my machete. The survivor army was all but destroyed, and the naked horde was falling apart, peeling off in bands and heading in all directions. Null Spot, the Destroyer, and the mighty Murphy had made the world a better place.
I looked again at the subdivisions fading across the grasslands and hills into sprawling grids of roads lined with convenience stores and chain restaurants where nothing with a human soul lived anymore. What was truly better about the world? Had Null Spot the Fucker Upper done anything to be proud of? Murphy said, "You're breathing that funny way you do when you're stewing about something." What? You know what I'm talking about. Like a little white troll, snorting and huffing. I shook my head. Whatever. You can't hide in your troll hole forever? Murphy grinned. He loved his sense of humor. Spill it. I leaned on my elbows, fidgeted with my fingers, and watched the tiny stick figures of whites among the nearby houses and tiny specks of grayish-white moving in the distance. I didn't feel like I needed to say anything until I'd sorted out what was bothering me. "I told you," said Murphy. Told me. I looked at him. Told me what? Revenge ain't all that. A Murphy Smalls motivational speech. I grimaced and grabbed the binoculars back from Murphy. Maybe if I looked long enough at the whites loitering around Killeen, it would be as obvious to me as it was to Murphy that most of them were gone. He said, "Killin' Mark didn't fix anything, did it?" I ignored the question. Murphy nudged me. "Answer me, man." Ignoring Murphy never worked. I said, "Yes, it did. Of course it did. It didn't undo any of the evil that had been done. The killing didn't bring Steph or Mandy or Amber back to life. At least, a measure of justice had been served. I just didn't have any idea of what justice was outside of a lofty aspiration from a dead world crumbling to waste. Was justice now anything but revenge? Yes. It had to be something more. At least he won't kill anybody else. Murphy turned serious. That's one of the things I told myself about those thugs behind the convenience store that time we talked about. It was true, wasn't it? I argued. It wasn't just something you told yourself, it was true. Those punks would have gone on to hurt other people. True. Murphy leaned on the wall. But you know as well as I do, when you chased these naked dipshits halfway across the state, you weren't on a mission to do anything like that.
You were bent on killing. All that saving somebody somewhere in the future stuff is just bullshit icing on your revenge cake. My revenge cake? I laughed. Is that like a metaphor or something? Yes. Murphy straightened up and proudly looked to the horizon. Zed Zane's revenge cupcake. Hell, you got about a dozen of them, right? When you torched those whites with the lighter fluid and ran them through that drainage tunnel? I nodded and smiled. Whatever demon lived in my soul, he'd loved it. The bit of justice had been gruesome and brutal.
Nothing about killing those smart ones that day felt immoral. Nothing in the act felt wrong. It felt satisfying and victorious, but none of the gruesome good lasted. It morphed into an emptiness in my heart that made no sense to me. I don't think it's that. What? Asked Murphy. You lost me. It's not the revenge thing. The killing needed to be done. It's that simple. It's in the past now. A prerequisite for my future. Uh-oh, said Murphy. I know overthinking when I hear it. I just need something to do. I need a purpose. You need to get laid. Are you offering? Murphy leaned an elbow on the waist-high wall around the edge of the roof and looked at me. You're deflecting. You never want to give me a straight answer to anything. That's not true. Murphy laughed. You just did it. I shook my head and thought more about it as I futilely tried to focus on counting whites out on the streets I could see. I miss Steph. I had no idea why that came to the surface.
It found its own way out.
Murphy let that lie for a bit before he stood up straight and announced, Here's what I'm thinking. Tonight we head out, search the convenience stores in the area and find some batteries for the night vision goggles. There aren't that many whites in the neighborhoods nearby, so we shouldn't run into any trouble. You mean no more than usual? I asked. Yeah, of course. Then with the goggles, we've got the nighttime advantage again. We head over to the base, get what we need, and get out of Dodge. Get what we need? I asked. You've got a knife, a machete, and some janitor guy's coveralls with shoes that don't fit. I'm low on ammo, and I'd like to load up with grenades and maybe some other good stuff.
If you're still thinking we need to head to College Station, hell, even if you're not, one of those Humvees down there would come in handy loaded up with food, if we can find any, and things that go boom. I turned away from the wall and started walking across the expo center's big, flat roof. Why stay and sulk? I needed to be moving. Sounds like a plan to me. Westcliff Road, Murphy pointed at a street sign. That's how you know we're on the right track. I glanced at the sign, but mostly I watched the darkness for whites. I heard them around us, but couldn't tell if they were blocks away or behind the next house. Westcliff? My mother's maiden name. I hope you're not reading portents from the road signs. I'm just saying it's good luck. Sometimes it's like we don't even speak the same language. Murphy punched me in the arm. That's what I've been saying since August. No point in responding. I sighed instead. We'd left the expo center after dark and found a convenience store with empty shelves. We spent at least an hour searching through garbage and shit, literal shit, on the floor to find several unopened packages of batteries. Looters often knocked or dropped inventory on the floor in their hurry to be on their way. Murphy and me spent the next few hours working our way carefully across Killeen, heading roughly west toward Fort Hood. We found ourselves finally on a corner of an L-bent street, crouching behind a burned-out car on rusty rims in somebody's yard. The car was one of many along the roads and in the grass in both directions. Across the street to our right stood a concrete water tank, old and discolored, part of a pumping station for the local utility. Nothing but scant moonlight, dark empty fields, and scattered trees lay behind the pumping station. Across the other street around the corner lay a downed chain-link fence that had marked one of the boundaries between Killeen and Fort Hood property. The barbed wire that topped the fence had been ripped away and spread across a wide field beyond, curling among the bodies of naked whites, bloody and broken, burnt and shredded. Scattered among the rotting corpses lay bones of those who had died earlier, gnawed clean and bleaching whiter with each passing day. The U.S. Army, and later the Survivor Army, had made the whites pay a severe price for their attacks. Past the carnage, spread over the hundreds of yards of killing ground, stood dozens of 50-year-old utilitarian buildings that were part of Fort Hood. Behind the widely spaced buildings and parking lots stood what looked like airplane hangars. I pointed and asked, "What do you make of those?" "Buildings," Murphy answered. "Is it that dark that you can't see the buildings? Is it the virus?"
Are your eyes going bad?
Says the guy with the night vision goggles. I didn't leave mine in a badass electric car, and I didn't give the keys to some chicks we just met, and I didn't watch them drive away with all your shit. So I've got my night vision goggles, fresh batteries, and I can see stuff. If you want to get all technical about it, I countered, I gave the keys to you. You gave them to the chicks we just met. It was your dumbass that decided to run around naked in the middle of the winter. I didn't want to argue pointlessly, so I pointed at the dark shape across the field. Are those airplane hangars? Looks like it, said Murphy. They don't have airplanes here, though. Tanks, Humvees, MRAPs, Strikers, all kinds of support trucks, and helicopters. Of course. This is where the Survivor Army got their helicopters, I'll bet. You think? You're being sarcastic, aren't you? You think? Jesus. I took one more look around and said, "Come on." I ran across the street, aiming roughly in the direction of the nearest buildings. Murphy followed. We had to take care as we waded among the carcasses. Plenty of skulls lay ready to turn an ankle when stepped on by anyone expecting flat ground. Rib bones arched up in the weeds to catch a foot and trip. The bones of the dead had become obstacles to slow future whites on the rampage. We came to a parking lot with the usual assortment of cars, parked between painted stripes, left there by owners who'd never returned. Others were burned, still more were wrecked. Most had broken glass. We took care as we crossed. Some whites liked to use cars as places to take shelter at night. We came to a building bordered by tall bushes, thriving despite an obvious lack of human attention. I followed as Murphy plowed through the shrubs. We pressed our backs against a brick wall as Murphy used his enhanced vision to look back the way we'd come to ensure nothing was on our trail. I slipped along the side of the building behind the bushes until I came out on a sidewalk to peek through a pair of doors with all the glass broken out. No surprise, it was darker inside than out. I stepped back behind the bushes and whispered, "You want to go in and check it out? I doubt there'll be anything in here we want." Murphy stepped around me and looked through the doors. Looks like an administration building to me. I took a turn to peek inside, and Murphy followed me out of the bushes. I said, "Looks like the hall runs straight through. The hangars are on the other side. We might find something useful over there." Murphy shrugged. "Lead the way if that's what you want to do." I slipped around the corner and crunched through the shattered glass on the ground. By the time I was 5 steps inside, I realized the dim moonlight glowing in through the doors at the far end of the long hall had given me the impression the hallway was brighter than it was. I slowed down, trying to make out shapes on the floor, chairs, papers, computers, anything that had been inside the offices lining both sides of the hall. Clearly, whites had been in the building, tearing their way through everything that wasn't attached, looking for food in all the wrong places. Thankfully, most of the offices had plenty of windows on the exterior walls, and some moonlight filtered into the halls through the doors that were open. I was stepping in front of one such door and leaning forward to look inside
when a human shape jumped toward me. It raised its arms and shouted something unintelligible. I jumped back, slipped, and fell. Murphy swung the barrel of his weapon around to fire. "No, don't!" The guy who'd startled me fell back into the office, pleading, "Don't shoot, please!"
Murphy cursed. "Drop the gun, now!" Metal hit the floor. I jumped to my feet with my machete raised. "I'm like you," said the guy. Murphy cut a glance at me. "He's one of them." All I could make out was the silhouette lump of a man sitting on the floor. "Survivor Army?" Murphy nodded. "You're—" the guy started. "You're—" Murphy huffed. He was conflicted. He wanted to kill the guy, but useless old-world morality was holding him back. I stepped forward, getting within machete range. "Please!" The guy raised a hand to block my blade as he scooted farther into the office. "Please, I'm not like the others." "The others?" I asked, doubt taking hold, as I thought for a moment that maybe he wasn't a member of the Survivor Army, but a slow burn just like me. It was too dark to tell with unaided vision. My raised blade didn't move. "Crap!" Murphy's angry breath was all the sound between us for several long moments. "Please!" The guy inched deeper into the office. "Stop!" I commanded, as I tried to make out details in the darkness. I glanced at Murphy. "Is he armed?" "Just that gun on the floor by your feet." Murphy nudged me to the side with the barrel of his rifle so that he'd have a clear shot at the guy. "We can't leave him here. We can't let him go. It's too late for that. He'll kill us first chance he gets." "No, no," the guy pleaded. "It's not like that. I'm not like those guys." "The Survivor Army?" I spat. "No!" He sounded ready to cry. "I just fly. That's it. I don't do—" Into the truncated phrase, I asked, "Do what?" "My name's Martin. I'm just a pilot." The guy turned away. "A helicopter pilot?" I asked. "Yeah." He scooted a little farther from my raised machete. "What else?" Murphy said, "He's too old and fat to be a helicopter pilot." "I'm retired," he pleaded. "They made me fly." "And where are they now?" I asked. "I'm alone," he said. "You know he's lying," said Murphy. "Wouldn't you if you were him? Don't listen to him. I think we should shoot him and just get out of here." I asked the guy on the floor, "Why aren't you dead?" "What do you mean?" "Everybody else is dead. Why not you? Why are you in this building in the middle of the night with an empty gun? You should be dead." "What makes you think it's empty?" he asked. "Because you'd have shot me if it wasn't." "Yeah, I'm a pro with the logical deductions." "I've got a place," he said. "A place?" "To hide," he answered. "I hid there when it started. I mean, after I turned white." He held up his hand to show me his skin, but in the dark I couldn't tell the shade. He looked in the direction of the center of the base. "They would have killed me." "They?" I asked. "The soldiers?" He nodded. "You don't know what it was like then?" Murphy laughed. "This dude's an idiot." "Show us where you were hiding," I ordered. "Okay," said the guy. "This is a mistake," said Murphy. "This is stupid. What's it going to prove if Homie shows us where he's been hiding?" Murphy huffed. "Nothing. Not a damn thing. That's if he's not going to lead us into an ambush with his little knucklehead army buddies over there." I nudged the guy with my boot. "Roll over on your belly." "Don't kill me," the guy pleaded. "What are you going to do with him?" Murphy asked. "On your belly, dude." I'm sure I sounded angry. Murphy's attitude was affecting my tone. "Man, listen." The guy scooted farther away from me. "Damn it." I stepped toward him and brandished my blade. "If you don't quit squirming, I swear to God—" "Okay, okay." He lay down and rolled over.
There's a helicopter out there. The one I was flying. I can pilot it. I can take you anywhere you want to go." Bullshit. Murphy looked up and down the hall and stepped into the office with me and the guy who'd finally complied and rolled over onto his belly. Murphy closed the door and flipped his night vision goggles up.
He planted his foot between our new prisoner's shoulder blades and looked at me.
"If you want to be stupid again, okay. At least, let's be smart about it, all right?" I chuckled. "What does that mean?" "You want to believe Knucklehead Boy here, that's fine. I don't. You want to follow him to his non-existent hideout, you go ahead. You want to believe he can fly a helicopter, I don't care. Just because he's wearing a raggedy uniform doesn't mean anything. You're wearing a janitor's uniform, and you're not a janitor." I sighed. Murphy was right about that. "I get that you don't want to kill him. I understand that. I don't want to kill him either. But you know how these Survivor Army assholes operate. 5 seconds after we leave him, he'll find whatever friends he still has alive, and he'll try to kill us." "No, I won't," said the prisoner. "I'm alone. I told you." I kicked the prisoner. Honestly, it was more of an ambivalent nudge with my shoe. "You shut up." I looked at Murphy. "I don't know what to do. I want to believe him because I don't want to kill him. I'm tired of feeling guilty about everybody who's dead and shouldn't be, even the ones I wasn't sure about. Like that smart one, that gymnast chick you killed outside of Sarah Mansfield's gate that time?" "Her." I nodded. Murphy was right on the money. "And others. One day the world has to get normal again." "Man," said Murphy, "you get a little revenge out of your system and suddenly you're an idealist." "It's not like that. I just don't want to kill him if we don't need to." "Please," said the prisoner, "you don't have to kill me." I kicked him again, just as impotently as the first time. "You don't have a say in this." "That's the spirit." Murphy's grinning teeth nearly glowed in the dark. "Kick him a few more times, but stop being a sissy bitch about it. Maybe he's not like them. He's not an idiot like that guy we interrogated back in the Capitol Annex." "I'll give you that," Murphy agreed.
I pointed down at the prisoner.
"He seems just like you and me. A slow burn." "Whatever, man," said Murphy. "You decide. I'll go along with it. I just don't want to go walking into any traps. We need to be smart about this." "Fine." I took a moment and thought it through, then nudged the prisoner with the toe of my boot. "Tell me exactly where this hiding place is." Looking back up at Murphy, I said, "You'll stay here with him. I'll go check it out and see if he's lying. Then I'll come back here, and we'll decide what to do with him after we know whether or not he's a liar." "Nope." Murphy tapped his night vision goggles. "You stay with your new buddy. I'll go check things out. That's the only way I'm doing this. I'm tired of bailing your ass out of the shit you get yourself into." "No, you're not." We moved Martin to a corner office on the building's 3rd floor that gave me a view through windows in 2 directions.
Martin, that was his name, sat on the cold tile in the corner beneath the windows with his wrists and ankles bound. Office network cables were proving to be a ubiquitous and handy commodity. For my safety, as much as it could be called that with remnants of the naked horde around, I had the sturdy office door shut and locked. As long as Martin and I stayed relatively quiet, we'd be good until Murphy returned. "You still see him?" Martin asked. Looking out the window, I mostly saw dark shapes and darker shadows. Nothing moved. I shook my head. Rather than going directly to the hangars, Murphy had crossed the lawn between our office building and the next one. He was working his way into a flanking position on any ambushers, potential Martin friends, that might be waiting for us. Now that he was out of sight, I was worried. "When did you get it?" Martin asked. "Get what?" "The virus."
My last day of normalcy?
I recalled my mom's spidery corpse on the floor that Sunday morning, with crazy-eyed Dan tearing through her innards. I still felt nothing for her. I harbored no guilt over killing Dan. Who says no good can come from hate? First day. Martin looked puzzled. You were in Somalia? I didn't want to talk. I wanted to stare at the darkness, distraction-free, but I answered anyway. First day in Austin, near as I can tell. If the world wasn't so screwed up, you'd be something of a celebrity. But here I was talking, responding to this stupid talk of celebrity for doing nothing at all. Maybe on Facebook, but who gives a shit, right? Martin scooted around to arrange himself in a more comfortable position. How'd you come to get it? Missionaries from my parents' church brought the virus to Austin from Africa, near as I can guess. Parents caught it. I got it from them. So you were ground zero in Texas, said Martin. You must have been through a lot. I looked down at Martin, trying to gauge him. Things about him hadn't added up to trust yet, far from it. Still, I was having a hard time hating him. We've all been through a lot, but you look like you've done all right for yourself. Martin looked down at his big belly. They take care of me because I'm a pilot. He wasn't grossly obese, just surprisingly so. Nobody was fat anymore. He looked like somebody's grandpa, round belly, a bald head 2 sizes too big, white beard hiding a stubby neck. You're pretty old to be a pilot. I told you I'm retired. I lived here in Killeen. I focused my attention back out the window. How long had Murphy been gone? Where was he? When things got really bad, said Martin, they set up a refugee center here at Fort Hood. That's how I came to be on the base. And the Survivor Army? I asked. How'd you come to work for them? It's not as clear-cut as you seem to think. I looked at the darkness, missing my night vision goggles. When the refugee center collapsed, I found a place to hide. Marty nodded in the direction of the hangars. That's when I found the storage room that Murphy is going to check out. I stayed there for a while, maybe a month. And the virus? I asked. Your skin is white like mine. While I was hiding out in the storeroom, I contracted it. And you recovered. Martin raised his bound wrists to display his white hands. So it seems. And you were alone? No wife, no kids? Never had any kids. The wife couldn't. Martin's face looked a little sad. Breast cancer got her 7 years ago. So you hid by yourself? It was an accusation, and I let my tone tell the meaning clearly. When the infected overran Fort Hood the first time, things were chaotic. Everybody was trying to get away to save themselves. Nobody had time to organize. You don't know what it was like. I did know how it was like, but I said nothing more about it. I started to feel like I was a bit of an ass. What if this chubby old man was telling the truth? Eventually, the Survivor Army showed up, said Martin. They caught me when I was out scrounging food. They probably would have killed me, just like you and Murphy were going to. But I told them I could fly the Black Hawks. And it worked, I accused again. So you tried it on us? Yes, Martin admitted. It did work. But I really can fly them. That's what the Survivor Army had me doing. Martin thumped his belly with his bound wrists. That's why they took care of me. Not too many people left who can fly a Black Hawk. How often did you fly? I figured I'd let Martin elaborate and then look for holes in his story. Nobody lies as well as they think they can. Every day. To Austin? San Marcos? Martin nodded. All over the place. So you know a lot about how things are out there? I suppose. I mean, you flew to all the Survivor Army bases and stuff, right? Martin shook his head. There's just the one base, here. What about Austin?
"We were trying to set up in Austin," said Martin, "down at the Capitol mostly. The judge wanted to be the governor. I never understood how he figured he wanted that, or what good it would do him. Didn't matter, though. It didn't work out." "Why?" I knew why. At least, I knew Murphy and me had a big part in why it didn't work out. "Things seemed fine at first," said Martin. "We chased a bunch of people off the Capitol grounds." Martin shook his head and his lips curled down as though he had something bitter on his tongue. A lot of what the judge had these idiots do was just wrong. Those people at the Capitol were like me, mostly. Infected, got better. White skin. But lots were different. "How so?" I asked. Martin looked me up and down.
They had white skin like you and your buddy, like me, like I said. But lots of them weren't right in the head. Not very bright. Not stupid and mean like these Survivor Army boys, just really stupid. At least it seemed that way when we finally went down there and did what we did. Most of them just stood there like they didn't understand what was happening, until it was too late. "What did you do?" I asked, having already heard the story from Grace. I figured I'd catch Martin in a lie. "The judge had me do some recon flights early on. I saw them farming on the Capitol grounds. They built a wall around the place. Looked to me like they were set up pretty good, rebuilding. I figured we were checking them out to make sure they weren't hostile before we contacted them to start trading with them or whatever. But the judge, he isn't like that. He already had his plans for them. He gave a big speech to everybody one day, like these people at the Capitol were stealing our birthright or some such shit. Got the idiots all riled up."
"The idiots?" I asked for clarification. "The Survivor Army guys," said Martin, as though there was no doubt about who he meant. "Mostly idiots. The virus left their brains half rotten. Long story short, we went down to Austin and slaughtered them folks at the Capitol." "You just attacked for no reason?" It came out like an accusation, though I tried hard not to make it sound that way. Some things are just too reprehensible to cover with a lie. "I'm not proud," said Martin. "You don't know how it is here. I didn't have a choice." "Everybody has a choice." Martin laughed darkly. "Look at you, young and strong. I'll bet you can run pretty fast, too. But you're arrogant like everybody your age." I huffed and looked out the window. "Fuck you." "Thing you don't realize," Martin continued. "One day, if you're lucky, you'll be an old man too."
"Your knees will go gimpy. You might be fat like me if things ever get back to normal. You won't get around so good." Sure, I had a choice. I could have told those Survivor Army idiots I wasn't going to fly, but they'd have put a gun in my hand and made me a soldier. First time I had to shoot it out with the infected, I'd be dead. Hell, before all this happened, I was lucky to be able to walk all the way around the block with the dog. If I'd ever had to run for my life in all this mess, I'd have got caught if I didn't have a heart attack and die on the spot. I took another look at old man Martin, tied up on the floor. That part was probably true. He wouldn't have been able to do anything to save himself. "The only reason I'm alive now," he went on, answering the question I was getting ready to ask, "is because I was smart to find me a good place to hide, and sneaky enough to stash away what I could so that I wouldn't starve." "Being old and slow, you learn to survive with what you've still got."
Shaking my head, I said, "Still, you didn't have to attack those people and slaughter them." "You are an arrogant little bastard," spat Martin. "You don't hear anything I'm saying, do you? Just because I couldn't resist outright doesn't mean I didn't resist." "How?" I asked. "When we were attacking the Capitol, I made sure to keep my helicopter far enough away as to be out of range for any of the guys shooting out of it. I even kept the gunners at lousy angles so they couldn't fire directly at the Capitol grounds. Hell, I'd do anything to keep the idiots in back from hitting anybody." "How's that?" "There was this one time," said Martin. "I was on a ferry run." "A ferry run?"
After we took the capital, we used to ferry men and supplies back and forth from here every day. The judge planned to make the capital his base, but he didn't want to leave all of our equipment and ammo up here.
So we moved it a little at a time. I nodded in acknowledgement. I'd seen those helicopters going back and forth when Murphy and me were holed up in the lake house, way up on Lake Travis. That was the whole reason we ran into those knuckleheads. We were coming south one day, and we see this boat on the lake with a wake. Martin looked at me for understanding. A wake, you see. It wasn't drifting. It was motoring down the lake. That piqued my interest. What kind of boat? It's not important. A pontoon boat or something, not that big. I gave Martin my full attention. So far, the situation sounded exactly like the one Murphy and me got caught up in. Tell me what happened. I brought the helicopter down for a look-see. We always did that when we saw survivors. That's how we recruited people. What we saw surprised everybody on board. It wasn't regular people who were driving the boat. It was the same kind of white-skinned infected we'd seen down at the Capitol. I knew right away they were normal just like me. I mean, they had to be. They were driving the boat down the lake. They'd just docked and tied off. How many? I asked. A couple of them, I think. Martin straightened himself up. What you've got to understand is, as soon as the boys in the back realized it was the white infecteds, they opened fire. As soon as I realized what was happening, I started jerking the helicopter around and complaining about turbulence from the water. I tried to keep them from hitting anything. I did that kind of stuff all the time. The idiots in the back never figured anything out. And I don't think any idiot in my helicopter ever managed to shoot anybody. So you didn't kill them? Martin shrugged. One of them jumped in the water. One of them ran into the trees. The guys in back all claimed they killed 3 or 4, but I never saw any bodies. Hell, I never saw more than 2 down there. I figured they was lying. I decided that no matter what else was true, Martin was probably a helicopter pilot. That was me and Murphy on the boat that day. You lyin'. Martin looked at me, trying to figure out what my new game was. Not lying. I'm not sure why I felt the need to add it, but I said, I don't know if I owe you a thanks or not, but you did sink our boat. Plenty of boats on the lake for free. At least I kept them boys in the back from shooting you. Like I said, I jerked the helicopter around a bit. It's a wonder none of them fell out. I looked out the window and scanned the dark ground for Murphy. Do you see him coming back yet? Martin asked. Nothing was moving out there. You getting nervous? Martin started to say something but coughed and cleared his throat. You know, there are a lot of reasons he might get delayed. Or killed? I hefted my machete and looked down at Martin like a slab of butcher's meat. Could I kill a fat old man if Murphy turned up dead? I figured I could. When the sun started to show itself on the horizon the next morning with no Murphy, I found myself in a spot. Had Martin's compatriots ambushed and killed Murphy? Or had Murphy been killed by whites? Was he injured? Was he somewhere on the base, waiting for me to find and help him? The answers to those questions would go a long way to determining what I did with Martin. And as much as I wanted to blame him, to murder him to assuage my festering worry, my rational side told me over and over again that Martin might not be guilty. The practical side told me not to take the chance. The most likely reason Murphy wasn't back was that Martin had lied, and his buddies were out in the hall waiting to ambush me when I left to find Murphy. Nodding at the conversation in my head, as I stared across 100 yards of dead grass and damaged vehicles between our building and the nearest hangar, I put together a plan. I spun around and opened the drawers on the nearest desk. "What are you doing?" Martin asked, worry in his tired voice. Like me, he hadn't slept a wink. The top drawer held nothing of interest. The drawers down the side held papers and office supplies, but none of what I was looking for.
would you answer me, please?" Martin's voice was tinged with desperation. He knew the worry I was facing. He knew my suspicions. He was able to make deductions. "Did you see your buddy out there?" "Murphy," I spat. "His name is Murphy. I'm Zed." I marched across the floor and pushed the blade of my machete against Martin's throat. "Just so you know, if I find out you've lied about anything, if you've gotten Murphy killed, I'm going to gut you. I'm going to make you suffer before you die." Martin slowly shook his head as his mouth opened and closed on words that wouldn't form. I spun around and searched another desk, finding in the second drawer exactly what I was looking for: a roll of packing tape.
Going back to Martin, I knelt down beside him and put my machete on the floor. Martin immediately struggled to push me away and get his feet beneath him. I elbowed him hard across his temple, and Martin's eyes rolled back in his head. With him dazed, I pushed him on his belly and put a knee between his shoulder blades. I took my roll of tape and sealed a strip over his mouth before unwinding the roll and wrapping it around his head several times. Martin had come back to his senses by the time I finished and was turning his head to try and see me. I was feeling like an asshole because I'd let my concern over Murphy turn into anger, which turned into an elbow in Martin's head when I could have just pushed him over and sat on him. I got off his back and told him, "Sit up." Martin struggled to get back into a sitting position. I picked up my machete and leaned in close. "I've got some things to do. While I'm doing them, you're going to sit here, still and quiet. If I hear one sound out of you, I'll assume you're a liar, and we're not on the same side. You know what happens then, right?" Martin's eyes were on my machete as he nodded. "Good." I crossed the room to an interior wall. A neighboring office had to be on the other side. I ran my fingers across the texture and paint and rapped gently on it with my knuckles. Just as I suspected, sheetrock, not cinder block. I put myself in position in front of the wall with one hand on my machete's handle and the other on the dull side of the blade near the tip, and started to dig, pushing and wiggling the tip of the blade back and forth. I was going to get through the wall, I had no doubt about that. I didn't mind getting through slowly, because my most important need at the moment was to do it quietly. Still, it went quickly. Sheetrock simply isn't that durable. In a few minutes, I'd made a hole large enough to allow me to squeeze between the 2x4s. Unfortunately, the room I found myself in was not large. The door leading to the hallway had no window, and it opened into the hall at a place in the wall that had to be less than 5 feet from the door to the office where Martin sat imprisoned. I guessed that the ambushers waiting for me had to be farther down the hall. If I was going to get behind them, I needed to go through a few more walls, but that would put me farther and farther from Martin. I stuck my head back into Martin's office and made sure he saw me watching him before I pulled back through. I went to work on the far wall with my machete. After cutting through sheetrock to get into the 4th office since leaving Martin, I figured I'd gone far enough. The flaw in my plan that hadn't occurred to me until I was standing behind that office's door was that if I were an ambusher waiting for someone to come out of a door down the hall, I wouldn't be standing in the hall. I'd be partially concealed in a doorway for cover, which meant I should have run into 1 or 2 of them when I came through the wall. That got me worried. Would I have to work my way all the way down to the other end of the building? And if I did, why wouldn't the knucklehead taking cover in the office doorway not just shoot me when I started to break through the wall? Then again, the guys I was dealing with were Survivor Army types, not bright. Maybe they were all outside, lined up across the hall. Hell, maybe they'd all grown bored while waiting for their ambush to develop, and they'd fallen asleep. Or the most likely scenario? It was all in my mind. I was getting worked up because I was stuck babysitting Martin when I should have been out killing white shitheads and searching for Murphy.
I crossed the office to the door. I quietly turned the knob and shoved the door open just enough to get a peek into the hall. Nothing out of the ordinary. Sure, there were papers on the floor, a few rolling chairs, some shattered computers, and the remnants of a desk, but nothing that looked out of the ordinary considering the end of the world and all. I was disappointed and a little bit angry. The absence of ambushers meant my guess was wrong, or at least it was wrong for the moment. I was still stuck with not knowing whether Martin was a good guy or a bad guy. I wasn't any closer to knowing Murphy's fate. I'd wasted too much time digging through flimsy walls, while Murphy was still out there, perhaps waiting for me to come to his aid. Damn it. I pushed the door open, wanting to slam it against the outside wall to vent some frustration, but the damper attached at the top edge slowed the door and left it hanging open and creeping back to closed. Double damn. I looked up and down the hall and saw nothing moving. Fuck it. I was spoiling for a fight. Hey! Nothing responded to my call. So I tried again. Hey! Nothing. No ambush. I walked up the hall to get back to my corner office, rolling all the possibilities over in my mind. Mostly, I needed to decide what to do with Martin while I went out to find Murphy. Could I leave him restrained? That might be a death sentence with so many of the naked horde still around. It was unlikely they'd pass up on an easy meal, even if Martin were a white-skinned survivor. Taking him with me brought along a whole host of risks, but mostly for Martin. If some whites decided he looked slow and scrumptious, there'd be little I could do to save him. I shoved the office door open, expecting to see Martin sitting against the wall beneath the far windows where I'd left him. What I saw instead was a long strip of crumpled tape and loose wire. About the time I was wondering where he'd disappeared to, Martin body-slammed me from the side and knocked me into the door jamb. Damn it! My machete clattered to the floor as I fell with Martin's bulk coming over on top of me. He punched me in the ribs, mustering all the strength his withered old muscles had left. Not enough. Too bad for him. He rolled around on top of me, letting the weight of his big belly do the work of keeping me pinned down while he tried to position himself to put a fist in my face. As I struggled to get from underneath him, I was irritated, creeped out at the feel of a doughy old man sweating all over me. Damn it, Martin. He tried to hit me in the face with a blow that glanced off my cheek. I elbowed him in the head 2 times before I dazed him enough to subdue him. I pulled myself out from underneath and grabbed my machete. I looked out the open door to get a glimpse down the hall. Noise echoed from one of the floors below. Something in the building had heard us and was coming. Martin got up on his hands and knees. I muttered, "Whites." I wanted to kick Martin in the face and run into the stairwell across the hall. Martin stuck his head out of the office and looked. Judging by the noise, more than one white was coming. 3 to 5 was my guess. I looked down at Martin. You woke them. I hope you were lying about how fast you can run. Martin stared into the dimness at the far end of the hall. I told you I can barely run at all. You should have thought about that before you figured sumo wrestling me to the ground was going to save your life. It was a merciless, mean thing to say, but I was pissed. I'm going. Where? Martin got to his feet. I crossed the hall and grabbed the handle on the stairwell door. I'm going to try this way.
Come if you want. I'm not in the mood to save your ass, so you better keep up. Keep up? Martin was confused. I thought you were going to kill me. I haven't decided, but if you stay here, I won't have to. I swung the door open and stepped into the stairwell, noticing immediately a white slinking up toward me. Sneaky motherfucker. The white's eyes went wide as surprise worked its way through its slow brain. The white snarled and bounded up the stairs. Too bad. I was already 3 thoughts ahead of him.
Sorry, buddy. I stepped into a ferocious machete swing, full of Martin-born frustration, and sent a huge section of the White's skull spinning against the wall and then rolling down the stairs. The White's body slapped the smooth concrete floor at my feet. "Are there more?" Martin whispered from a few feet behind. Why waste the energy on an answer he could figure out himself? I motioned him toward the stairs and cautiously stepped over the White's twitching body. I peeked down through the gap between the alternating flights and saw only blackness. I heard nothing down there. I turned to Martin and whispered, "You gotta stay quiet. If we get trapped in here, we're fucked. Or I'll pretend I'm on their side so you'll be fucked all by yourself. I'm not dying to save your ass. You got me?" "We're white-skinned," Martin whispered. "They'll leave us alone, mostly, right?" "Not these naked fuckers." I headed down. "You saw what they did to your buddies, right?" Martin nodded without a word and followed after me. At the first landing, as I made my turn to go down the next flight of stairs, Martin grabbed my arm and brought me to a halt. "Help me." He was dead serious. No defiance, no humility. "You know I fly helicopters. Save me and I can take you anywhere." Still on the fence as to whether Martin was partially responsible for whatever befell Murphy, I yanked my arm away and started down again. "Please," Martin begged. "Please. I can't outrun them." I nodded up the stairs. "Go up there and hide somewhere. Maybe you'll get lucky and they won't search the building looking for the noise you made." Martin reached out and put a meaty, weak hand on my arm again, gentle this time. His eyes looked to be preparing for tears. "Everybody wants to go somewhere. Everybody dreams about sanctuary at the other end of the rainbow, a safe place. Wherever you think that is, I can fly you there." "Where the hell would I want to go?" I snapped. "The whole world is fucked." Of course, I was planning on going to College Station with Murphy, but I wasn't going to tell this knucklehead even if I did expect his life to last only another 5 minutes. "An oil rig," said Martin. "There's got to be hundreds of them right offshore and farther out in the Gulf." "The ones they evacuate every time a hurricane comes?" I scoffed. "Yeah, that's a viable plan." I pulled away and started down the stairs. "Follow me. Stay close, stay quiet, or die." Through the blackness, hoping no naked whites were sleeping on the landings or waiting on the stairs to ambush us, I kept one hand on the rail. Martin had a handful of the back of my shirt as he wheezed behind me, clomping his heavy feet and groaning at the pace. More than once I shuffled my feet through the rotting remains of something that had once been human. And it wasn't just the putrefying flesh on the floor, it was the crusty texture of dried blood on the railing, and worse, the sticky stuff left from more recent kills. Then there were the goddamned maggots. On the rail, on the floor, on the walls, on the corpses, eating their way through the rotting flesh, with tiny, squishy sounds magnified by 1,000,000. The smell of the air trapped inside the stairwell was as foul as any I'd had to breathe. It felt like we were taking the maintenance entrance down to the devil's outhouse. Then we ran out of stairs. I found a wall in the darkness where I expected another flight to be. I turned around, felt my way along the wall, still with Martin clinging to my back, and found a door. I pushed on the bar with my hip and shouldered it open to a rush of cool, sweet air. I looked out as I slowly inched the door open. A helicopter sat in the grass halfway between our building and the nearest hangar. Several of the panels over the engines were off, and it looked as if someone had been working unsuccessfully to get it airborne again. Plenty of naked, white corpses were scattered across the lawn. Some of the grass was blackened from small fires. A vehicle was overturned, showing me its undercarriage. I didn't see any whites moving, at least not any nearby. Several hundred yards distant, I saw a few hunched over a corpse, feeding. In the other direction,
I spied a half-dozen more, jogging in a line, but going somewhere else. I gave Martin a look. I pointed at the helicopter and whispered, "Follow me like they follow each other. Stay right on my heels. I won't go fast. We'll get in the back of the helicopter and scope things out before we go farther." Martin looked up into the blackness of the stairwell. The noises of whites inside the building made it clear they weren't far away. "If they come out after us, don't ask questions with unpleasant answers. Come on." I jogged slow enough that Martin could keep pace, slow enough that walking would have been faster, but it was the appearance I was going for. Just two whites, outdoing what they do. Our clothes were a problem, but I wasn't ready to ditch those just yet. Looking to my right as Martin plodded after me, I checked on the scavenging whites I'd spotted. They didn't have any interest in us. Way to our left, the jogging whites disappeared behind a building. Good. With Martin huffing huge gulps of air and moving more slowly with each step, I jumped through one of the open doors in the back of the helicopter. Martin collapsed onto the helicopter's deck, bent over at the waist with his legs hanging out. Cursing under my breath, I looked left and right as I grabbed his belt and hauled him the rest of the way inside. With both of the rear doors open, the helicopter left us visible from two directions, but kept us hidden from the other two. Halfway was better than nothing, and we'd need it. Martin wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. The tense hike down the stairs and the short jog had taken everything he'd had in him. Why is this guy still alive? I helped Martin into a seat with his back to the rear bulkhead. He wasn't hidden, but he wasn't obtrusive. Hopefully, he'd have time to catch his breath before we made our way to the hangar. A grunt caught my attention, and I looked back toward the building.
3 whites were cautiously approaching, but still at a distance. Fuck. I looked at Martin, I'm sure with some new anxiety on my face. His fatigue hadn't dulled his perception. He turned to see the whites coming, and I saw despair wash over him. He shot a panicked glance toward the hangar, to the other buildings, and even the useless shelter of the overturned vehicle. Everything was too far away for him to have a chance of making it. He knew he was a dead man, and his last moments under Earth's happy blue sky would be spent feeling the dull teeth of dead-brained animals tear at his flesh, until enough of it was ripped away that blood loss would steal his consciousness and death would follow. It was a slow, shitty way to go, but it was damn near everybody's eventual future. Martin mumbled something as he tried to catch his breath from the run. "What?" He closed his eyes, took a huge breath, and said, "Leave me." Leave? Of course. That's what I told him I'd do. It wasn't my fault he was old and feeble. It wasn't me who'd spent 60 years eating cheeseburgers and milkshakes. It wasn't me who was hauling around 100 pounds of excess weight on old, brittle joints, with a heart too congested with cholesterol deposits to keep the blood flowing. Save yourself. Martin leaned his head against the bulkhead and closed his eyes. In a whisper barely loud enough to hear, he said, "This day was bound to come." Save myself? Crap. He was playing the hero card on me. I don't know why I do what I do sometimes. Murphy might argue that was most of the time, and he might be right about that. I'm sure he'd have told me at that moment to do anything but ditch Martin and run was a mistake. I wouldn't have argued with him. There was no reason not to do just that. But I didn't run. The hero card? Damn him. I jumped out of the helicopter, unzipped my coveralls, and peeled them down to my waist, exposing my sinewy arms and bony chest. Virus white. I was one of them. They needed to know it. I raised my machete and barked a monkey challenge, and dared the whites with my eyes. Come on, fuckers. They did. I guess whatever passed for comparative math in their slug brains figured out that 3 to 1 were good odds
with a large, tasty morsel like marten draped over a flimsy jump seat in the helicopter behind me. Unfortunately, they were smart enough not to rush at me full speed, a white behavior that almost always worked to my advantage, some naturally being faster runners than others, hence spreading them out as they came so I could take them down one at a time. These three spread out in an arc and matched their speed as they jogged toward me, apparently not at all intimidated by my animal threat and big machete. Too bad for them, I was still smarter than all of them combined. I lowered my machete, hung my head, and drooped my shoulders as I stepped aside, making it clear in animal body language my threat was bluster, and I was now surrendering. Tasty, tender marten was all theirs. One of them brayed and bounced high on his steps. He might as well have put on a name tag that said Alpha. I positioned myself a few long steps away from the side door of the helicopter. Marten groaned as I went out of his sight. The way was open for the whites, and their attention focused fully on Marten, as though I'd become invisible. When they got within a few steps, still coming pretty fast, I jumped toward them, swinging my machete hard at the neck of the closest one. His momentum carried him into my blade, and his head flew into the air as his arms reached up, following the last instructions they'd received before the connection to the brain was lost. The headless white's knees gave way, and he fell as I spun and kicked the alpha white in the side. That bought me a second to bring my machete back for another swing. Off balance, the alpha bumped into the female to his right, and their forward momentum smashed them into the plexiglass cockpit window. I hacked as the two fell, and Alpha Boy raised a hand to block the blow, only to see his forearm fly away through a fountain of his blood. Oddly, he still tried to reach at me with the stump as I hauled back on my blade to finish him with a hack through his face and into his brain. His skull caught my machete, and when I tried to pull it away, I felt it jam as I watched the female crawl out from under the body, snarling and glaring death at me. She was pissed. Oh well. I let go of the machete and put all my might into a kick at her chin, which she clearly wasn't expecting because she did nothing to dodge it. Teeth broke, bone crunched, and her head snapped back and then fell limp as she collapsed. I jumped forward and finished her with a hard stomp of my heel on her temple. Breathing hard and grabbing my stuck machete to wrench it free, I looked up at Marten, who was wide-eyed and frozen. "You all right?" I asked softly. He nodded. "We should go." "You think?" Chapter 9. Marten opened the door and stepped inside. He didn't want to, but with the machete in hand, I insisted. Yeah, I'd just saved his ass by the helicopter, but that didn't mean that I trusted him. Nobody was inside to ambush me when I followed Marten in. We entered a shop with work tables along the walls, and a few long tables in the center of the room, all on metal legs with thick wooden tops capable of supporting a lot of weight. Engine parts, large and small, electronic parts, and pieces I had no hope of identifying lay everywhere, some organized on shelves, others in disarray or disassembled on the tables. The shop smelled of machine oil, a welcome change since so many new rooms I entered held the smell of those who died there. "Is this where you've been hiding?" I softly asked. Marten pointed to the right, where the L-shaped shop continued out of sight around a corner. "Over there. I had me a place after the army collapsed and before the survivor army moved in." He patted his gut. "They were a bunch of mean idiots, but they took care of their pilots. After I earned their trust, I used to sneak in here and stash extra food in case I had to use this place again. Turns out I did, after all those naked ones attacked. Happened a few days back. Did you know about that?" I cocked my head in the direction Marten had indicated. Marten took the silent instruction and led. I carefully stepped over metal pieces of helicopters, I guessed, strewn on the floor, not wanting to kick anything and make noise. When I was able to see down the leg of the L-shaped room, Martin pointed to the far end at a rolling metal staircase 20 feet tall.
I used that to get into a storeroom up there on top. I followed the line of his pointing finger and saw a balcony that looked to have been rudely constructed over an interior room. The balcony was stacked with pieces of sheet metal, and behind the sheets, I made out the shape of a door, dingy and hidden so much I'd have missed seeing it altogether had Martin not pointed it out. You wheel the ladder away when you come down so no wights will accidentally wander up there when you're gone? Martin nodded. But they could come up when you're in there, right? No, answered Martin. Once I get up, I sit on the edge and give the ladder a good push with my feet. It usually rolls 10 or 15 feet away and sits in the middle of the floor over there, just like it is now. That made me suspicious. I looked Martin up and down again. He was far from athletic. The balcony was at least 15 feet up. How do you get back down with the ladder pushed out in the middle of the floor? Martin pointed at a support beam running down the wall near the edge of the balcony. I have a pair of leather welding gloves. I put them on and slide down the beam. You slide down? I didn't believe it. Martin nodded and started forward. I leave them there on the steps after I come down. That way I won't forget to bring them back up with me. I followed Martin toward the ladder. Sure enough, a pair of elbow-length gloves, blackened with grease and soot, lay on a step. Dangerous way to come down. He raised his hands and showed me the grip. I have to hold on tight when I slide down the beam so I don't hit the bottom too hard. We reached the ladder, and I gave Martin a look that said, "Go ahead." He wheeled it quietly over to the wall below the balcony. He looked at me. I lube the wheels whenever one starts to squeak. You first. Of course. He hauled his weight up the steps. You still don't trust me. You did just attack me. I get why, but that kinda eroded the little trust I was building. So you first. Martin turned to look at me. Why'd you stay out there and save me from the infected? You could have ran away and left me there. Doesn't matter, does it? I looked around the room and scanned across all the windows for any movement outside. Why don't you just thank me, and we'll leave it at that? Thank you. Martin extended a hand to shake. I looked at it for a moment, but was unwilling to put my machete down. I grasped his hand awkwardly with my left. You're welcome. I pulled my hand back. You want me to fly you somewhere, don't you? You believe me now that I'm a pilot, right? No. I looked up at the balcony, urging Martin to get moving. I'm just tired of feeling shitty about things I've done. Leaving you out there to die without knowing you're a lying bastard who's trying to get me killed would have been one more of those things to keep me awake at night. So you don't need to thank me. I didn't save your ass for you. I did it for me. That's it. That's selfish. Martin took the next step up. I'm still alive, though. I appreciate it no matter why you did it. At the top of the stairs, Martin said, Walk softly on the balcony. It makes a lot of noise down below if you go stomping across, all right? I urged Martin toward the door. Open it quietly and slowly. You go in first. Stay where I can see you. Martin crossed the balcony carefully, avoiding pieces of sheet metal that were extending corners and edges from out of their piles. He whispered, Don't want to hit any of those. They make a hell of a noise. I took his advice and stayed behind him. He turned the handle on the door and swung it open. Inside, I told him. He gave me a last look and stepped into the dim light of the storeroom. I followed, ready for the ambush I kept expecting. Martin stopped in the center of a space the size of an average living room. All the shelves in the storage room had been scooted to one side, leaving about 3/4 of the room usable. Along one wall, beneath a small window,
Some chair cushions had been fashioned into a bed. Stacks of cans and cartons of food were piled by one wall. A dozen 5-gallon plastic buckets, all previously opened, were stacked in a corner. The place clearly had only a single occupant, and that had to be Martin. There was no gang of compatriots, no ambush. At every turn, Martin's story checked out. I pointed at the buckets. "What are those for?" "You know." Martin looked embarrassed. I shook my head, suspicious again. "Guys told me the way the infected find hiding people is by the smell." "The smell?" I asked. "You know, stuff people don't think about."
A family hiding in an attic might have a latrine dug in their backyard to sneak down to and take care of business. Some, afraid to go outside, might drop their business in a bucket and dump it out a window so it doesn't stink up the hiding place. The infected smell it. They only have to be downwind, and a smelly latrine pit will give away a hiding place. They follow their noses. Then they search around and find the hiding place, or they just wait behind a bush until somebody comes out to take a dump, and bam, they got you. So, the buckets. I sniffed the air, guessing what was inside them. "They've got rubber seals, most of them," said Martin. I pop a lid, do my business. Martin walked over to a few rows of bleach bottles I hadn't noticed before. I pour in a little bleach, and I seal it up. It's a temporary solution, you know. I'll run out of buckets at some point, and I'll have to dump them somewhere. I was thinking of waiting for a big rain and dumping them in a ditch nearby.
I nodded. Good thinking. But you know the whites. They'll take a dump anywhere, right? Seems like I step in a pile of shit damn near every day. But they spread it out, you know, wherever they happen to be. Or when they hole up in a house somewhere, they leave it on the floor and stink up the place. Martin shrugged. I guess the infected who are out hunting by smell find those guys too. Martin patted the top of a bucket. At least, they don't find me. He was right about that so far. I crossed the room and peeked out the window to see another hangar and a section of the tarmac. A long line of whites was running that slalom path they run, crossing from right to left through a row of helicopters sitting unperturbed, seemingly ready for use. Those all work? Martin nodded.
They all need fuel, and some of the guns need ammunition.
I stepped away from the window and relaxed, lowering my machete to hang at my side. I decided that Martin wasn't a danger. I still needed to find Murphy, though. Any ideas on where Murphy might be? Martin shook his head. Instead of sneaking off to come from an unexpected direction, he should have just come straight over here. We didn't know if we could trust you. Murphy did what he had to do. Martin pointed right. A couple of hangars that way for the Blackhawks. He looked left. 2 more for the Chinooks down that road, spread over a mile or so. He thumbed over his shoulder. Way out across the runways, a couple more hangars over there for the Apaches. Then it's the yards for the tanks and Humvees and fuel trucks. By now, I suppose he could be anywhere. He's not anywhere. I rubbed my hand over my forehead, as though the act might do something to soothe the headache that was growing with my worry over Murphy.
He wouldn't wander away. He's not like that.
You guys been friends a long time? Since the day it started. We helped each other out. We've been through some shit. Martin sat down on his makeshift bed. What do you want to do? That's not what you're asking, I spat, my fatigue and my worry turning a hard edge on my tone. You mean, what do I want you to do? You've got the machete. I glared at Martin and saw his right hand on the edge of one of his bed cushions, not resting, not taking the weight he was pretending to lean on it. You've got a gun stashed under that cushion, don't you? Martin's face froze in a fake smile. I measured the distance between us and figured if he went for the pistol, I could pounce across the room and remove his hand with my blade
before he could bring the weapon up high enough to shoot. From the look in Martin's eyes, he was doing the same calculation.
If you had a loaded gun here, why'd you go out with an empty one?
Martin pursed his lips as he thought about his answer. I used all the bullets. I laughed. You're a shitty liar. And that was a lie, too. The only thing I was sure about was that Martin had not emptied his magazine shooting at whites, or he'd be dead. Martin looked at his feet. I brought the empty gun with me in case I came across some ammunition. Then I wouldn't be unarmed. Tough luck on that. I looked at Martin's hand again, still poised. Or that's the lie. Yeah, Martin agreed. Or that's the lie. Shit. Being honest with myself, I couldn't tell. Pull your gun out if you want. Martin looked at the nicked blade of my machete. He knew it earned every one of its metallic scars from killing people just like him, infected. I'm not going to kill you. I think you've been truthful with me. You're not going to shoot me, are you? Martin grinned and rubbed a hand over his wrist.
After keeping me tied up all night, I might. But like you said, the gun must be empty.
I rolled my eyes and went back to look out the window, hoping I hadn't just made a fatal mistake. After checking the chamber for a round, Martin laid the pistol in his lap and looked at me. He ejected the magazine and tossed it over. It was full. I looked at Martin and didn't know what to say. Like I said, I used all my bullets in the other gun. I got trapped in the building, killed a bunch of infected, and then hid out where you guys found me. I've been there most of the day waiting until the middle of the night to come back here. I looked at the full magazine in my hand and tossed it back to Martin. I guess that kind of establishes where we stand. What do you mean? Martin asked. I'm not going to kill you for no reason, and apparently you're not going to kill me. We're the good guys. Do I get a white hat? You were talking about flying somewhere, I said.
Do you have anywhere in mind?
Like I said, oil platforms, an island somewhere. Thing is, I don't have the range to get to any island in the Caribbean. I could make it to an oil platform, though. As safe as a place like that might be, I'm not in any kind of shape to handle a problem, you know. Suppose I land on a big platform and some infecteds are already there. Martin looked himself up and down. Gun or not, with this old body, I think I'd be taking a chance. So you were fishing for friends to tag along with you when you brought it up. Couldn't be any worse than wherever you've been. I shrugged. Some places were better. But they didn't last, did they? Wouldn't be here if they did. I looked back out the window. The long helix of whites out on the tarmac had finally passed by. I didn't have a count, but I guessed 500, maybe 1,000. I've got to go find Murphy.
You going to be here a while?
I've got nowhere to go. Is it cool if I come back? You gonna tie me up again? I smiled and shook my head. I walked over and extended a hand, my right hand. Martin shook and said, Come back. Think about those oil platforms. They could be the ticket. I think I know a place that'll be better for us both, if you're game. I crossed over to the door. Where? I'll tell you when I get back. Don't trust me yet? Martin said with a chuckle. I didn't shoot you. I know, but it's one thing to gamble my life on trust. I'm not gambling other people's lives on it. I stepped through the door. Mind if I use your gloves to slide down the support beam? As long as you toss them back up so I can use them if you don't make it back. Will do. Good luck. I closed the door behind me. I carefully avoided the sheet metal leaning against the wall, scooted around a rail, and gripped the I-beam edges.
I put one foot against the beam and stepped off the balcony.
The gloves took all the heat from the friction and protected my hands as I slid down. My boots hit the ground softly enough. I peeled off the gloves and tossed them back up to the balcony and crossed the shop to a door that I guessed would lead me into the hangar's main bay. Luckily, the double doors both had windows that gave me a view of most of the hangar. All I saw were helicopters, 6 of them, all in some state of disassembly, caught mid-repair when the world changed. No whites, though. That long helix I'd spotted must have kept going on by. Neither did I see any of the survivor army knuckleheads. In fact, none alive.